Chapter 71, Chapter 71, Spice and Ice. Hello? Cosmos. Cosmos, the spirit of space, perked up her head as the voice of someone not her prince echoed out in her endless prison. "Catty, is that you?" she asked as her arm slapped the invisible floor below her, throwing her up into the air to look around. "Yeah, it's me. Bluey told me to wear your gems when I go to sleep. He wanted a night to himself." Princess Mi Amor Cadenza's voice echoed out as Cosmos looked for her. "Just a moment, I'll be right with you," she yelled as her head fell down to the floor. And with a snap of her fingers, the vast nothingness of space was replaced with the same tropical beach her prince loved to illusion onto the dreamlike prison. Pearly white sand, clear blue water, the sun shining in the sky with not a cloud in sight, a pair of lounge chairs, and an umbrella above them. Cosmos looked around once more and her eyes widened when she spotted the pink princess of love stumble out of the tropical foliage making the backdrop of her little tropical beach. "Want a pineapple?" Cosmos asked the princess as a pair of pineapple sunglasses appeared on her head, her arm extending to the princess as she showed off a pineapple with a straw coming out of the top. Cadance looked in wonder at the beach she was in before her horn glowed and she grabbed the offered fruit. Taking a sip from the straw, the fake juice felt so real. After laying down on a chair and watching the ever-present sunset of the fake beach, Cadance looked at her new gal pal. "So, this is how you spend your time?" she asked, looking at the decapitated head of the spirit. "Like this?" Cosmos looked at the beach in front of her before smirking to herself. "Nah," she wiped her single arm in front of herself, and the beach changed to an indoor living room. "I've been playing video games." Blueblood showed them to me. A pair of controllers appeared in Cosmos's hand. "Here, catch." She threw a controller at Cadance, who quickly caught the plastic controller as the television screen came to life. It showed a pair of earth ponies with brown mustaches wearing red and green overalls, looking up at some cartoony monster behind them. A short green unicorn could be seen flying on a winged bean in the background. "I'll show you, just a few hours, then we'll talk about what you want," Cosmos told her cheerfully as she pressed a few buttons on her controller. Cadance looked at the plastic device in her hooves. "I'm not that good at these games," she told the spirit. "Shining tried to invite me to a session of ogres and oubliettes." A small smile appeared on the princess's face. "It didn't go well," a chuckle, "but I had fun, so sure, let's play this game of yours." A wide smile spread over Cosmos's face. "Really? Then let's try this instead." And with a snap of her fingers, the two found themselves wearing the same outfits as the two ponies on the television. The walls of the living room collapsed to reveal a wide open field with a beautiful castle on the other side. "Come on, Catty! We need to save the princess!" the spirit of space yelled excitedly. She had blue overalls and a green cap with the letter C on her head. Cadance once again took a moment to look around before staring at her own pair of blue overalls and red cap, a quiet laugh exiting her lips. "Sure," she smiled as she joined Cosmos, looking at her now almost feline body as opposed to the decapitated head with an arm she had previously. Raven Inkwell woke up to the smell of tobacco and smoke. She weakly opened her eyes, and then quickly shut them with a groan as her head started aching. This wasn't like her, usually so punctual and tidy, to wake up with an aching head and twitching legs. "You know, smoking is bad for you." She turned to look at the window of her room, and the white outline of her bedmate greeted her blurry vision. She still needs her glasses. She fumbled around for a moment before she found them and put them on. And with visual clarity, came the half-drunk memories of last night. Memories of a night filled with tears, sweat, cheap wine, and passion. Now Raven understood why she had trouble standing straight. Did what happened last night? Does it? Raven fumbled her speech as she looked over at Prince Blueblood. Leaning against and looking out the window of her room, a cigarette in his mouth as he took a breath of smoke, his golden blonde hair tucked behind his ears to stay clear of the smoking stick. Raven enjoyed a long look at the stallion's carefully sculpted muscles and shining white fur, her eyes scanning him like a peruser at a museum, searching for the secret details in a work of art. Does it what? The unicorn asked her as a puff of smoke left his lips and out the open window, into the snow-covered world outside her bedroom walls. What are we? Raven asked him, walking up to stand beside him as the two watched gentle puffs of snow fall from the clouds in the winter morning. Friends with benefits. The stallion explained, taking the cigarette out of his mouth and blasting it with a small beam of magic, sending it flying in a cloud of magic smoke into a garbage bin far outside the castle. So, nothing really changed? Raven asked as she side-eyed the larger stallion. I wouldn't say nothing changed, Blueblood said as he leaned on the windowsill and pulled his head out, turning to look directly up at the fluffy white clouds. I'd say we're closer than we were before, for obvious reasons. We're just really good friends now. He pulled his head back into the room, the small pile of snow he collected on his face melting away and soaking into his fur. We're friends? Raven whispered in question, testing the word on her lips a couple of times. We're not just colleagues, but also friends. Blueblood blinked at her in confusion, looking behind him as if to check if another pony was in the room with them. I mean, yeah? Why wouldn't we be friends? We're FWB, it has friends in the acronym. Unless you mean before last night. At Raven's nod he continued, well, why wouldn't we be friends? You think a colleague will just run to your room as an excuse to get away from a family member? Raven shook her head at that. Then that's that. There's no deep meaning behind friends, you just make them. Every living creature forms some sort of companionship or another, friends is just another form of that, Blueblood told her before he walked past her and into her bathroom, looking himself over in the mirror. And us? We're good friends who happen to fuck sometime, no biggie, he said as he turned his head to the side and closed in one of his eyelids, stretching his bottom lid slightly as he stared at a small dark circle under his eyelids. So, we're not? Raven was interrupted. Romantically involved? Sorry, but no. Blueblood said as he levitated a small box of makeup from the corner, trying to cover up his dark circles. Hey! Raven sat down on her bed, her eyes still glued to the stallion as he spoke. But hey, he said as he exited her bathroom, the circles under his eyes gone, if you want to sleep with me just come to my room, you know the hidden passage anyway. He smiled at her, leaned in to kiss her on the cheek, and then left through a hidden door in the wall opening for him. Raven sat still on her bed, eyes looking at the hidden door the prince left through before her hoof slowly rose to touch her cheek where he kissed her. I might just take your offer, she whispered to herself, before throwing herself onto her bed and hugging her pillow, rolling on the mattress. She squealed adorably into her pillow as she rolled, kicking her legs in the air with childish excitement. How? Starlight breathed heavily, sweat pouring down her back as she lay on the mat of the training hall. How do you deal with it? She asked the white unicorn standing above her. Princess Celestia looked at the unicorn below her before sighing to herself. Follow me, and she started walking, not bothering to wait for Starlight to follow. Starlight scrambled onto her legs and started walking after the princess, following her as the two walked down the corridors of the castle. Celestia stopped once she reached the dining room. With the glow of her horn she corrected the slight tilt of a nearby painting. Starlight watched as the wall next to her opened up, revealing a staircase going down into the darkness. Come on, Celestia said as she walked into the secret passageway, her horn providing a source of light for the two. Celestia stopped as the stairs ended and the tunnel opened up to a surprisingly fancy-looking room, magical lamps setting a nice lighting for the room next to a velvet couch and a table. Racks of different alcohol bottles lined the wall, an expensive blue carpet softened the floor. I see Bluey found this room. Celestia whispered to herself with a small smile before she shot a bolt of magic onto a specific brick in the ceiling. The wall in front of her opened up into a wider hall, dust flowing into the cellar. You wanted to ask me how I deal with losing those close to me, did you not? Celestia said as she looked down at Starlight glimmer from the corner of her eye. Let me show you what I do to deal with it. Starlight gulped as she followed Celestia into the secret hall behind the secret cellar. As soon as the two entered, the door closed behind them. Torches on the wall magically burst to light with white flames one by one, illuminating the hall from end to end. The hall was large. Starlight could almost feel the age of the magic spells protecting this one room, imagining how powerful the pony who cast them must have been to do so and still be felt all those years later. Celestia walked down the long hall followed by the purple mare, her eyes stared at the paintings on the wall. Paintings of ponies Starlight's only seen in history books or children's stories. Starlight saw a painting of a head butler placed beside the painting of an energetic filly. An old warrior placed beside a gentle poet. Paintings of creatures from all walks of life covered the walls of the hall, from nobility to common folk. As the two silently continued walking down the hall, the style of the paintings also changed, oil switched to water, and suits of chainmail switched to leather and plate. And the deeper they went, the more changed. No more were there only paintings, now there were pictures, black and white and grainy, but taken with a camera nonetheless. Starlight paused as she looked at a particular photo, magically enlarged to the size of a portrait. In it, she saw a small white unicorn colt, his face scrunched in discomfort as Princess Celestia squished her face next to his own, her aurora of a mane tangling up in his golden blonde, a bright smile on her face as she hugged the young pony. They looked like a mother and son. Sending him to private tutoring so I could focus on Sunset was a mistake. Starlight jumped as Celestia spoke beside her, her voice barely above a whisper as she looked at the picture, at the photo of what could have been a happy royal family. What? Starlight carefully asked, not hearing Celestia's words. Celestia looked at her with something akin to sorry in her eyes before she shook her head. Forget what I said. Starlight watched as Celestia started walking deeper into the hall. She took one last look at the photo before following after her. And as they went, more and more photos appeared of ponies Starlight could recognize. She saw a young Princess Cadance trying to cast her first spell, fresh out of the academy, shining armor, smiling brightly at the camera while holding his new officer's badge. She saw a tiny purple unicorn she recognized as Twilight Sparkle. Then she saw another photo of Twilight, and another of Cadance. A picture of Raven appeared in there, before another photo of Twilight showed up. Starlight noted that there wasn't another picture of the blonde unicorn from before. Another photo of Raven, followed by two pictures of Twilight Sparkle and another photo of Cadance. Then she stopped again, watching a group photo of 6 mares with magical instruments around their necks, standing in an abandoned castle as the rays of the sun cast down upon them. And on the small blue alicorn between them. The next few pictures were almost exclusively those of Princess Luna, with short blue hair and small stature, long hair and tall legs. It didn't matter, they were almost exclusively of Luna. Until another photo of more than one pony caught her eye. Taken a month and a half ago according to the date on the photo, Starlight watched a pair of familiar ponies stand over a table, working together to finish up on paperwork late into the night. This was the second picture of Blueblood Starlight saw, and it also included Raven Inkwell in it. And seeing as there were only 2 more pictures, which Starlight could already see didn't contain the prince, she noticed a pattern with the 2 photos. Prince Blueblood didn't appear in his pictures by himself, it was either Celestia or Raven who appeared with him, but never alone. The next 2 pictures were of Cadance and, unsurprisingly once again, Twilight Sparkle. Celestia stood in front of the empty wall next to the last picture, her horn glowing as a new photo appeared in her hold, showing a surprised Princess Luna tangled under a blanket as snow piled up on her with what seemed like salted crackers. With a brighter glow to her horn, the picture enlarged to fit the same size as the rest before it found itself a new home on the long line of pictures Celestia kept. This is how I deal with it, Celestia spoke somberly, I treasure them, each and every one, she told her, and Starlight quietly stared at the princess as her back hunched down, as if a massive weight was pressed on her shoulders. I am old, Starlight Glimmer, older than any ruler of my standing should be, in any other life I would have long ago retired, living the rest of my days as an old hag, telling tales of better times." Celestia said as she looked fondly at the new picture she placed on the wall, "But those times aren't where I'm at." She let out a sigh of exhaustion. To Starlight, Princess Celestia almost seemed to physically age in front of her very eyes. That was simply how dreadful her posture was. How old really is she? Starlight mentally asked herself as she stared at the Princess of the Sunday. A sudden snapping sound and a flash of light pulled Starlight out of her funk, her eyes widening to see Celestia stand tall and confident as if the sudden wave of tiredness was nothing but a trivial matter. A camera levitated in front of her smirking face as a photo slowly rolled out. A photo of Starlight staring blankly at the camera. Princess Celestia smirked at the photo in her grasp, before she shot it with a beam of magic and sent it away in a puff of smoke. "Starlight glimmer," Celestia said as she looked down at Starlight, deep beneath Canterlot Castle, in a hall none but few knew about. "Yes." Starlight shrunk under the princess, knowing full well that should the princess choose to dispose of her, nobody will ever find the body. "I must say," the princess started, "I do not particularly like you." Starlight gulped nervously. "However, I do not hate you. There are very few creatures I can say that I hate, and most of them are luckily no longer with us." Starlight nodded her head, trying to appear small and weak to the princess. "So, perhaps you'll find that picture I just took on this wall someday in the future," and like a candle in the wind, the stress of the situation blew away and Starlight let out a breath she didn't know she held. "Now hurry along," Celestia told her, waving her leg as she signed her to leave, "I'm sure you have better things to do." Starlight stared at the princess, watching her look fondly at the pictures on the wall, before turning away and walking back to where she came from. Leaving Princess Celestia alone with her memories. "Oh Sombra, if only I had a camera all those years ago!" Celestia whispered to herself, her mind travelling to a mirror held in a corner of the castle no pony walked in centuries. If only. As Starlight climbed back up the stairs leading to the hidden cellar, she thought back to the princess who stayed behind. At the tired face she showed her for a brief moment, even if it was only an act, and at that same face in the picture with the colt, a smile so bright it could be considered a son of its own. Her mind then moved to her own mother, to the new grave at Sire's Hollow's local graveyard. And to the wide smile her mother gave her as she hugged her after the grand galloping gala, after years of not seeing each other, of the tears the two shed as they caught up and spoke about things they hadn't gotten the opportunity to. "Miss Glimmer, is everything all right?" Starlight paused as an old unicorn wearing a servant's coat stopped beside her. "Hey? Yeah, why?" Starlight questioned the old butler. "Because you're leaving tears all over the floor." His accusation didn't sound angry, he sounded sad. Starlight looked down and spotted a small puddle forming under her head. Her hoof quickly went to touch her face, and she felt moisture. "Am I crying?" she asked herself, the tears trailing down her cheeks faster as the realization hit her. She misses her mom. "Wait right here. I'll go grab a box of tissues," the butler said as he ran off, leaving the mare to silently cry in the middle of a hallway. Chapter 72, Chapter 72, Hearthswarming Eve 1. Hearthswarming, a holiday for the whole family to gather together and exchange gifts. A holiday of family, friendship, and community. "What do you mean you aren't coming to the play?" Princess Luna, Princess of Dreams, a licorn of the moon, was looking forward to celebrating her first hearthswarming back from the moon with her entire family. She couldn't celebrate Nightmare Night with them all, so hearthswarming was the next best thing. "As I already said, Luna, I have prior arrangements that I cannot delay." When Prince Blueblood told her he wouldn't be coming to the hearthswarming play in the Canterlot Theatre, she felt like her entire night was ruined before it began. "Are you sure you cannot delay?" she asked her good friend. "It is hearthswarming." Prince Blueblood shook his head. "I'm sorry, but I will not delay my meeting for a reason as simple as a play at the theatre." Watching him leave, Princess Luna felt her smile fade and her brows crease. What is so important for him that he must throw hearth's warming aside? Luna asked herself as the prince returned to what he was previously doing. Don't worry Princess Luna, I'm still going to the play. A smidgen of a smile returned to Luna's face when Princess Cadance told her those words, but it simply wasn't the same. Luna simply doesn't have the same relationship with Cadance that she does with Blueblood. And for that we are thankful, but we've just remembered that something important is happening today, so we will not be able to make it to the play either. Luna nodded to herself, her eyes still glued to the door Blueblood exited through. You're planning on following Bluey, aren't you? Princess Mi Amor Cadenza asked Luna blankly. Yes we are, Luna smiled at her new family member. In that case, I'll go and update Auntie Celestia that I also have something important to do. Cadance smiled at the dark blue alicorn as she left the room. Of course, Luna nodded to herself with a mischievous smile, we are almost busy. Hi. She giggled. Our town, a town that was not long ago demolished and removed, built illegally by a maniacal sorceress and her cult of. You know I can hear you, you're not as funny as you think you are. But recently, the kind and generous Prince Blueblood Platinum bought the rights to the land our town was built upon, not like that evil witch who decided that property tax is absurd. Just because I didn't pay taxes doesn't mean I don't understand property tax. Also, did you call me an evil witch? Starlight Glimmer has a secret stash of porno mags taped to the underside of her bed, hidden from the castle staff. She thinks nobody can find them, but she's really bad at keeping them hidden. Blueblood, I swear to Harmony, I am going to hit you. I smiled to myself as I turned away from the window of the exclusive cart on the train, smiling smugly at my bodyguard at my success in causing her to verbally threaten me. You know, I smirked, if I wasn't your friend, I would have taken that as a threat. But you didn't, because as much of an idiot as you may be, you're not stupid, Starlight said as she held her head in her arms, sighing in defeat at her curse of being burdened with my protection. Something she fails at almost all the time, but that's fine. Of course, I'm not stupid. I'm Prince Blueblood Platinum, I know that already. Just get back to why we're going to our town. Starlight groaned out defeated. First, it's Captain Prince Blueblood motherfucking Platinum, I worked hard for that degree, thank you very much, and secondly, we're going to check on our newest BBF factories, I told Starlight, my head turning back to look out the window, ignoring the very badly hidden alicorn sitting further back the car. Okay, so you built factories in our town. Why do you need factories exactly? Starlight asked. I smiled as I leaned down to my spatial bag and pulled out 2 containers. One was a mason jar filled with red jam, and the second was a similar jar filled with a creamy yellow sauce. Because I'm making products to sell, Starlight, I pass over the 2 glass jars over to the unicorn in the black suit. I thought the BBF was a trading company, Starlight said as she grabbed the 2 jars and took closer looks at them. Well, I started to say, feeling proud of all that I've accomplished in such a short span of time, the BBF is, first and foremost, a company whose purpose is to assist the livelihood of its founder and namesake, one Blueblood Platinum, using the many aspects and options available to the company, from shipping and trade to construction jobs, and even grocery brands. The BBF is privately owned and founded by. Stop! Don't give me a sales pitch, just give me the basics, Starlight said as she oh so rudely cut me off. Fine, I rolled my eyes, the BBF makes money while supporting the communities around it, mainly by giving the people jobs and promoting tourism in its wake. Right now, we're going to check on some factories and farms I bought, built, and now own, because they're to make money. A shipping company needs customers who need shipments, and currently, our customers are us, and Canania, so while the dogs give us construction materials, we give them goods and services that aren't found easily in Canania, such as but not limited to, what I'm working on in the factories we're visiting. So you're a modern-day merchant? That's what you're getting at? Starlight asked after listening to my explanation. Pretty much, yes, I nodded. Then why didn't you just say so and save both of us the time? Starlight groaned and laid her head on the table between us. Because, Starlight, my oh so wonderful friend, if I just hurried along and got to the point, you wouldn't be groaning in annoyance, I told my bodyguard with a smile. Starlight groaned in annoyance, I'm going to kill you. Love you too, I chuckled with a smirk. Oh. Mr. Prince sir. I didn't know ya were gonna be visiting so soon. Hubert Gellius wasn't the smartest tool in the shed, so when Prince Blueblood offered him a job opportunity that seemed promising, he had to go and ask his ma. She was the smart one. His ma agreed almost immediately. Hubert trusted his ma, she never steered him wrong ever in his life of forever as he can remember, no sir. And now Hubert was very happy his ma was so smart. I'm pretty sure I notified you 2 days ago that I'll be coming for a visit, but that's fine, Prince Blueblood smiled at the earth pony, I'm here to see how you're doing, there aren't any problems with the workers or the machines, right? I want you to tell me if there are. Aha, no sir. Hubert shouted with a goofy smile on his face, the workers are taking the jam lessons like a jam to a toast, and the machines are making preserving the jam so much easier. Hubert gave the prince a walk around the factory, pointing and talking about what he thought about different machines and tools. That's wonderful to hear, the prince smiled charmingly at the pony, how much time do you think you'll need to start production at full capacity? He asked Hubert, don't get me wrong, you're doing amazing work here, but I want to have these jars on the shelves before Hearts and Hooves Day. Hubert nodded his head, don't worry Mr. Your Highness, we'll get you all the jelly you'll ever need, he smiled widely at his employer. That is good to hear, I'll have someone come by next week to collect all the jars you and the team have made, take care now, the prince told Hubert after another few minutes of talking with one another. You take care yourself Your Highness sir. Leaving the large brick building, Blueblood and Starlight kept walking down the road before they reached another brick building of similar size that stood beside another building with a lower roof but much farther length. I'm guessing this is where you make the second jar? Starlight asked as the smell of farm animals filtered into her nose. Yep, this one was a bit tricky to make, not because it's expensive, but because finding workers who'd do it was much harder. Blueblood smiled up at the large building before pushing the large metal doors in, allow me to show you, the BBF's very first egg factory. Looking at the duo of unicorns from afar, coats of thick fur keeping them warm from the winter snow, a pair of alicorns let out gasps of shock at the sight of the second factory. Look at all those chickens! Luna exclaimed in amazement, her words completely wrong in regard to the species of animal raised on the farm. How many quail eggs are there? Cadance on the other hand got the animal right, her eyes wide as she stared at rows upon rows of cardboard containers filled with quail eggs. Thank you so much for having us act in this play, Princess Celestia, Twilight Sparkle smiled up at her teacher and role model. I am the one who should be thanking you for agreeing to this, Twilight, Princess Celestia smiled at her pupil and her friends, I assume you all practiced for your roles in advance. You betcha! Rainbow Dash said loudly, throwing her hoof into the air as she flew around backstage. And as the rest of the elements of harmony started to speak up, Celestia thought about how lovely it would be to watch the upcoming play with her entire family. Chapter 73, Hearth's Warming Eve 2. Watching the bags of quality bird feed, consisting of corn, wheat, black oil sunflower seeds, and millet, pour into the trays stacked above each other, rows upon rows, really put a smile on my face. Do you see this Starlight? I ask as I take a deep breath of the factory, the smell of seeds and feathers filling my nose. This is the future of commerce, this is industrialization in its purest form. What is? Starlight asked, mouth agape as she looked on at the rows upon rows of quails in cages, putting birds in cages? I'm pretty sure we've been doing that for centuries. No, not the cages, the design, I smirk at her and start giving her a tour of the place, showing her how the eggs are collected, moved, processed, and how at the end of it all, jars of mayo get made. I would have used plastic containers, but in this day and age, plastic is somehow more expensive than just magically creating jars of glass, I explain as I continue walking around the factory, greeting the workers with a smile as I pass by. Your Highness! The worker I placed in charge of running the factory called out to me. Just a moment, Starlight, I tell my bodyguard and walk closer to the mare. What is it, Foul Feather? Some of the workers had questions about how we'll take care of the quails over the holiday, the bulky Pegasus mare asked, her mane and tail held in baggy hats and an apron covering her front. Well, that's easy, the night shift guards will deal with it like usual, I smile at Foul Feather. But Your Highness, it's Hearthswarming Eve tonight! She exclaimed with widened eyes. And what do you? It's Hearthswarming, you don't keep working on Hearthswarming. My smile dimmed slightly as I slung my leg around the mare's shoulders and pulled her close to me, shoulder to shoulder all buddy-like. Foul Feather, you're a smart mare, I wouldn't have picked you for this job if you couldn't handle it, and I know you can handle this easily. So I want to ask you, what does it say in your contract in regards to holidays? I ask her. I get 20 sick days and 10 days off a year, where I don't need to go to work, right? The Pegasus smiled weakly. Exactly, I slap her on the shoulder and let go, same goes for everybody else who works here, if they don't want to do the night shift, they take a day off. But I quickly cut her off. Up, no buts, Foul Feather, unless they're for making more eggs. A winter holiday does not give you an excuse to miss work, somebody needs to be here for the night, and it is your job to get them to be here, because if nobody guards the place on account of being in some Hearthswarming party or whatever it is, and something happens to the quails, or worse yet, the factory, then that disaster will be on your head, and nobody wants that on their resume, right? I smile at the Pegasus. No sir, of course not. Foul Feather quickly changed her tune at that not-so-subtle threat to her career, the night shift will remain unchanged. I smiled at the ex-guard, good, carry on then with your work, don't let my little visit bother or distract you more than necessary. Of course sir. Right away sir. Foul Feather saluted, an act which almost looked funny with how she was dressed, before she quickly went back to work, chewing out a group of workers who were slacking off. I smiled widely as I watched the group of slackers pick themselves up and resume working on overdrive. I love being a prince. Okay, so you inspected the factories, what's next on the agenda? Starlight Glimmer asked as she and her boss returned to the train and sat down, wiping some snow off her mane. Next we're going to Pig's Eye City, where I'll be donating publicly to the sick and needy, Blueblood explained, already drawing up checks of money to throw at the city. Why Pig's Eye? Wouldn't Winyapolis be better? Starlight asked, confused about the reasoning for the city. You see Starlight, Blueblood started, while Winyapolis is bigger, it is not the local capital, he tapped the table between them as his horn shone, creating a small illusion of two miniature cities. Pig's Eye is where the governor lives, and we'll be meeting with him to give him a proposition that I am sure he would love to accept, he said, the illusion he created zooming into one of the cities, showing an earth pony with a stamp as his cutie mark. And what is that proposition? Starlight asked, her eyes briefly moving to the window of the train, seeing the snow falling gently to the ground. Why, it's to assist in the building of our Pony Yak Railway, of course, the prince told her, and the illusion changed, showing now a top-down view of North Equestria and the tundra above it, leading all the way to the Arctic North, with Yakyakstan in the northwest corner. Pig's Eye City is the perfect place to build a railway connecting all the northern provinces of Equestria, making the moving of supplies from the east coast to the west much simpler and cheaper. A red dotted line appeared on the illusionary map, spreading from Pig's Eye City in two directions and stopping at every local capital it passed through before a blue dotted line spread out of Seattle, Hoofington, and moved north along the western coast, passing between mountains before stopping. Outside Yakyakistan, several small red and blue flags popping along the way to signify stopping points. Once the materials from Canania start arriving, we're gonna have to move them across the continent, Blueblood explained. We'll have a few months of moving it all by carriage, but in a year or two, if everything goes well, this North Continental train track will deal with it for us. He leaned back on his sofa. Any questions? Yeah, Starlight nodded her head. Couldn't you have done this on another day? Why hearthwarming specifically? Because people will see us on Christmas, Starlight. People will see me walking around and donating to their city, and then the paparazzi will take notice. And when the paparazzi take note, they want to start rumors, and with a few carefully placed words from yours truly, the governor of Minnesota won't be able to say no. Prince Blueblood smiled. Okay everyone, the play is about to start soon, Twilight Sparkle said happily as she walked back into the changing room of the Canterlot Theatre. In the crowd waiting for the play, Princess Celestia looked at the 3 empty chairs beside her, hoping her family would be able to make it before the play started. They must be getting ready, she told herself. Harmony knows Blueblood and Cadance can't leave the castle without an hour of getting ready. She shook her head and took a calming breath. They'll be here soon, surely. Walking down the streets of Pig's Eye City, Princess Luna looked in astonishment at the wide variety of creatures living together in the same city. There seems to be a rather large population of diamond dogs and buffalo in this city, she whispered to herself, prompting Princess Cadance to start telling her what she knew of the history of the city. And what about that tree in the middle? Luna pointed out to a large evergreen planted in the middle of a square, decorated with lights and baubles. Oh, that's a Nolag tree, it's part of a canine winter holiday which happens around this time, Cadance explained as she also looked at the brightly decorated tree. Now that I think about it, let's go buy some eggnog. The Princess of Love smiled at her new aunt. Come on, Luna, it'll be fun. And what is this eggnog you speak of? Luna asked as she started following the pink princess. It's chilled, frothy, sweetened milk with whipped egg whites, sometimes having a distilled spirit mixed in. A familiar voice sounded out beside the 2 princesses, causing them to jump and turn to the source of the voice. Personally, I enjoy having bourbon in mine, but I can see how some might prefer rum or brandy. Add a bit of cinnamon powder to the top and you have yourself a nice after-dinner drink, Prince Blueblood said with a smile to his fellow members of the crown. How did you find us? We were hidden. Luna exclaimed in astonishment, causing Blueblood to laugh out loud at her reaction. Luna, 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 might I remind you that you are a head taller than almost every other pony, and your dark colors are incredibly visible over the white snow, and Cadance is bright pink. You 2 weren't exactly camouflaged, haha. The prince cheerfully said. Wait a minute, Cadance suddenly spoke up, I thought you didn't celebrate hearthwarming. Blinking his eyes in confusion, Blueblood responded, I don't, just drinking eggnog does not mean I celebrate Christmas. All holidays are wastes of time and I could be doing something much more proactive during them. Now smile for the camera quickly. Blueblood suddenly turned his head away from Luna and Cadance, smiling brightly and cheerfully to a mare with a camera. A sudden flash of light enveloping the group as a photo was taken, and the mare quickly ran away. What in the Luna blinked the light out of her eyes. Paparazzi, they're everywhere if you know where to look, Blueblood told her before smiling once more, flicking his hair upward and looking to the side, striking a sudden pose for another camera before he turned back to Luna. You should get used to it soon enough. Where's your bodyguard? Cadance asked, briefly shining a smile for a camera flush before turning back to the group. She's speaking with the governor, passing along some messages I had for him, Blueblood said before once more smiling for the cameras. Having 3 royals in one place is a treat for the media ponies. I see, Cadance said. By the way, I'm keeping the necklace with me for another week or so, she said, her hoof wrapping around a red and green crystal around her neck. Sure, just give it back when you're done, Blueblood told her nonchalantly, striking a sudden pose for another camera before turning back to the princesses. Anyways, I'm heading back to Canterlot now, need to get dinner ready. make it a little holiday gift so Celestia won't be mad I ditched her," and with that, Prince Blueblood turned away from the duo of alicorns, gave the cameras another princely smile, and headed back to the train station. "Perhaps we should join him in the gifting for our sister," Luna carefully added as she watched her friend walk away. "You might be right." Cadance nodded in agreement. "Let's just buy some eggnog before we go." Of course, was it even a question? Luna raised a brow before the two alicorns quickly went to buy sweets for later. "Thank you for allowing us to stay the night over at the castle, Your Majesty," Twilight Sparkle said with cheer as she and Spike walked with Princess Celestia up the central street of Canterlot City. "No need to thank me, Twilight, I already told you that you are always welcome to come by," Celestia told her pupil, her usually warm smile somewhat cool in the snowy winter evening, "but I must say, your performance in the play was magnificent. It was almost as if Rarity, Rainbow Dash, and Pinkie Pie were really fighting." "That's what I said," Spike the Dragon exclaimed from his spot on Twilight's back, his small body wrapped in a thick winter coat. "Indeed," Celestia smiled at the baby dragon. Soon reaching the castle, Celestia opened the doors with a push of her magic. And her eyes widened significantly. Decorations of green and red hung from the ceiling, arcs of shining lights and baubles hung between the pillars of the main hall. "Wow!" Twilight Sparkle voiced her wonder at the festive look of the castle, her eyes sparkling with amazement at the beauty of the lights. "Princess Celestia, there you are!" Kibitz, the head butler of the castle and the princess's personal butler, called out to her as he walked swiftly in her direction, a red and white wool hat resting on his head. "Kibitz, what is going on?" the princess asked him in a whispering tone. "I believe it was Blueblood's idea," the butler said. All he said was holiday cheer and then started shouting orders to the kitchen staff. A small smile started to spread on Celestia's face. "Did he now? Well then let us go and speak to him," she told Kibitz. "Come along Twilight, you must be hungry. Are we having dinner together?" "But I'm not dressed for." Twilight started to panic. "That is fine Twilight, it's Hearth's-warming Eve after all," the princess simply said as she led the unicorn and dragon deeper into the castle. Opening the doors to the dining room, Princess Celestia smiled happily as the smells coming from the table wafted towards her: salads and pastas, turkey and mashed potatoes, steamed cabbage rolls and stuffed bell peppers. It was a feast fit for a royal. "Whoa!" Twilight and Spike once more said in amazement at the sight of the lights and decorations surrounding the room, Spike's eyes locking onto the large and juicy turkey in the middle of the table, his mouth watering at the thought of having a taste. "Ah, Auntie Celestia," Princess Mi Amor Cadenza said with a smile, "sorry we couldn't make it to your play, we helped make this dinner as a way of saying sorry," she told her before her eyes caught Twilight. Twilight! Look how much you've grown!" the Pink Princess exclaimed with a wide and happy smile, grabbing the purple unicorn's hooves and pulling her into a little dance. Cadance! Sunshine sunshine ladybugs awake, clap your hooves and do a little shake, Twilight Sparkle giggled as she danced with her old foal-sitter. Sister sister, look! Princess Luna pulled Celestia away from her student and niece before lifting a plate of little sliced vegetables. There was nothing fancy or specifically festive about it, it wasn't even a salad. "We have assisted in the creation of dinner," Luna said proudly, gently putting the plate of vegetables back on the table. "That's wonderful to hear Lulu, it all looks wonderful," Celestia pulled her younger sister into a hug. "We know it does, we are the ones who made it. Everything we do is wonderful." Celestia could almost see Luna's pride swell at that declaration. "By the way, where is Bluey?" Celestia whispered to Luna. "Friend Blueblood is getting the eggnog ready," Luna whispered back, nodding her head with a smile, still thinking about her rather huge part in the making of the dinner. Who else could have made a plate of vegetables so incredibly mediocre? Only a powerful princess could make something so absolutely average it could only be explained with magic. "Out of the way!" Coming through. Quickly moving aside, Kibitz made room for Prince Blueblood to walk by, carrying a plate full of mugs of warm eggnog that he placed on a table in the corner of the room, away from the main course. Celestia smiled at seeing her entire family all in one place, working together, showcasing the real magic of hearths warming. "Celestia, I see you brought guests." Prince Blueblood smiled at her once he turned toward her. "Come, make yourself comfortable, the food is ready and I am sure we all are hungry." The prince was cut off as Celestia pulled him into a strong hug. "Ooh, look at you, making everything so festive and cheerful. Ooh, what would I ever do without you? You're the best son ever. I love you so much. I forgive you for everything. I'll always love you." Celestia whispered to him as she hugged, not noticing him tapping her leg frantically as his face started turning purple. During the dinner, Princess Luna spoke up to say something. Just noticed. Swallow before speaking, Lulu, we have guests, Celestia told her sister, who nodded at her and swallowed the food in her mouth before repeating what she tried to say. "Where is Starlight Glimmer?" she asked. "She's probably speaking with Raven or something, don't worry about her," Blueblood said, his horn glowing as he cut off a leg from the turkey and placed it on his plate. "Hey, makes sense," Luna nodded and returned to eating. Sitting on a bench in the snow, waiting for the next train to Canterlot in the Pig's Eye City train station, Starlight Glimmer thought back on the actions that led her to where she was, and found herself surprised that she didn't regret them anymore. Spike the dragon cautiously poked the slice of turkey meat on his plate with his fork, looking around at the ponies around him to see if they reacted to the meat. And he found himself surprised to see not one, but two ponies eating from it. Even more surprising to see one of them being Princess Celestia herself. "You're a dragon," he said to himself in his mind, "you can do this, it's just meat." He took a deep breath, think of it like eating a very soft gem. And without further wait, he stabbed the bird and shoved it into his mouth. And then Spike cried, cursing his past self for never trying to eat meat before that night. And so he took a second bite. "King Aspen Heek, yeah, we know where he lives. Heek Thicket, it's in the heart of the Everfree Heek, you can't miss it. By the way, Blueblood, did any pony ever tell you that you're hot? Heek, why are you still a bachelor? Heek, go out there and find some pony who can zzz. Princess Luna drunkenly told the prince before her face planted onto the couch, snoring away as she slept. "Heart of the Everfree, you say?" Prince Blueblood whispered with a smile, pushing the half-empty mug of eggnog away from Luna's hoof and readjusting her posture to make sure she wouldn't choke. Well, he smiled as he looked out the window, and towards a faraway sea of green trees in the distance. "I know where my next big trip will be." He narrowed his eyes. "I'll have to thank Uncle next time I see him." He barked out a short laugh. "Nah, I don't think so." He shook his head and turned back to his own mug of bourbon eggnog, smiling victoriously all the while. Chapter 74, Hearth's Warming Day. Prince Blueblood donates to soup kitchens across the nation. Princess Mi Amor Cadenza with stunning new necklace. Princess Luna outside the castle? More on page 8. Closing the newspaper in her hooves, Princess Celestia sighed gently as she took a sip from her morning coffee, a plate with toast and a jar of very good quail mayo set beside her on the table. Closing her eyes in relaxation, Princess Celestia took a bit out of a slice of toast, and let the warm air from the nearby fireplace melt her into her seat. "Good morning, Princess Celestia." A small smile spread on her lips as her student, Twilight Sparkle, entered the room, followed by her little brother and assistant, Spike. "Good morning to you too, Twilight, how was your night?" Celestia asked, her eyes moving to the pair of gift baskets Spike was attempting to balance. "It was wonderful, the bed was so soft and the room was so roomy," Twilight told the princess, grabbing herself a seat as Celestia levitated a plate with a toast over to her. "That is nice to hear," Celestia smiled calmly, taking another sip of her coffee. "We also got these gift baskets, thanks for that by the way," Spike said as he tried placing the baskets he was carrying down on the table, only for him to slip and drop the baskets. allowing them to be caught in Twilight's magic. "It wasn't me who made them," Celestia told the two before levitating her own basket. "If it wasn't you, Princess Celestia, then who made these?" Twilight asked before looking into her basket, finding a paper letter. Grabbing his own letter, Spike opened it and cleared his throat. "Dear guests of Canterlot Castle, as a celebration of hearth's warming and jolly cheer, please enjoy this small gift of BBF products, consisting of our finest mayo, jam, and hair conditioner. Ah geez, I don't have hair," Spike complained before returning to the letter, signed with honor, Prince Blueblood Platinum of Equestria. "Prince Blueblood Platinum?" Twilight asked, looking at her own letter and finding the same text written. "Yes, you remember Blueblood, right?" Celestia asked, smiling humorously at her student's confused expression before she shook her head. "Never mind that for now, let us all enjoy our breakfast," the princess said as another plate of toast came in. Opening the door to her house with a smile on her face, ready to play in the morning snow, a young filly paused when she spotted a letter hanging just outside of her mailbox. With a little glow to her horn, the filly picked up the letter and pulled it closer to read who it was for, before going back inside with the letter held in her magic. "Rarity!" Sweetie Belle called out to her older sister, "Rarity! A letter arrived for you." Instead of getting an answer from her sister, a deep groaning sound was heard from her room upstairs. Furrowing her brow, Sweetie Belle climbed up the stairs and opened the door to her sister's room, watching as the sudden influx of light combined with the loud sound of her throwing open the door caused the mare sleeping on the bed to tumble out into a mess on the floor. "Rarity, a letter arrived," Sweetie Belle said easily, not caring for the state her sister was in. "Ooh, sweetie darling, what did I tell you about waking me up?" Rarity asked grouchily, her body still covered by her blanket as she pulled at the expensive fabric covering her in warmth. "Only to do it when I have something important to tell you," Sweetie asked, her eyes briefly turning to look at the stamp on the letter before turning back to her sister, "but I think this is important enough." "Sweetie, what could be more important than catching up on some beauty sleep? I must look atrocious under this blanket, my mane is a disaster," Rarity cried dramatically, her diva personality on full display as she finally pulled her head out of the mangled blanket on the floor, her bedhead splaying her hair everywhere. "A letter from the crown?" Sweetie asked before jumping back as the letter was snatched into Rarity's hooves, quickly opening it and reading it through. "Kai-a-a-a-a-a." Rarity screeched in excitement as a specific name appeared on the letter, "Prince Blueblood is coming here." The element of generosity squealed, her little sister covering her ears and wincing at the volume. "Does it say why?" Sweetie Belle asked as she climbed onto Rarity's bed in order to get a look at the letter. "Ahem." Rarity breathed in before reading out loud, "Dear Miss Rarity, it is in my deepest regrets that I could not have contacted you sooner. He regrets not contacting me. I am writing this letter in order to notify you that on the 16th of January, I will be making a visit to your place of residence as a matter of checkup after the events of the second Nightmare Moon scenario. Please keep your schedule open and clear for the day between 9 in the morning and noon," she read out loud, her eyes sparkling at the thought of the prince. "Signed with honor, Prince Blueblood Platinum of Equestria." Sweetie Belle read the last part herself, before turning to look at her sister, watching her vibrating in place as plentiful scenarios went and passed her mind, dreams of how the prince might be in person. Holding her gently as he checked her temperature, his hoof holding her forehead as the warmth of his body flooded her, flinching back as the heat from her head made itself known, only to look down at her and smile confidently, assuring her that everything will be fine. As the two's mouths started inching closer to one another, her breath lost in a sea of pleasure as she finally took a taste of the forbidden fruit, their lips meeting as pleasure turned into passion, with him carrying her into her own bed, ready to make her his. Rarity's eyes shot open when she felt her legs starting to shake in excitement, ignoring the disgusted look her sister was giving her for a brief moment. "I need to start working on a dress." "No. A dress for a home visit is a bit too much, something smaller." Rarity started mumbling as she stood up and started walking around the room. A hat? No, no Pony wears a hat indoors to stay fashionable. Would I look good in a blouse? Who am I kidding? I look good in anything, a blouse it is. Now I need something to go along with it. Denim pants? Will I rock that look? It's casual enough to fit as loungewear and not be weird, but will it? Of course it will fit me. And so with a plan in mind, Rarity raced outside to tell all her friends the good news, only to immediately run back in as the cold of the snow outside finally woke her up completely. I forgot to do my main. Sweetie Belle rolled her eyes at her sister's antics as she skipped outside, a little coat on her body and boots on her hooves, ready to meet up with her friends and tell them what she just learned. Prince! A gift arrived. Carrying on his back a basket of gifts, a large yak walked up to his prince and placed it in front of him. For me? Prince Rutherford of Yakistan asked loudly as he grabbed the letter attached to the basket and tore it open. Aha! Friend Blueblood sent this. A gift for a pony holiday. Great honor it is to receive. Rutherford yelled loudly, the elders and officials around him nodding their heads at the severity of the situation. Grabbing a bottle of expensive wine from the basket, Prince Rutherford popped the cork and gave the bottle a chug, his eyes widening at the taste of the equestrian grapes. Jürgen! The prince called for one of his aides, make a gift basket. We honor our friend. Prince Blueblood of Equestria needs a good gift. Highest of quality. Yes, your majesty. In the city of Diamondia, in the castle of Queen Katrina Proud Paws, the fast tapping of feet could be heard in the early morning. Indy, wake up! Rolling out of her bed quickly, Princess Indiana Amrayas dropped low to the ground as her youngest sister tried to leap into a hug, a basket held in her left arm. Stop entering my room when I'm asleep, Fiona. I could have hurt you if you didn't make yourself known, the Malamute Diamond Dog told her golden Labrador sibling. But you didn't, and I did, and look. Fiona Floppy Ears showed her the gift basket. What is that? Indiana asked as she stood up from her place on the floor. It's a gift basket, Day. Fiona rolled her eyes as she threw the basket at her sibling while she jumped on her bed. Easily catching the basket, Indiana took out the note attached and read it, a small smile spreading on her face once she finished. So? Fiona asked as she stopped jumping on the mattress, folding her legs as she sat on the bed. What do you think? I got some amazing conditioner, super sweet of him. She leaned back on the bed, wrapping herself up in her sister's blanket. I think it's nice. Indiana smiled at her sister before sniffing the air and wincing. Did you shower this morning? No. Fiona wrapped herself more deeply into the blanket, slowly burying herself from her sister's stern gaze. Fiona! Now I need to change my bedding. Indiana cried, grabbing her blanket and lifting it above her head, her sister squealing as she was dragged in the direction of the royal bathroom, her blanket of warmth swiftly becoming her prison of soap. No. I don't want to take a shower. No. Oh, make a prince from an upcoming arc. Come on, Portunes. You know how much I want to go. Deep in the heart of the ever-free forest lies a kingdom, hidden from the rest of the world by the trees and leaves of nature and magic. No, Prince Bramble, and I will tell you again, it is not safe for you outside the forest. That kingdom was ruled by the deer, a magical species who commanded the flora of the wild with their spells. A long history of magical research and mystery did they have. But Portunes! A young brown deer cried at the larger armored deer before him, it's snowing. Then you can enjoy the snow, inside the walls of the kingdom. The green armored stag told the fawn as he shook his head, you know the rules. Shaking his small body in frustration, the young deer shouted, stop treating me like a fawn, before bolting away from his guard, skipping over the snow on the ground as he hopped up onto a low branch, using it as a springboard to jump even higher onto a platform hanging between a pair of tall trees, skipping around the plenty of other deer walking about the hanging bridge of magical vines and wood. There he goes again, Portunes the guard sighed as he watched his prince once more dash away. Making his way around the wooden kingdom of thicket, Prince Bramble slowed down as he reached a secluded corner of the wall surrounding the kingdom. Looking around to make sure he wasn't followed, the young prince smirked as he pulled aside a bush, revealing a hole in the wall which he quickly and quietly climbed out of. As he stepped outside the tall wooden walls of thicket, he smiled widely as he started dashing through the snow, his joyful laughter alerting the small woodland creatures living nearby to his presence as they too exited their dens and nests and joined the young prince in his joyful play. "This is so fun!" he cheered, smiling at a small yellow bird resting on his shoulder, "and one day I'll venture outside our forest, to where the ponies live. And then I'll show Papa that there's nothing wrong with seeing the wide world." The forest critters cheered for the young prince, enchanted by his youthful hope. Rolling onto the snow below him, Prince Bramble smiled widely as he looked at the canopy of leaves above him, the sun barely peeking through the treetops. "I'll be out of the woods, a great big world," he smiled at the little bit of sky he could see. "You know I'm waiting for it." Chapter 75, Chapter 75, An Uneventful Day. "So I've been thinking." Halting the world around them and clicking her fingers, Cosmos and Cadance returned to the expensive living room of the oceanfront mansion Blueblood loved to create. "Yes?" Cosmos asked. The world the two previously enjoyed themselves in was now underneath a pause screen on the television in front of them. "I told you about shining armor, right?" Cadance asked as she lay on her stomach, her back legs moving back and forth above her as she gently kicked the air. "He's the guard captain you're dating, yet," Cosmos said as a small plastic figurine of a blue-maned unicorn appeared next to her. Picking up the figure, Cadance smiled lightly as she poked the unicorn. "I've been thinking of taking the next step." "Sex?" Cosmos asked with a tilt of her head, causing Cadance to cough loudly into her hooves, the shining armor figurine falling onto the floor. "What? No!" Cadance cried, her face bright red from the embarrassment. "We can't do that. We're not married yet." "Why not?" "Blueblood and I aren't married, and we've had lots of sex," Cosmos calmly said, a slender blue finger poking the boiling red cheek of her alicorn friend. "Why don't talk about my cousin's sex life?" Cadance cried, shoving her head into a nearby pillow and hiding her face in embarrassment. "Fine," Cosmos groaned out with a roll to her eyes before smiling mischievously, her false torso elongating like a snake and wrapping around Cadance as she yelped in surprise, pulling her into a constricting hug. "So, what were you gonna say?" she asked with a smile as she held Cadance, cheek touching cheek in an over-the-shoulder hug. Cadance took a deep breath, briefly looking at the powerful spirit in her yellow eyes, noting her excited and mischievous glint. "I think I want to get married." Cosmos blinked after a momentary pause, taking the time to process the new information she just received. "That's the next step? I thought it'd be moving in to live with him." "No, wait a moment." "Yes." The confusion quickly made way for excitement as Cosmos pulled her body back to normal length, spinning the Princess of Love in a twirl as she unwound like a spring. "Can I be the wedding planner? I always wanted to be one since 10 seconds ago. This is like a dream come true." The spirit of space squealed in excitement as she shook her hands, her control over her illusionary body leaving her in her excitement of the news, causing her to revert to her physical form of a head with a right arm. "It's an exciting thought, right?" Cadance asked with a giddy smile, her horn glowing blue as she picked the decapitated head off the floor. "Exciting! This is insane, Caddy!" Cosmos screamed with a wide smile, her eyes physically glowing with excitement as the two girls squeaked and wowed at the prospect of one of them getting married. The two spent the rest of the night bringing up ways for Princess Mi Amor Cadenza to ask Captain Shining Armor to marry her. Because obviously Cadance has to make the first move, it's Shining Armor we're talking about here. Standing on a port in Baltimore, I breathed in the crisp morning air as I watched the sun rise across the water. Only I wasn't looking at the sun rising, my eyes were instead glued to the beauty of mechanical engineering floating across the water. The first of 10 ships I commissioned the construction of, a full 230 meters long, a 30-meter beam, a 10-meter draft with a deadweight tonnage of 55,000. 19 magical engines in 7 different engine rooms, each running on a modified arcane flux conductor. A single engine room is capable of running the entire ship for several days before needing to refuel. 5 of the engine rooms are working simultaneously to power the ship, while the final 2 remain off until cases of emergency where they will automatically turn on after shutting off the regular engines. Each one of these magnificent monsters will have a crew of 25 people running it, 5 engineers, 3 cooks, and 17 seafarers. This is just the first one. The construction of all of them won't finish until after the summer sun celebration. Did we really have to wake up at 4 in the morning to look at a boat? I smirked widely as Starlight Glimmer croaked tiredly behind me, dark shadows under her eyes as she held a styrofoam cup of hot coffee in her magic. Of course we did, I tell her, my eyes not leaving the ship and the large BBF written in bold letters on its side. We are looking at the future of trade, Starlight. In 20 years every nation that doesn't want to be left in the dark ages will have one of these beautiful babies. I turn away from the ship as I smile widely at Starlight, the sun rising behind me as my shadow covered the pier I was standing on, shading Starlight in the process. And when asked how this magnificent event of our collective history began, they'll point out and say I paused for dramatic effect before continuing quietly, it was because of Prince Blueblood Platinum. Oh hey, Starlight nodded uncaringly, but couldn't we have done all of this during, she paused to roll her eyes, oh I don't know? Not 5 in the morning. I cringed and rubbed my head as Starlight yelled at me, not so loud Starlight, some people are trying to sleep. I smirked at her as I watched her eye twitch in annoyance. Anyway, get a pen out, I need to write a letter to Queen Genino Lanternlight. I turned back to the ship, my eyes glinting as I smirked. Tell her to get the goods ready. Why are you saying it like that? She asked before taking another sip of her cup. Saying it like what? I ask. Get the goods ready, are you trying to sound like a drug dealer? Because if you keep talking like that ponies will start thinking you're some sort of black market merchant, Starlight said calmly, levitating her cup closer to her face as the warm steam emanating from the coffee inside heated her face. Her breath left a cloud of frosty air as she sighed at the warmth. Wow, way to ruin the mood Starlight, I clicked my tongue and turned to walk back to the city proper. Anyway just write the letter later, I saw a nice breakfast place on our way here that I want to check out, your treat. Sure. Hey! Starlight exclaimed as she started walking after me, what do you mean by my treat? It means you're paying, obviously. I tried my best to keep my face neutral as I fought to stop myself from laughing at her reactions. I love being a prince. Girls! Check this out. The new cover of my brand new book. In a house hidden in the woods of southern Equestria, award-winning author and archaeologist, A.K. Yearling, held above her head the newest book in her collection of action-adventure novels. Daring Do and the Mystery of the Sunken Scarab. She yelled happily, receiving a round of sarcastic applause from the 2 other people in her house. The cover showed the titular character, Daring Do, jumping over the railing of a ship as she dove to catch her hat which flew away. In the background below the title text, was an outline of 2 black figures standing over a shining gold outline. I had to remove and change a lot of the details to keep the rest of the crew anonymous. Now it's a murder mystery with a shape-shifting killer. Which actually turns out to be 2 killers in a magnificent twist all along, ending with yours truly stopping an assassination attempt on Prince Goldstar, the nephew of a foreign princess. Any questions? A.K. Yearling said before turning to her new roommates. Yeah, the smaller roommate, a surprisingly mature pink Pegasus filly, asked her question, what did you do about the entirety of our Canania visit? I removed it, now we only reach Glaros and then turn back after a night on the island, Yearling told the filly, who nodded in acceptance before flying to do something more interesting. I have a better question. The second roommate raised her voice, a clawed talon raised in the air like a student raising their arm to get the teacher's attention. Do I do anything cool in the book? No, Gilda, you're the comic relief. Yearling smirked at the griffin, smiling at the squawk of indignation leaving her beak. But Zephyr is the obvious comic relief character. Gilda pointed out as she rose from the couch she was laying on and pointed her hand at Yearling. Don't you mean Gust? He and Doctor share a few scenes along the story, but their involvement is always unimportant or in the background until the confrontation with the killer. As usual, I'm the star of the show, until the cast splits off to defeat the killers at the end, with the prince and his secret lover bodyguard fighting against the mastermind while I and every pony else defeat the shape-shifting chef. A.K. Yearling ducked under a swipe from the irritated griffin as she chuckled at the reaction her roommate was having. Stop dodging so I can hit you. Gilda squawked as she jumped over the couch in an attempt to tackle Yearling, only to miss her entirely and crash onto the floor. As if you can catch me! Yearling shouted at her before throwing the book onto the table and dashing to the door of her house. Let's see you try, slowpoke. Get back here! Gilda screamed as she also flew out of the house, chasing after the confident author. Slowly moving to the table and picking up the book, Cozy Glow hummed to herself before taking it to the living room, swiftly returning to the kitchen in order to make a plate of fruit to snack on. As Cozy Glow walked back to her now usual spot in the living room, a gust of cold wind from outside caused her to shiver. Walking slowly over to the door, the filly poked her head and looked up, seeing the griffin and the mare wrestling in the air. Close the door when you leave. The filly yelled at the two adults before slamming the door shut and returning to her spot in the living room. Sometimes it felt like she was the only adult in this house, and she's only 12. In the jungles south of Equestria, inside a caravan hidden under a camouflage of leaves, a blue unicorn stared at the branch she spent all this time trying to get. Made almost entirely out of white crystal, the core of the branch was infused with natural harmonic magic. The tree the branch was connected to was the only tree on a small island in the middle of a lake of liquid diamonds. The magical energy capable of being channeled through a staff using this branch as a core will definitely make her one of the most powerful sorcerers in all of Equestria. And then she could finally have her revenge. Yo Trix, I know we traveled all the way here so you could get this shiny twig and all, but can we hurry on back to civilization now? I really need to shower. Trixie Lulamoon paused as her newest friend poked his head over her shoulder. It's not a twig, Zephyr, this is a branch of a harmonically infused crystal willow tree. Trixie explained to her roommate. A branch is just a slightly bigger twig, so I don't see the difference. Now can we go back? I'm starting to smell like swamp and mud, the teal Pegasus complained as he pulled his mane away from his head, the hairs sticking to his coat causing the stallion to quiver in disgust. Fine. But next expedition there will be no complaining, you hear? Trixie pointed a hoof at Zephyr, who merely put on a smile and nodded his head. No promises, he said casually before exiting the caravan and starting to pull, the wooden wheels of the mobile home grinding into the soft ground for a moment before they popped out of the mud and the caravan started rolling. As Trixie was grumbling under her breath while securing the crystal willow branch into a case, a note magically appeared in front of her. Opening it without thought and reading what was written, she blinked before smiling, her eyes briefly moving to her quickly dwindling supplies of fresh food. There was only so much canned food she could stomach before jumping in front of her own caravan wheels in an attempt to commit insurance fraud. Zephyr! Trixie cried as she poked her head out the window of the caravan, looking down at the Pegasus pulling her home. A letter from the prince arrived, we might be getting a job. Really? Zephyr asked as he kept his eyes on the muddy road. Awesome, that means I won't have to give you all my rent money. You don't give me any rent money, the unicorn pointed out. Exactly, that's why I love you Trix, you really know how to treat a friend, the Pegasus said, not noticing the blush spreading on the unicorn's face. Anyways, that was good timing, right? We're heading back to the city to sell all these crystal you found, and now we have our job back. Nice. We are only selling the regular crystals, Anything magic remains here, Trixie told him, her eyes moving to the crate of crystals and gems the duo had collected over the past month. Like that twig of yours? It's a branch. Whatever. In the quiet town of Ponyville, the Golden Oaks Library stood quiet and firm, the thick tree that made up the building standing tall and proud over the rest of the surrounding buildings of the small town. Princess Celestia is coming to visit next week. Until a shrill scream shook the tree to its very core. I'm trying to sleep. Stop screaming. A neighbor raised her voice as she poked her head out of her window, glaring at the hollow tree. You're the one screaming, Rose. Another neighbor screamed out from his window. I don't know what we be screaming about, but this do seem fun. A third neighbor joined the cacophony. And soon all of Ponyville was awake, with all the townspeople glaring angrily at the Golden Oaks Library for waking them up so early. By the time the afternoon arrived, nobody remembered why they were angry and they all simply moved on. All except for the librarian of Ponyville, the element of magic herself. Spike, get all the girls gathered, I need their help preparing, she told her assistant. Aye, Twilight. Spike saluted before running outside, quickly running back inside and grabbing a winter coat before running back outside. And I also need to get winter wrap up in order, this might be disastrous. Princess Celestia might banish me, or imprison me. Twilight paused before shaking her head at the silly thought. Princess Celestia would never do something like that. She's going to banish me to a prison far away. No, Twilight, obviously she wouldn't. Oh make, does the narrator have a real job? I am not narrating this, oh make, find a better story. On a different note, thank you for including me in the chapter proper, it's not much but I do enjoy adding my thoughts to what I narrate. But I am not narrating this, oh make of yours. Maybe you could write about the pony of shadows drawing funny faces with a magic marker on the crystal pods the pillars of Equestria are slumbering inside. I won't have a problem narrating that. Now finish the chapter already, you don't have an make to. Chapter 76, Chapter 76, Pavon for a Dead Prince, Bonus. Is it not a wondrous sight? Those stars glimmering in the night sky? Is it not a wondrous sight? The sparks of untamed mana escaping the horn of a fledgling unicorn? Is it not a wondrous sight? The intricately woven web of symbols, a work of art that is not but a piece to a larger puzzle that is our world? Is it not a wondrous sight? The shadows extending over our land as the sun sets and the moon takes its place? Is it not a wondrous sight? The golden splendor of the throne where the princess sits? Is it not a wondrous sight? The tears which rain from the cries of the sister, who wishes only to be loved by her subjects. Is it not a wondrous sight? The ear in which I whispered the truth, forgotten by my years of preparation? Is it not a wondrous sight? The spells flying across the city as the sun and the moon fought for dominance? Is it not a wondrous sight? Such a grand and encapsulating distraction? Is it not a wondrous sight? The curses which I threw at my own family, as I butchered them in our ancestral home? Is it not a wondrous sight? The eyes of a filly, hiding underneath the shrubbery, hoping to escape the carnage which I hath committed on this most illustrious of days. Is it not a wondrous sight? The blood of my father which stained my hooves, as I spread his body across the ever-free as nothing more than dust? Is it not a wondrous sight? The queen of the deer, who innocently got caught in the carnage I partook. Is it not a wondrous sight? Our manner on this most illustrious of days, as the sun banishes the moon, and the blood washes away the fire? Is it not a wondrous sight? The celebration of the masses, cheering for the defeat of their very own princess, to the sister who wanted nothing more than to be happy? Is it not a wondrous sight? The shield, the mask, the flower, the blindfold, and the shovel? Is it not a wondrous sight? The journal of my teacher, left without guard as the pillars comforted the sun? Is it not a wondrous sight? This magnanimous plan of mine, coming to fruition as all the pieces of the puzzle fell into place? Is it not a wondrous sight? The statue in the garden, the being who fell for my plough with never the thought? Is it not a wondrous sight? The gem which I held, a shard of a greater being, who so foolishly trusted a liar such as I. Is it not a wondrous sight? This well of untapped magic which I have found deep below the darkness? Is it not a wondrous sight? The months I spent in the depth, as the ones who should have stopped me were none the wiser? Is it not a wondrous sight? This masterwork of magic that will fulfill my vision, as I ascend higher than the moon and sun? Is it not a wondrous sight? The anger in the hero's eyes as they arrived too late to stop me? Is it not a wondrous sight? The fear in their soul as the hopelessness of their victory made itself apparent? Is it not a wondrous sight? The fool who acts as the lead of the circus, hardens his mind for a most illustrious performance? Is it not a wondrous sight? The acceptance on their face as they sacrificed their bodies in order to banish us all into limbo? Is it not a wondrous sight? The gem I held, the puzzle for the return of an even greater being, which would attract the attention of a mind curious and hungry. Is it not a wondrous sight? That I have planned this all? The defeat? The banishment? The return? Is it not a wondrous sight? The genius that I was, who thought of any conceivable option in advance? Who had an escape planned long before the heroes thought of banishment? But truly, is it not a most wondrous sight? That even I could not have planned for the curious mind to free me? For who would have considered? The filly who hid under the bush as the blood flew above her head, would survive long enough to bear children, and those same children would bear more spawn, as the house which I made sure would go extinct with the moon miraculously survived, as the last descendant of my father's blood approached my prison. Oh, how poetic! How miraculous and wondrous indeed! That I have found a pony who I wish so clearly to kill in this day and age. That I have found a pony who I wish so clearly would kill me in this day and age. Know this, dearest nephew, that when you free me from this prison, we will do battle for the fate of the future. And only one of us may walk away the victor. Oh, how poetic indeed! Chapter 77, Chapter 77, A Joke of a Visit 1. It was shortly after sunrise that Princess Luna of Equestria found herself flying out of her window on the top of her tower, a small grey creature held in her hooves. Sister! Sister! Luna yelled as she knocked on her sister's bedroom window. Sister! Open up! Putting her face close to the window in order to search for her sister inside, Princess Luna couldn't ready herself for the window to suddenly slide open, letting her fall onto her face as the glass she was leaning on disappeared from her legs. Sister! You need to! Luna pushed herself from the floor as if nothing happened as she turned her head to look at the other pony in the room, only to pause as she came face to face with an unamused Prince Blueblood. Oh! Luna quieted down as her eyes quickly flickered around the room, seeing maps and designs on the wall, pictures of different ponies and creatures taped onto a board, a full-length mirror, and a walk-in closet right beside a bathroom. This isn't Sully's room, is it? She asked, her face flushed in embarrassment. No. Blueblood answered blankly, Celestia is 2 doors to the right. His eyes twitched as he fought off a yawn. We see. Luna nodded in understanding before she spread apart her front legs to show him what she held. Friend Blueblood, look. An opossum. Held close to Princess Luna was an opossum, covered in grey fur with a white head and a long pink bald tail, small pink paws at the ends of its limbs. We have decided to call him Tibbles. It is short for Tiberius. Clever, aren't we? The Princess of the Night smiled proudly at her choice of pet, closing her eyes and waiting for her friend to agree with her. Luna. Blueblood tiredly said. Yes, friend Blueblood. Do you know what time it is? Why, of course. Luna nodded her head, and with her eyes still closed and a smile on her face, she said it's 5:30 in the morning. Good, Blueblood said as he turned away from her and went back to bed. Wake me up in 90 minutes. He told her. Slowly opening her eyes, Luna noticed that the prince was no longer standing before her. Seeing as he returned to sleep, A mischievous grin crossed Luna's face as she sneaked out of his room, not bothering to close the window she came in from, and started her masterful prank. Now where did we keep those petals? My eyelids twitched as I heard the sound of someone snickering above me. Oh, this is going to be so good, I heard Luna whisper with a snicker before I felt something gently touch my forehead. And then I fell off the bed. Quickly opening my eyes, I sat up to see that I wasn't off the bed. I was inside it. Princess Luna lay on her back as she laughed out loud at whatever it was that she'd done to me. I stood up, my legs wiggling slightly as I tried to find my balance while I walked through my bed as if it were an illusion, and stood above Luna. Oh, this is so funny. She laughed as she rolled on my floor. The disease-carrying pest she decided to keep was hanging on to her mane. Yes, very funny, I answered in a monotone voice as I stared down at the alicorn lying on my floor. We know, Luna smiled as she looked up at me from her spot on the floor. Do not worry, friend Blueblood, the cure for your condition should be ready by the evening. I froze at that. My eyes quickly flicked to the calendar hanging on my wall. Shit. Oh wait, this is a prank. Of course. Ahaha, yes, what a funny joke this is, Luna. Now let's be serious. Where's the antidote to whatever it is you gave me? I asked with a smile. She almost got me with that joke of hers. I was really starting to panic for a moment. How unbecoming of me. The ingredients for the cure will arrive in the evening, Luna said with a smile, the opossum in her mane turning to look at me before it returned to playing with her hair. I waited for her to say CK, because of course she would. And then I waited some more, a relaxed smile on my face as I stared down into Luna's cyan eyes, still waiting for her to say the words and give me the cure. Are you not going to laugh some more? Luna asked, acting as if we were having a totally normal interaction, as if she wasn't lying on her back on the floor of my bedroom. I failed to see what I should be laughing about. I told her, still waiting for her to drop the act and give me the cure. Because there is a cure, for obvious reasons. Who in their right mind would drug someone without an antidote on standby? You always need an antidote for the victim, and an extra antidote in case something happens to the first antidote. That's the basics of poisoning 101. Still waiting for Luna to tell me she was just pranking me before giving the cure, I went to open my closet. Only to have my hoof pass through the handle. With a twitch of annoyance to the eye, I used my magic to open the closet and levitated out a suit. I had to make sure I looked good. I had several meetings today and I couldn't afford to give off a bad impression. My eye twitched once again as the sharp, charcoal grey suit with gold buttons that I picked passed through my body as if it were an illusion. Luna, I started, my eyes looking at myself in the mirror as I magically picked up my suit from the ground. This isn't that funny, I stared at her reflection in the mirror. Give me the cure. Luna's smile seemed to lower as she sheepishly rubbed the back of her neck. We already said it'll be ready in the evening. She smiled sheepishly as she looked away. You're joking, please stop. I'm being serious. I stared at her intently through the reflection. Give me the cure. We can't, we already said. Whatever Luna planned to say was cut off as my hoof passed through her head. I stared at the hoof I raised before I retracted my limb, staring at the leg as I hummed to myself. Intangibility. Shit. Princess Luna felt her breath stop in shock as the hoof passed through her face. Intangibility. Shit. Luna's ears flicked as she heard her friend say those words. Blueblood. Did you just? Luna tried to speak but Blueblood didn't seem to hear her. Shit shit shit, Blueblood said, staring at his hoof as he walked around his room. Shit 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 shitting shit fucking damn it fuck fuck shit fucking shit shit fuck 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 fucking fuck god damn it fucking shit fuck. Luna watched with wide eyes as her friend fell to his knees, the tirade of curses leaving his mouth seemingly with no end spilled from his mouth as he kept cursing before he shouted out. Fuck. Holding his head in his legs for a couple of moments, only to quickly stand up and shake his head, his face clear of any anger or hint that something was wrong. Luna, he called simply, his eyes staring at the door to his bedroom. Yes, friend Blueblood. Luna answered, sitting up from her spot on the floor. You are going to help me do my job today. Understood. He said more than he asked. A glow of his horn pulled several papers from his table and put them into a small bag before an illusion of the suit he wanted to wear appeared over him. We understand. Luna sighed as she stood up, grabbing the bag with papers that Blueblood handed her before the two left the room. It was as the two were walking down the corridor, that Luna asked him the question she meant to ask him 5 minutes before. Did you try and punch our face? She asked incredulously, Tiberius holding on to her mane as he too stared at Blueblood with amazement. Of course I did, I had to prove whether whatever you did to me made me intangible to living beings as well as inanimate objects. He explained. So why punch our face? You could have tapped our shoulder. Because I had a perfectly good excuse to punch a princess in the face without facing any consequences for it, I saw an opportunity and I took it. He told her, a small smirk appearing on his face as he started to return to a more cheerful mood. Oh! Luna nodded in understanding before another thought popped into her head. What would have happened if you weren't intangible to living creatures? Blueblood simply stared at her, before his horn glowed as a miniature illusion of Luna lying on her back appeared before her eyes, followed by a miniature illusion of Blueblood punching her in the face, the force of the hit cracking the illusionary floor beneath her head as her eyes were replaced with two spinning swirls. Luna stared blankly at the knocked-out illusion before scoffing and turning to look at Blueblood. It would take more than that to take us down, she told him with a smirk, her eyes staring into his as if inviting a challenge. A challenge Blueblood was all too eager to accept. Tomorrow we'll see how true that is, he smiled widely at her, his toothy grin seeming somewhat feral in the light of the sun coming through the window. Very well, Luna nodded at her friend, tomorrow we shall spar. We have not fought any creature since Nightmare Moon returned, and we do not wish to become rusted. Ha ha! Blueblood barked out a laugh. I aim to please. He smirked his feral smile at her before he continued walking. And seeing him walk away, Luna nodded to herself. You aren't as complicated as you look, she thought to herself as she watched him walk away before she started trotting after him. Her little Tibbles still holding onto her mane. Chapter 78, Chapter 78, A Joke of a Visit to. Sweetie Belle, wake up! It was 8 in the morning when a yell rang across Carousel Boutique. Covering her ears with her pillow as she tried to sleep longer, Sweetie Belle mumbled 5 more minutes, but luck was not on her side, as with a push of light blue magic, the door to her room was flung open. Sweetie Belle, I know you can hear me, I need you to wake up. At the door stood her older sister, Rarity, with a lilac blouse around her torso and a cornflower blue scarf around her neck. But Rarity, there's no school today, Sweetie Belle mumbled groggily as she crawled out of her bed, rubbing her eyes. I know, but Prince Blueblood is coming in an hour and I need you out of the house, Rarity told her as she cleaned her room with a spark of her magic. That's today? Sweetie Belle asked as she moved her head in circles, stretching her neck before walking into the bathroom to brush her teeth. Yes, and I don't want to inconvenience him with any distractions, so you'll need to leave the house before he arrives, Rarity explained as she took a spot next to Sweetie Belle in front of the mirror, checking her eyelashes one last time. Why? He's only coming to make sure you're not going crazy after Nightmare Moon kidnapped you, Sweetie said after spitting her toothpaste into the sink. It said so in the letter. Perhaps, but even still. Blueblood, mind telling me why you're intangible? Starlight Glimmer asked once she joined Luna and I for breakfast. Starlight, magic, I answered simply as I took a bite of my food, air. I see, so what spell did you mess up this time? Because I don't know if you notice, but there's a difference between getting the colors of a sail wrong, and accidentally turning yourself into a ghost, Starlight asked sarcastically as she taunted me by taking a bite of her food. Blueblood's state is not of his own fault, Luna spoke up after taking a sip of her morning coffee. I want coffee. It was our own negligence and failure to prepare that has caused us to reach this situation. I cut Luna off. She poisoned me. Luna sputtered, starlight widening her eyes as she stared at me in disbelief. She poisoned you? Starlight repeated as if finding it hard to believe. It was a poison joke, Luna said before returning to her food, refusing to meet my stare. Oh. Starlight nodded in understanding, yet I can see that. Wait, if you're intangible now, does that mean we won't be going to Ponyville today? She asked, excited at the prospect of not doing her job. Sadly we can't postpone our visit. I assure you I would love to not go near that magnet of bad luck that is Ponyville, but as a prince, I have a duty to make sure the victims of national tragedies are well taken care of. My carefully thought-up excuse for why I'm going to Ponyville was interrupted as Starlight once again opened her mouth. You just want the Sweet Apple Acres deal to happen, she said as a matter of fact, and I had no real retort. Because why would I retort? Buying apples for BBF Foods is the main reason, and the only real reason, I have to go to that town. It's just for a year. Sweet Apple Acres will be selling the Blueblood Foundation apples in bulk. By next year I'll already be able to buy directly from Appaloosa instead. With international trade already happening between me and Queen Lantern Light, and with the success of my jams and mayo already spreading like wildfire, it's safe to say that the North Equestria Railway system is my next step, followed by the Pony/Yak Railway that'll connect us to Yakyakistan. Once that's done, it'll be back to searching for Cosmos's other body parts. Squeak, my plans for economic domination were interrupted by the pest that Luna decided to adopt, reminding me that he exists. Is that a white-crowned opossum? A voice asked as Celestia entered the room, carrying a birdcage under her wing as she took a seat at the table. Are you not going to eat anything, Blueblood? Celestia asked once she saw the empty space in front of where I was sitting. Squawk! So eloquently added the bald. I want to say turkey? In Celestia's birdcage. I'm physically incapable of eating right now, also please don't call me Blueblood, it's weird, I told her. Why not? Lulu has a nickname, and Cadance already calls you by a nickname, so why not let your mama give you a nickname too? Celestia asked. Because Cadance is Cadance, I'm pretty sure she has nicknames for everyone, I answered her with a roll of my eyes. Also I'm almost 30, I'm past the age for nicknames, seeing as I'm not a 5-year-old child. I stood up from the chair illusion I created to sit on. Anyhow, Luna, Starlight, it's time to go. I nodded to the turkey as it was the only thing on the table I didn't have any issue with at the moment. I walked through the table as if it wasn't there and passed through the door into the corridor outside the dining room, waiting for the 2 mares who'll be joining me for today. Celestia watched her son walk through the door as if it wasn't there before she turned back to her sister on the table. What did you do this time? Celestia asked Luna, smirking at her sister's attempt at avoiding her eyes. We might have placed a petal of poison joke on his head without preparing a cure, Luna answered sheepishly, scratching her cheek in embarrassment. Well, have fun you two, Celestia told Luna as she picked herself up and joined Blueblood outside the dining room. An awkward silence then enveloped the room as Celestia stared at the only other pony in the room. I'll be taking my leave then, Starlight said hurriedly before she teleported out of the room, not wanting to walk around the Princess of the Sunday. And as the silence encapsulated the room once more, Celestia chuckled to herself as she turned to her pet bird. He's just being a little grumpy, Celestia smirked at the thought of her son curling up on her legs as she read him a book, something she always wanted to do but never had the opportunity to. You know, Philomena, Blueblood has been way more open about himself in the last few months, she said as she rested an elbow on the table, holding her head in her hoof, which means our visit to Ponyville today is more important than ever before. Squawk! The molting phoenix asked as she scratched a patch of feathers with her foot. Checking up on Twilight? Of course we'll be doing that, but we already know how things are with her. Celestia rolled her eyes with a smile. She never stops sending letters, that girl, but it's her friend Pinkie Pie that we're after. Remember, Blueblood cannot learn of what we're doing today. Squawk! Philomena banged her head on the cage in an approximation of a nod, a couple of thin pink feathers falling off her head as she did. I'll buy you cream so you'll rebirth already, fine. Really, what's with you this decade? You should have been reborn months ago. Celestia rolled her eyes at her pet's antics before quickly finishing her breakfast. And besides, what are the chances Blueblood will be in Ponyville? He's probably going to speak with his shipwright pals about his boats again. Squawk! Philomena shook her head and curled into a ball, scratching at her feathers as Celestia picked her cage up and exited the dining room. Fine fine, I'm going to the clubhouse, stop pushing it, Sweetie Belle complained at her sister as she walked towards the door. Great, and remember sweetie, it's only until 12, just 3 hours, that's nothing for you, Rarity called out to her as she quickly sprayed perfume on her neck and checked her makeup one last time. Okay. Sweetie Belle yelled before she opened the door. And stopped as she stared at the broad chest of a well-dressed white stallion. Hello, is this the Carousel Boutique? The stallion asked with a soft smile on his face, his horn glowing as he levitated a bag over his shoulders. Sweetie looked around the stallion, her eyes widening as she spotted 2 familiar ponies she hadn't seen in months. Princess Luna! She exclaimed as her eyes met those of the Princess of the Night, who gave her a little wave in greeting. And the other one? Sweetie exclaimed again as she looked at the unicorn who helped the princesses take down Nightmare Moon and free her sister from her control. The other one? The mare mumbled as she looked away from the filly, afraid the 2 other ponies of her group would see the blush on her face as she smiled weakly at the filly's excitement. Then that means... Sweetie Belle put 2 and 2 together as her eyes returned to the stallion in front of her, "You're Prince Blueblood." On the other side of the house, Rarity tripped on her hooves as she heard her little sister yell it out, resulting in a cloud of makeup to fall onto her. "Haha, yes, I am Prince Blueblood Platinum," the prince smiled at her, and for a moment Sweetie Belle understood why her sister loved to talk about him. "Will you marry my sister?" Sweetie Belle asked innocently, a loud crashing sound heard coming from the back of the building as those words entered Rarity's ears. Prince Blueblood blinked at that question before he burst out laughing before turning to Princess Luna. "Ha ha ha ha! See Luna, this is how you tell a joke! Ha 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 ha!" He laughed uproariously before he calmed down. "You know what, kid, I like your style." The bag that levitated over his shoulders opened up with a glow of his horn. A small pile of bits levitated out before he put it in a small bag. "Here, 50 bits, go buy yourself something nice." The bag of coins dropped in front of Sweetie Belle, who grabbed the bag in her mouth. "Don't tell your parents, okay?" he asked her with a wink, which she happily returned before moving past him and running off to tell her friends. Still in the bathroom, Rarity stood up from the mess of spilled makeup and perfume she created on the floor before she saw herself in the mirror. She quickly covered her mouth, hoping the prince didn't hear her before she looked back at her reflection. She was a mess, her purple mane was caked with white powder, her face was smeared with lipstick, her eyelashes were crooked, and there was a stain of perfume on her blouse making her look as if she drooled on it. "I need to fix this," Rarity whispered to herself before she called out. "I'll be there in a minute, just need to get some stuff ready." "I'll be there in a minute, just need to get some stuff ready." Hearing those words leave the room on the other side of the house, I turned to Starlight and Luna. "How much are we betting that we'll be waiting more than a minute?" I asked, because I'm willing to bet 100. "Nobody is going to take that bet," Luna shook her head at her friend's idea. "Instead I'm placing 400 on us waiting for 10 minutes. Starlight widened her eyes at Luna and I, betting on how much time it would take someone to get ready. In the meantime, I took out the papers and reorganized them. If everything goes well, I'll be out of here in 20 minutes. But this is Ponyville, so I'll probably be stuck here until 4 in the afternoon. The simple thought of being here for long caused my stomach to ache. "I'm hungry," I whispered, tired of being intangible. "Did you say something?" "Yes, now Starlight, you know where Sweet Apple Acres is, right?" I levitated a few documents over to her, get the pony in charge there to sign these for us. And what if they don't? She asked as she grabbed the papers. Tell them to read the paper again, I assure you they will want to sign this. I nodded my head at her. Now go do your job, Luna, and I will wait here for Miss Rarity to get ready. I rolled my eyes at that. Get ready, yeah right. The kid said it all, the mare is shy and is trying to ready herself for a royal visit. I just need her to sign some papers, there's no reason for anybody to take so long to get ready for that. Sit down at the table, exchange a few words, sign the papers, and then we leave. Although I do wonder what's taking her so long. Jumping out of her window, Rarity dashed to the first pony she could think of that could help her deal with her mess in a timely manner. Twilight, I need your help. She called out as she flung open the door to the Golden Oaks Library. Miss Rarity, the element of generosity froze. I must say I do not understand these new fashion trends you ponies have these days, but I'm sure you look wonderful. Sitting at a table in the middle of the library in front of Twilight Sparkle, was none other than Princess Celestia herself. I'm doomed. Rarity whispered to herself. So doomed. Chapter 79, Chapter 79, A Joke of a Visit 3. Really? That's awesome. In the orchards of Sweet Apple Acres sat a treehouse. A clubhouse for the bravest and most fearless group of fillies this side of Equestria. The Cutie Mark Crusaders. Yep. Sitting in their treehouse, 3 fillies gathered around a bag of bits. He's a real-life bona fide prince, Sweetie Belle said. Why is he visiting Rarity? The earth pony of the group, Apple Bloom, asked as she closed the blinds to the clubhouse, setting a mood fit for a secret meeting. The letter he sent a few weeks ago said he needed to make sure everything was fine after the whole Nightmare Moon thing a few months back, Sweetie Belle explained, eliciting a wince from the 2 other fillies, but really it's just boring grown-up stuff like signing papers and shaking hooves. The unicorn rolled her eyes at the idea of how boring it must be. Scootaloo, the Pegasus of the group, scowled at the idea of boring grown-up nonsense before a thought popped into her head. Why don't we spy on him? See how a real prince does his job. She brought up the idea, which seemed to cause the earth pony of the group to jump in place with excitement. Ooh! What if our cutie marks are prince escorting? She suddenly stood up and grabbed her hair, holding it above her nose as if it was a mustache as she put on a fake accent. Oh, my prince, your 4 o'clock meeting is ready. Scootaloo stood up as well, slicking her mane back and giving off a charming smile. Oh, why thank you, butler, she said in the haughtiest voice she could muster before laughing out with an exaggerated ho ho ho. Sweetie Belle smiled at the idea and stood up. Yet. Let's go follow the prince. She moved to exit the treehouse before stopping and turning back quickly to the bag of bits the prince gave her. Wait. Before we forget, she opened the bag, levitated out 2 stacks of 15 bits, and gave each one to her 2 friends, leaving 20 bits in the bag for herself. Pocketing their bits, the girls nodded to each other before yelling loudly. Cutie Mark Crusaders princely escorts go. There we go, everything should be fine now, Twilight Sparkle said as she finished cleaning the makeup off of Rarity's face. Thank you Twilight, you're a lifesaver. I don't know what I would do if I had to go into that meeting looking like that. Rarity thanked her friend, briefly shivering at the thought of meeting Prince Blueblood looking like she did 10 minutes ago. It's been 10 minutes. I need to go, I'll thank you later Twilight. Nice to see you, Princess Celestia. Bye. Rarity yelled before quickly turning away from the other occupants of the library and running back to her home. She seemed excited, Princess Celestia said in an effort to break the silence. That she did, Twilight Sparkle nodded at her teacher's words. Now what were we talking about? Squawk. Philomena croaked from her bird cage, scratching at her skin with her feet. Celestia ignored her bird and smiled at her pupil. Your friend, Pinkie Pie. 12 minutes after jumping out through the window, Rarity entered the Carousel boutique through the back door, acting as if nothing happened. Quickly applying a much thinner layer of makeup, she smiled into the mirror before walking into the main room of her house. As soon as she opened the door, she was awestruck. There he stood, smiling slyly as he talked with "Wait a gosh darn moment. Princess Luna. I didn't know you'd be coming here. I would have prepared more if I knew you were going to be here." Rarity started apologizing to the two royals, not noticing a victorious look on Luna's face as Prince Blueblood levitated her a bag of bits with a scoff. As soon as the money left his magic and landed in Luna's hooves, it was as if a switch was flicked in the prince's mind as he walked toward Rarity. "Please, Ms. Rarity, it is Ms. Rarity, is it?" he asked her as he stood above her, pulling her up with a weak pull of his magic. "Please don't tell me it's Mrs. Rarity and break my heart." He winked at her to show he was merely joking. Oh, Rarity's mind briefly short-circuited as she watched the ice-blue eyes of the prince wink at her. "It's Miss." "Haha." She laughed loudly, her smile wide on her face as she kept her distance from the prince. "I see." Prince Blueblood smiled at her as he looked into her eyes, his ice-blue orbs pulling her in as she "Get a hold of yourself, Rarity. You already know who I am, but just for necessities, I will introduce myself." Rarity nodded her head rapidly as the prince kept talking. "My name is Prince Blueblood Platinum, and it is my very good pleasure to finally meet you." He smiled at her with his eyes as he gave her a courteous bow. "Oh. It is my very good pleasure to meet you too, Your Highness." Rarity bowed back, trying to suppress the giddy excitement she was feeling. "I'm sure," Blueblood told her before he moved to the nearby table. "I suggest you take a seat, Ms. Rarity." He pulled out a chair for her, in her own house. "Oh, what a gentle colt." "Ah, of course, Your Highness." Rarity once again gave a quick bow before seemingly teleporting onto the chair with how fast she moved. "Great." Blueblood once again smiled at her, causing butterflies to flutter in her chest. "Although I must apologize for bringing Princess Luna with me." He frowned to himself and shook his head. "There was a magical accident at the castle earlier today and I had to bring some assistants to help me." He turned to look at the princess. "Luna, if you will." "Of course." Luna smiled gently at Rarity, before a small stack of papers levitated from the bag she was carrying over to the table before setting in front of Rarity. "Now," Blueblood once again stole her attention, "before we begin going over the documents for you to sign, I need to ask you a few questions, if that is fine with you." "Of course, darling, I mean Your Highness." "Ask away." Rarity cringed at herself for a moment before she refocused on those deep glaciers that stared into her very soul. He was so dreamy. Wonderful. If Blueblood had any reaction to being called darling, he didn't show it on his face as he turned to Princess Luna. "Luna, I am sorry, but would you kindly write down Ms. Rarity's answers to my questions?" He didn't wait for an answer before he turned back to the unicorn. "So, first of all, let's begin with something simple." His horn glowed as a chair appeared beneath him, letting him sit down without moving from where he stood. "What is your full name?" Making her way down the road leading to Sweet Apple Acres, Starlight Glimmer took the time to think. How long has it been since she met her current best friend and employer? 3 months? 4? Starlight had to admit to herself, as she walked down the dirt path, a bag filled with business documents and proposals lying on her back, that a lot had happened in those surprisingly long 4 months. What happened first? She wondered aloud. There was the teleportation mishap that started it all, landing us in Yakyakistan, and then what happened? Moving to Canterlot Castle. She chuckled at the idea. Who would have guessed she'd ever live in a castle? Obviously she would have built her own castle once our town gained enough momentum, but there's a difference between building your own castle, and living in a 1,000-year-old building, hiding secrets and riddles from untold centuries ago. Starlight grumbled as another thought popped into her head. It's not as if I had much of a choice though, it was either that or spending. How much was it? 30 years in prison. That's not a real option. However, Starlight Glimmer knew it wasn't so bad. She wouldn't have ever met Raven Inkwell or Shining Armor if she never moved there. Those two are my friends. Starlight paused for a moment. I think. Was this how friendship actually worked? Starlight wasn't sure, and so she decided to simply return to what she was doing prior. Hey, you! What are you doing here? Starlight Glimmer paused as a trio of fillies stood in front of her path, blocking her way. Me? I'm just here to speak with the pony in charge of Sweet Apple Acres, Starlight explained before stepping to the side, intent on walking around the trio of fillies. Why? The Earth Pony filly asked, tilting her head to the side like a puppy. I need to give them some papers to read, Starlight asked, resuming her walk, now with the 3 children following her. Why do you need to give her the papers? Asked the Unicorn filly, the same one from Rarity's house if Starlight remembered correctly. My boss, Prince Blueblood, wants to buy a lot of apples, Starlight told them, simplifying the act by a lot, but still getting the main point across. Oh. Okay, I'll go notify Granny that you're coming. The Earth Pony filly said before she started jogging ahead of Starlight, meet me at the house. She yelled to her 2 friends before passing a wooden fence gate and skipping up the dirt road leading to a surprisingly expensive-looking red farmhouse. The house shows off a homely feel while undoubtedly shouting to the world the people living here are important, show them respect. Or at least, that's how Starlight thinks Blueblood will try and explain it as she looked at the farmhouse, 3 stories tall with a pair of large barn doors in the front, likely leading to an indoor entrance to the house itself. Look! Granny Smith is already waiting for us, the Pegasus filly said as she bounced ahead to join her friend at the farmhouse, leaving the 2 unicorns behind. Starlight turned to look at the unicorn filly, who seemed to be trying to say something to her. Yes? What is it? Starlight urged, silently cringing at how forceful she sounded. She was trying to be nice. She promises. I wanted to thank you for helping save my sister back when Nightmare Moon took her. The filly shyly looked away from the mare, hiding her face in embarrassment. Starlight blinked at that. You don't need to thank me, I barely did anything. Starlight shook her head with a quiet chuckle before she returned to the road. But you used this spell that on Nightmare Moon that allowed every pony else to fight her. Whatever it was, it had to be strong if even Nightmare Moon was unable to fight it off. The filly jumped excitedly in place, almost dropping the bag tucked close to her hair. Once you're done here, let me buy you something at Sugar Cube Corner, as thanks. Starlight stared silently at the excited young filly, going over her thoughts as she did before a small smile spread on her face. You know what, that sounds nice, Starlight gave her hoof to the filly. My name is Starlight Glimmer, it's nice to meet you. She raised her eyebrows expectantly as the filly stared at the hoof with widening eyes. With a bounce of joy, the unicorn filly grabbed the hoof and shook it. My name is Sweetie Belle, it's nice to meet you too. And now with the promise of a child to eat something sweet later, Starlight Glimmer was ready for anything. Granny Smith strained her eyes under her reading glasses as she read the paper given to her, reading the yapping of those big city business ponies, rolling her eyes at the big words that failed to impress her. She's not new to this, she's been in the farming business for decades, from before this Prince who saw hates it was even born. And then she read a bit lower and froze as she saw the number. A very big number. Apple Bloom, Granny Smith shakily took her glasses off and rubbed her eyes. Go get Jack, she needs to be the one to sign this. The old earth pony stood up and walked away from the table, slowly walking on shaking legs towards a drawer near the entrance to the house, opening it, and grabbing a very expensive-looking pen. Whoa! Granny Smith felt herself smirk in satisfaction at the reaction this little object always managed to get. It was an old dip pen, older than even her house. Lacquered willow edged with bronze images of branches and apples, with a clean silver tip at its end. Granny Smith, Apple Bloom said you called so I came running, and Granny Smith closed her eyes and smiled as her granddaughter entered the house. Applejack, take this pen, Granny Smith held out the antique to the younger mare. Wah Granny, what's going on? Granny Smith chuckled to herself, fillies these days. I want you to read the document the nice lady over there gave me. Granny nudged Applejack over to the table, her eyes relaxed as she took a seat on a comfortable chair and got ready for the coming reaction. To the owners of Sweet Apple Acres and Associates, Granny chuckled as Applejack rolled her eyes. This document is property of the BBF. Unauthorized sharing of this document could lead to legal repercussions, yada yada yada. Applejack huffed as she skipped over the boring legalese, before getting to the part she actually understood. For the span of days between February 1st and October 31st, Sweet Apple Acres will supply the Blueblood Foundation with 40 tons of apples per month. Granny, can we even do that? Applejack turned to ask. Granny scoffed with a smile, of course we can, easily, now keep reading. Okay. Applejack returned to the document, apples of the species. Let's skip a bit forward. Here we are. The BBF is willing to pay. Applejack froze as she stared at the paper, slowly moving it to her younger sister as Granny Smith burst out laughing. Apple Bloom, please read these numbers for me. Applejack said blankly as she stared at the pen in her hoof, her eyes briefly turning to see her grandmother laughing to herself in the corner. Okay. Apple Bloom stood up on a chair to see better, Scootaloo and Sweetie Belle looking at her expectantly from the other side of the table. Where are the numbers here? Okay. The BBF is willing to pay 125 bits for every ton of apples, with an additional 35 bits per ton on delivery. What's 125 plus 35 again? 160. Sweetie Belle piped up from her spot on the table. 160 per ton delivered, times that by 40. Applejack whispered to herself as Apple Bloom moved the document back to her. That would be an overall of 6,400 bits per month if you decide to deliver the apples, that is, otherwise it's 5,000 bits. Starlight Glimmer chimed in, her eyes glued to the reaction the two farmer mares were giving her boss's proposal. I already read the rest of the paper, Granny Smith said from her chair. I want you to sign it. Applejack. What? But Granny, you're the one in charge of. Applejack tried to speak, but Granny Smith shook her head. None of that now, dear. It's about time I let you take a bigger part in operating the farm. Granny Smith stood up from her chair and walked to her granddaughter. Granny, I don't. Granny Smith shook her head as she sat down beside Applejack. I'm getting old, Jackie. I want to retire while I can still feel my legs, and that requires some pony else taking control of the farm. Big Macintosh, bless his heart, but he's not fit for the job. He doesn't have that special spark for the farm that you do. Granny Smith poked her granddaughter with her hoof. It's either you or Apple Bloom, and Apple Bloom is too young. Granny ignored the annoyed sounding hey, coming from her youngest granddaughter. But I'm not ready. Applejack cried in alarm, receiving a thwack on top of the head from Granny Smith. Did I say I'm giving you the farm yet? No. Don't skip ahead, I still have some good years left in me. Granny Smith chastised loudly before quieting down. I just want to make sure you'll be somewhat ready when I feel the time comes. Granny. Applejack whispered as she looked her grandmother in the eyes. This pen, Granny tapped the antique pen Applejack was holding. My grandfather used it when he signed the royal deed to establish Ponyville as its first mayor and founder, she said gently, and my father used the same pen when he created this farm, she continued. I used that same pen when I first sold my Zap apples to Stinkin' Rich and struck that generous deal with him, and your father, Applejack gasped, used this pen when he signed the marriage documents with your mother. All eyes in the room were on the two earth ponies in that moment. Even Starlight Glimmer was paying attention to the conversation. And now I want you to use it as well. Granny slowly pushed Applejack's hoof till it hovered over the paper. Applejack stared at the pen with wonder before taking a deep breath to ready herself, before she lowered the pen to the paper. And scratched it. Is it broken? Oh yes. How could I forget? Granny Smith loudly said to herself as she stood up. It's a dip pen. We need to dip it in ink first. She went to search for an inkwell, leaving the other ponies staring at her back in shocked silence. Or at least it was silent before Scootaloo started laughing to herself at the whole ordeal. Followed by Apple Bloom and Sweetie Belle. Applejack stared at the three fillies, briefly locking eyes with Starlight Glimmer before they too joined the laughter. Soon Granny returned, Applejack signed the paper and gave it back to Starlight, and Sweetie Belle came up with an idea that every pony agreed with. Let's all go to Sugar Cube Corner to celebrate. It was soon after Luna and I finished with Rarity that a message from Starlight appeared in front of me, telling us that she'd be late and we should return to the castle without her. So with a flash of Luna's teleportation, we did. A prince, a princess, and a pest walk into a castle. Tiberius is not a pest. Luna tried to defend, but I scoffed at her instead. Until you take it to the best veterinarians in the country, it's a pest, I told her, receiving a glare from both Princess and Possum. But I ignored them. I hadn't eaten or drunk anything at all today, courtesy of whatever Luna did to me, so I was not in the mood to continue the conversation. I'll still beat you tomorrow. Luna called out to me, and I smiled. I'd like to see you try. I called back before I turned a corner and disappeared from her sight. Perhaps I couldn't touch anything, but I sure did get tired from walking around and carrying my bag in my magic the entire day. Perhaps I am due for some last-minute training. Oh, Applejack. Princess Celestia was here just a moment ago, you totally missed her. Hey, you're Prince Pirate Wizard's apprentice, what can I get for you? As the group of mares entered Sugar Cube Corner, a head of pink fluff jumped into the middle of the group. But listening to her, Starlight Glimmer asked herself. Why would Celestia be here? In one of the royal bathrooms of Canterlot Castle, a pair of ponies were relaxing in a large pool of warm medicinal water. You know, Luna, if you told me the cure to this poison joke thing was a herbal bath, maybe I wouldn't have been so grumpy earlier in the day, one of the ponies, Prince Blueblood Platinum, told the other pony as he felt his muscles relax, a platter of sushi laying a bit behind him as he levitated a piece into his mouth, washing it down with a glass of expensive wine. Where would have been the fun in that? Floating on her back with her wings outstretched and covered in soap, Princess Luna relaxed her body as she let the herbal waters wash her aches away, sipping from a wine glass of her own. Filled with non-alcoholic fruit juice, of course, Blueblood didn't want to deal with a drunk Luna right now. Are you two taking a dip without me? Luna groaned as her head dove into the water as she turned her body to see her sister walk into the room, a freshly reborn phoenix on her shoulder. Go away, Celestia, this is our pool now, Luna pointed out of the pool, see that sign over there? No old hags allowed, Luna smirked in victory. I don't see any sign, Celestia smiled down at her younger sister, before a brief flash of light caused her to turn, seeing an illusion of a sign floating beside the door. Har har, very funny you two, she said with a roll of the eyes as she lowered her body into the pool, feeling the herbal waters breathe life into her skin as her sister and son high-hooved each other next to her on their well-done job of making an illusion of a sign. Now in the pool, Celestia grabbed Blueblood with her wing and pulled him into her, holding him close to her chest as she rested her chin on his head, smelling his shampoo as she hugged him like a big teddy bear. Really? Now? Blueblood asked in annoyance but didn't fight as Princess Celestia merely closed her eyes and smiled. Mommy needs to charge, she whispered as she grabbed more soap and shampoo and redid his mane. It's been years since Princess Celestia cleaned another pony, but feeling her hooves moving through strands of hair, the feeling of soap-covered wings brushing against their fur coat. Celestia might never admit it out loud, but she loved feeling like an actual mother, even if those times were exceedingly rare. And so Celestia passed the next hour, sitting in a pool of herbal water as she cleaned and hugged her son. Even after Philomena flew off and Luna exited the pool, Celestia hadn't let go of the prince. Are you excited for next week? She asked him with a whisper as she played with his hair. Celestia turned her head to see why he didn't respond. Only to silence her squeal of excitement before snapping a picture with a magical camera. A picture of a prince sleeping in his mother's soft embrace. Chapter 80, Chapter 80, Star vs Moon. Canterlot Castle, the seat of power of the nation of Equestria, is a place where motion can be found anywhere. From the barracks of the guards training harder than ever, to the corridors of servants moving to and fro, passing along messages or just cleaning the floor. The throne room, where dignitaries from far and wide visit to pay their respect to the Princess of the Sun, and even the many gardens of the castle, some open to the public for tourism. But today was different. Every soul in the castle that was off their duty or resting all came to the same spot to watch a fantastic scene. To watch a princess fight. Standing at the edge of an empty ballroom, Princess Luna stretched her legs as she waited for her opponent to enter through the door on the opposite side of the ballroom. She moved her eyes to a small indoor balcony, watching her sister speak with Raven Inkwell and Princess Mi Amor Cadenza, a bubble of protective magic surrounding the three mares courtesy of Captain Shining Armor. Luna looked back to the door of the ballroom as she took a deep breath to realign her thoughts, spotting from the corner of her eye Captain Armor whispering with another pony she couldn't see, before delivering whatever message he received to Princess Celestia. Luna shook her head. She couldn't have any of these distractions, she had a fight to win. She took the time to try and remember what she knew of her opponent. Prince Blueblood Platinum. She never directly fought with him, and subsequently, she never saw him fight himself. The closest she's gotten to seeing the prince in combat was when one of Nightmare Moon's minions took over his body. But that was less of a fight and more of a child wildly throwing around magic once his traps were avoided. Luna frowned at that. She had no clue as to what she could expect from the prince, other than an illusion or two, but even that posed a problem to her. How powerful are his illusions? The most she'd seen from him was a set of clothing, and while the illusion was undoubtedly high quality, it didn't really tell her anything other than that Prince Blueblood knew how to make realistic-looking clothes, something any practitioner of the art could accomplish fairly easily. Luna shook her head, once again clearing her mind before she refocused on the door as it opened. And felt her brain halt as she watched the prince stroll in as if he were in the mall picking out which restaurant he wanted to eat lunch in. The audacity of this stallion! Luna couldn't help but laugh. Princess Cadance looked down from the balcony at the two royals who stood at opposite ends of the empty ballroom. A small frown crossed her face at the thought of the two of them coming to blows, but she shook it off as she reminded herself that it was in a controlled environment and Princess Celestia would step in should anything drastic occur. Now that the two participants are here, allow me to explain the rules, Princess Celestia spoke up, her voice sounding not only in the ballroom but also in the garden outside, where many servants and guards stood close to the windows to watch the upcoming spectacle. None of the participants are allowed to leave the ballroom, Princess Celestia said as she looked down at her sister and son. None of the participants are allowed to inflict permanent bodily harm onto the other. The fight will end whenever one of the participants surrenders or is deemed unable to continue. Cadance turned back to Luna and Blueblood, watching the smirk growing on her cousin's face as a confused frown grew on Luna's. He has a plan, she thought to herself before her eyes focused on Luna. And finally, in the essence of fairness, Princess Luna is not allowed to use her magic. Cadance watched as Luna's eyes widened into saucers as she looked at Princess Celestia, before turning to glare at the laughing Prince Blueblood. Let the fight commence. As soon as those words left Princess Celestia's mouth, Princess Luna opened hers. What did you do? She yelled at the prince. Me. He tilted his head in confusion before looking to check behind him to see if there was someone else. I merely wanted to even the playing field, he explained in a calm tone of voice. Luna grits her teeth as Prince Blueblood continues to speak. You see, I am just a measly little pony, a tiny little unicorn, who cannot hope to match the power of an alicorn such as yourself, Princess Luna. Luna felt her stomach twist as the prince spoke, the words leaving his mouth some that she never expected to hear from the proud and confident stallion. You have the magic of a unicorn, the flight of a Pegasus, and the strength of an earth pony to top it all off. Why, to me it seems like an unfair advantage in this little bout, practically a 1v3 if you think about it. Blueblood started walking the perimeter of the ballroom, his eyes never leaving Luna as he spoke. Luna started walking in the opposite direction as him, her eyes glued to any small movement he could make as the two ponies circled each other. So you convinced our sister to give you a handicap, is that it?" Luna asked, waiting for the moment he'd open his mouth to answer her. Luna, and as the prince said her name, the floor beneath her cracked as she kicked herself towards Blueblood, her front leg punching him in the face. "You're not as clever as you look." Prince Blueblood's voice surrounded her from all directions as her hoof passed through his torso. The prince turned to look down at her before he disappeared into a cloud of smoke. A smoke that filled her vision, white and thick, she could barely see in front of her, but her breath was fine. "An illusion," she whispered to herself as she closed her eyes and focused on her wings. "Without our magic, we cannot cast a cleansing spell to remove your illusion," she said out loud, hearing her voice echo around her, the tips of her feathers vibrating in an imaginary hum. "But just because we cannot use magic," she moved forward, a sixth sense pulling her in a certain direction, her feathers vibrating faster and faster, does not mean we cannot sense it. And with a stomp on the floor, Luna felt her hoof impact an object that wasn't there, the smoke disappearing from her view to reveal a grey crystal orb, smashed beneath her hooves. A crystal orb with a design that reminded Luna of a very important night. Without waiting, she flapped her wings and flew to the side, avoiding the beam of golden light that flew past where she just stood moments prior, causing more cracks to appear on the floor. Luna flew up, her head watching more and more golden orbs appearing as if out of thin air, all with the engraving of Blueblood's cutie mark on them, acting as a focus for their magic as they flew after her, shooting beams of golden magic. Just like that nightmare did when he took over his body. With a twist of her body, Luna dove to the ground, breaking 2 more orbs in the process and feeling a searing heat on her left hind leg, which she promptly ignored as she flew near the floor of the ballroom, intent on locating where the prince was keeping himself invisible. "Luna, Luna, Luna," she heard his voice tut at her from all around, the invisible prince not leaving a hint as to where he was hiding. "You can't keep running away from this fight. You are the one who is running away, Blueblood." Luna cried as she turned her body midair, her legs landing on the wall before she kicked off once more. "Show yourself so we can teach you a lesson." "Show myself? And give away my advantage? Why should I do that? I'm winning, aren't I?" Luna chuckled. "No, friend Blueblood. We are the ones who are winning this bout. It won't be long before your magic runs out as you keep and try to hit us." She twirled through the air before diving down like a majestic bird, breaking several more golden orbs as she landed on the ground and rolled to the side, letting the golden shards crash behind her. "You are mistaken, Princess Luna." Blueblood's voice sounded louder in the ballroom once the last of the golden orbs shattered under Luna's heels. "While you were running around, breaking my orbs, you have yet to notice that it was all a distraction." Luna ignored his obnoxious giggle as she quickly looked around her, staring at the clean floor and walls of the ballroom as her mind connected the dots. "You weren't aiming for us?" Luna exclaimed as the illusion that kept the floor and walls of the room clean disappeared, showcasing to the princess the extent of the damage done to the ballroom. From cracks and shards of the floor lying about the room to lines of burns on the walls, the room looked like a travesty, but that wasn't enough to tell her what could constitute his plan, unless of course his goal was to ruin a room, and Luna doubted that. Suddenly her feathers stiffened as she threw herself into another roll on the ground, avoiding a shard of marble flooring that flew at her side before it crashed back to the floor. Luna jumped into the air, her wings allowing her to reach the high ceiling of the ballroom, where she watched the third part of Blueblood's strategy. Shards of marble flew at each other, striking each other like cobbled rocks in a construction site, held together by blue magic, like a skeleton. More and more shards from the floor hit the clump of blue magic and held together on it, like skin and muscle, as whatever Blueblood was creating started to form a shape. The shape of a torso, similar to a minotaur or a diamond dog, with 2 long arms dangling from its marble shoulders like lifeless rope. It was a torso with arms, its hands barely more than shards of marble held with magic in the approximate shape of a claw. It lacked a head and legs, but it still floated there in front of her, needing neither. One of the biggest issues I had with fighting Crystal Lips, or whatever her name is, was that I had to get close to her in order to hit her in the face. Blueblood's voice seemed to come from several directions at once, but more importantly from where the head of the floating torso should be in. Luna glared at it and readied her body. So I came up with a solution. It might seem like me stealing someone else's idea, but I don't really care, he kept talking, as the blue magic that held the body together seemed to intensify, the cracks on its body filling in with what looked like burning blue flames, as if the statue was a marble volcano that was filled with blue lava. And with a burst of blue flame, the skull of a snake appeared on top of the statue, a pair of backward-turning horns protruding from the serpentine skull, before it was engulfed with blue fire, clearly an illusion as Luna felt no heat from the flames. A long serpentine tail extended from the bottom of the statue, ending with what looked like the stinger of a scorpion, made out of more marble. The flaming skull on the statue turned to look at Luna as Blueblood continued, and here it is. The statue raised its arms into what Luna assumed was a boxing stance, a way to punch my opponent without getting close. The statue leaned forward, a sound escaping its non-existent lips in what seemed to be a hissed chuckle, like a snake trying to laugh. I call it Blueblood paused for dramatic effect, the eye sockets of the flaming skull seeming to light up with a golden glow from within the skull. Pluto. And the statue blurred forward. Cadance leaned closer to the ledge of the balcony, her eyes glued onto the magical statue that her cousin created, staring at the skull on top of its shoulders, as a small smirk climbed up her lips. "Ah, you do like her," she whispered as she watched the arms of the statue strike at Princess Luna. "I'll tell her tonight." Her leg moved to hold the necklace around her neck, feeling the crystal shards that were held there. Plu was all the warning Princess Luna was given from the statue before its arms punched forward with unnatural speed. Toto tata 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 toto, each cry was met with a punch, and for once Luna was glad that Earth Pony strength came with an Earth Pony's unnatural resilience. She ignored the sounds of Blueblood laughing from all around her, joy filling his voice as his statue fought for him, punching her in his stead. Luna took a deep breath, ignoring the ache in her chest as a fist managed to pass through her defenses before she punched back, shattering the marble that made up Pluto's arm, smirking widely at the scene. Only to scowl as the shattered marble flew back and repaired the arm. Crud. Pluto plutata tata tata toto, the statue's hail of punches returned, but this time Luna was prepared. "You're only as tough as marble," she yelled as she ducked, rolled onto her back, and pushed herself with her front legs, using her back legs to deliver a devastating kick onto the marble torso of the statue. "And you don't fight back while you're repairing yourself." Luna pushed herself up from the floor, standing on her back left leg as her right leg started to kick at the damaged statue, shattering more of its body. "It seems I need to work on the design a bit longer before I put it to work in the field," she heard Blueblood say, but she quickly ignored him in favor of breaking more of the statue, jumping into the air as the tail of the statue passed below her in an attempt to take out her legs, before she slammed back down onto the ground, shattering the marble stinger of the tail. "You know." Blueblood's voice spoke up once more, now coming from directly behind Pluto, "if this was a fight to the death I would have won." Luna froze at those words as she watched Pluto crumble down to the floor, revealing Prince Blueblood standing behind him. So Blueblood moved his neck from side to side, hearing the snapping sound of his bones before he continued, "Let me show you one final trick." His voice was calm and even, a far cry from his joyful laughter just a minute earlier. And before Luna could kick into the air again, the ballroom was flooded in darkness. This darkness wasn't like the illusionary smokescreen he created at the start of the match, where she could still somewhat see her surroundings as she searched for the caster. This was deeper. Pure black enveloped her surroundings, unable to even see her own hoof over her eyes. Clover the Clever wrote that the School of Illusion Magic has 3 possible spells that would grant someone the title of Master. A light appeared in the darkness, a spotlight that showed her Blueblood, following him as he walked closer to her, not a worry in his steps. Almost as if he was assured of his victory. One of these spells is an illusion that could not be dispelled, something that could leave the target in an endless hell for the rest of their lives. Blueblood kept talking as he continued to approach her, not bothered by the words coming from his mouth. Luna tried to move, to get closer to him, to end this stupid spar and punch that annoying stallion in the face. The second was an illusion that could affect every living creature in the world, regardless of proximity to the caster, an illusion that will affect everybody. Luna struggled to move, her legs felt like they were knee-deep in the stickiest tar in the world, unable to free her. And third, but definitely not least, was an illusion that could affect the physical world, an illusion that shaped reality itself. Prince Blueblood paused just in front of her, close enough to reach out his leg and cup her cheek in his hoof. Because that's exactly what he did. What is this Blueblood? Luna yelled at her opponent, staring into his ice blue eyes as he rubbed her cheek, treating her like a foal, looking down at her. Blueblood frowned at her, as if in disappointment at her inability to get where he's going. Allow me to show you a glimpse of the third magic, he said calmly. And then the darkness that surrounded the two disappeared, sinking away into the ground to reveal her standing atop a pillar over the abyss. She tried to move, but found that her body refused to listen to her. Forcing the alignment, Blueblood spoke, but his voice didn't sound like he was speaking to her, but instead as if reading out loud. An incantation! Luna exclaimed in surprise. This was the first time she'd heard Prince Blueblood chant the words of a spell. Her eyes widened at the thought. What kind of spell would Prince Blueblood Platinum attempt to cast? Whatever it could be, if his little speech before this was anything to go by, Luna didn't want to be on the receiving end of it. But without the use of her magic, she couldn't escape, at least not without forfeiting the match. She took a deep breath and readied herself as much as she could. Whatever Blueblood threw at her, she'd take it head on. Suddenly, a source of heat appeared behind Luna, and she grits her teeth as the uncomfortable heat stung at her back. She turned her head to look behind her, only to gape her mouth at the sight. The Sunday. Looming over her like an ancient colossal, an unmovable obstacle that burned and destroyed any who dared approach it. As she stared at the giant celestial object, she could only tremble as another moved in front of it in a vain attempt to block the heat from reaching her. Mercury. Another planet followed, stopping in front of Mercury and blocking the smaller object from gazing upon her. Venus. Luna felt her breath hitch as an even smaller celestial object moved in front of Venus, one which Luna could recognize like the back of her hoof. The moon. What are you doing? She turned back to Blueblood, her body on edge as her mane started to blow in a non-existent wind, her eyes widening as the red planet appeared behind the prince, lowering so as to not block the view from the other planets behind it. For an entire minute, Luna watched with awe and horror as the entire solar system seemed to bow to Blueblood. Planets and moons aligning themselves in a straight line, moving out of the path of the others so they could create a seemingly flat plane, an unobstructed path of the celestial giants. She watched with held breath as Blueblood stopped his wordless chanting as he lifted his horn high above him, the tip of his horn seeming to touch the farthest celestial object, so far away that even in this illusionary world where they all stood closer to the other, it was barely more than a speck of dust far in the distance. She watched as the speck in the distance started to glow with bright golden light, as Prince Blueblood stared into her eyes and finished his spell. This is a spell born of a broken star. His voice seemed to echo around the pillar standing over the empty void the two found themselves in, the light from the far-off speck growing larger and no, it was growing closer. Pale blue dot. Luna watched in silent awe as a beam of burning light traveled the cosmos, shattering the planets below it as it raced closer and closer to her unmoving body. She watched Uranus and Neptune burn underneath the heat produced by the light. She watched the rings of Saturn shatter and break away as the light passed through them. She watched the light disappear as it got close to Jupiter, only to burst out of the gas giant like a blade through a body. And as the light broke through the belt of asteroids that separated Mars from Jupiter, she heard Blueblood speak. I forfeit. And faster than she could blink, the entire world around her changed as she found herself back in the ballroom, the crumbled form of the marble statue at her hooves, as she watched Blueblood stretch his legs on the other side of Pluto. I'm out of magic, he said lightly as an explanation. That physical illusion thing is incredibly taxing. He chuckled as he walked over to her and helped her stand, her legs still shaking as the sight of the celestial object remained in her psyche. Anyway, I'm hungry, I heard a new Indian place opened up in the food street that I wanted to check out, let's go." He walked past her before standing at the door behind her. "Are you waiting for a formal letter or something? Let's go." He called out to her with his usual smirk, and Luna felt herself let out a breath she didn't know she was holding. Haha! We won!" She cheered as she pointed at the prince, a wide smile on her face. "We told you we'd win." Blueblood tilted his head at her and looked at her as if she said something stupid. "Well, yeah. I forfeited since I ran low on magic and didn't want to spend the rest of the week aching all the time." He smiled down at her as he clapped. "Congratulations, Princess Luna, you who lived hundreds of years have successfully managed to beat a unicorn with no formal combat training of any kind. You must be so proud of yourself." Luna ignored his attempt to poke at her as she continued to laugh at him. "Ahaha! That means you shall be the one paying for the food." "Yes, obviously, I'm the one who's inviting you. It would be weird if I had you pay." Luna ignored him again as she jogged over on shaky legs and caught up with the prince. "Onward, friend Blueblood! To this new restaurant that shall bring us our lunch." Luna laughed happily as she leaned her body on Blueblood, letting the stallion carry her like the loser of a gladiatorial arena carried the victor as his mount. "To lunch." Blueblood rolled his eyes but kept moving, carrying the princess on his back as the duo made their way to the restaurant, followed by a small squad of guards to protect them. Princess Celestia stared at the ruined ballroom below her, a small smile on her face as she wiped tears from her eyes. They grow up so fast. Chapter 81, Chapter 81, Escape to Canterlot 1. Standing on a pier in West Equestria, I watched the many guards move in preparation for the arrival of the very special guests. Looking over the waves, I could spot the long wooden ship flying the flag of Yakistan heading our way. "Get the carts ready," I tell a nearby guard, who nods his head before dashing off to fulfill my order. Who could have guessed that a simple act of gift-giving on Christmas could have led to this? I'm not complaining. With Cadance in charge of greeting the VIP from Canania, I can easily hit two birds with one stone for the BBF's future. They said they're bringing gifts. Starlight stood beside me, feeling the cool late winter breeze, a very familiar coat covering her work clothes. "What do you think they'll be?" "Hookers and blow," I answered blankly, smirking at the choking sound that left Starlight's throat at that as she started coughing at my response. "Just kidding, I don't know what they'll bring, and until we bring them to Canterlot, I don't need to worry." I stretched my stiff neck, rubbing a bite mark on my shoulder that was hidden under my suit of the day. "And besides, it's not like they're bringing something that could harm anyone. This isn't the medieval." I stopped my sentence and widened my eyes as I watched a certain yak stand on the bow of the ship, horns decorated in gold with a black crown on his head. "Starlight, quick! Roll out the red carpet!" I turned to her in alarm, before I turned to more guards and start yelling orders. We were told a high-ranking yak diplomat named Jurgen would be arriving together with a team of archaeologists, not that he was coming as well. "Friend Blueblood!" Prince Rutherford yelled from the bow of his ship, his voice reaching all the way here. "Oh, I am so getting drunk tonight." Looking at the expensive walls of the large train cart, Prince Rutherford let out a whistle of appreciation. "So this is train? Will take us to Canterlot?" "Yes." "Indeed," Prince Blueblood nodded to the yak ruler, "this here is one of the Crown's very own private trains, the very best our nation could bring with the short time we had." He led him to a private booth, allowing the yak to set down his belongings before a pair of yak guards moved to guard the booth. "Now, let us work through the gift-giving," Rutherford said loudly as he took a seat at a large table outside the booth, Blueblood taking a seat facing him. "I think we should both wait until we reach Canterlot for such actions, Prince Rutherford. It would only be proper." Blueblood smiled at the yak who slowly nodded his head in understanding. "Yes, of course. Gift-giving in Equestria happens with whole family, it only proper, haha." The yak agreed with the unicorn, letting go of his bag as the two royals started talking about their plans. 20 minutes after the train left the station, a Pegasus wearing a butler's outfit walked into the room, dragging with him a platter containing boxed food. "Your lunch, your highnesses." The butler bowed to the two royals as he placed the boxes of food on the table between the royals, bowing his head to them as he turned to leave. Only to stop once he felt a leg wrap around his shoulder. "We didn't order any food," Prince Blueblood whispered as he pulled the Pegasus back. "Oh! Someone brought us food, we must be thankful and finish the meal," Rutherford exclaimed happily as he opened the boxed lunch, only to widen his eyes in surprise as the Pegasus butler who brought the food to them smashed into the table, throwing the food onto the window of the booth the two royals were sitting in. "Who hired you?" Blueblood yelled at the butler as he held him down on the table. "Prince Blueblood! What is the meaning here?" Rutherford yelled as he stood up, towering over his fellow royal with a glare on his face, angered at the ruined food. "This ride has no boxed lunches, and we have no servants on this train," Blueblood explained calmly as if weathered the glare from the Yak Prince. "Other than your group, my guards, Starlight, and the operator of the train, nobody else is supposed to be here." Blueblood squeezed the Pegasus's neck. "So who is he?" The Pegasus glared at the prince before rolling his body on the table, throwing more food into the air as Prince Blueblood let go of him, before diving out of the window of the fast-moving train, flying away. "Shit!" Blueblood exclaimed as he wiped the food off his fur before quickly moving out of the booth. "That food could be poisoned, don't eat it." He ran to the door where the Pegasus came in from, his horn glowing as the door slid open for him. "Fuck!" I cursed as I looked at the downed ponies and yaks in the cart. A quick check of their necks gave me a bit of relaxation as they were only unconscious, but this was still horrible. "Prince Rutherford, watch your guard, we have an unknown number of assassins," I spoke as years of drilled in military practice kicked in. With a flick of my magic, a sword from one of the downed guards started levitating in a telekinetic grip. "Horrible! Must stop this! Now!" Rutherford exclaimed from behind me as he followed into the next cart, throwing me my bag as he picked up his own. The two of us walked further into the train, pausing as the door to the next cart opened before we could reach it. In walked a calm-looking Pegasus, also wearing a butler's outfit. Before the disguised assassin could realize the situation he was in, the sword I picked up flew through the air and stabbed into his eye, killing him instantly. I quickly caught the body before it could land on the ground, stepping over it and into the next cart. "Crud, they're on to us." There stood 4 more Pegasi, all with the same colors and outfits as the last 2. "Who hired you?" I yelled at them, making sure to move a bit to the side so they could see the corpse of their associate behind me. They all looked at each other, a silent conversation passing through their minds before they all turned back to me, and then ran in the opposite direction. "No you don't!" Rutherford yelled as he tore one of the tables out of the floor before he threw it at the Pegasi, shattering their backs as they tumbled back to the floor, screaming in pain. But before we could question them further, a unicorn with the same outfit walked in, and with a green glow of his magic telekinetically threw all the Pegasi off the train before he jumped after them, ignoring their pained screams. Starlight Glimmer huffed in anger as another pony was thrown off the train, his body turning into a mangled heap as he hit the ground outside, bones breaking and tendons snapping. "She left to go to the toilet for 5 minutes, that's it. Only 5 minutes and now the train was overrun by whoever these ponies were. Damn it!" She turned her head to the door leading to the next cart, her eyes relaxing once she saw Prince Blueblood step through, a scowl on his face, followed by Prince Rutherford, a similar frown on his own. "Great, you're okay," she sighed before straightening her back. "Who would have thought my first actual bodyguarding job would start off like this?" she chuckled, before pausing once she saw the serious look on the prince's face. "All the guards are knocked out and an attempt on our lives was made," Blueblood said, not stopping to catch up with her as he moved on to the next cart, beams of blue magic flying out of his horn before 2 more butlers found themselves knocked out. Without stopping, the prince kept moving, each cart was followed by a quick and efficient fight. No, it wasn't even a fight. The moment one of them even entered his field of vision, a beam of blue magic was already inbound, hitting them in the head, rattling the brain, and throwing them against the wall, knocking them out. Why didn't he do that against Luna? Starlight whispered to herself as she watched silently as her boss walked down the train, shooting assassins as casually as mowing the lawn. But the thing that bothered Starlight the most wasn't the way he was taking out these threats, but the look on his face. This is the first time I think I've ever seen him fight without a smile on his face, she thought to herself. Was this the difference? This brutal efficiency? Is this Blueblood when he's fighting seriously? It made no sense to Starlight. Almost every real fight he was in could have spelled his end, but he always had a wide smile on his face as he laughed in the face of death. The thrill. Where one wrong move could end everything you ever did, it's like a gambler putting all his chips on black and having the ball fall in the right spot. If it landed on red he would have been over, but when it landed on black the sense of euphoria he must have felt at that moment, I can only imagine this is similar. He would say something along those lines, but talking about how having his life in danger was exhilarating, a fight between himself and fate itself. How is this different? Starlight tried to think of a reason. These ponies pose a real credible threat to his life, so why is he taking them seriously, unlike the doppelganger from Canania? What's the difference here? Starlight tried racking her brain to find the answer before it all clicked together once her eyes landed on Prince Rutherford. This isn't just an attempt on Blueblood's life, it's an attempt on every pony on this train. He's taking this seriously because if he fails it will mean more than just his death, it's also the yaks, the guards, and even the operator. Starlight's eyes widened. The operator. She quickly ran after the two royals. If he's also out, who's driving the train? Blueblood looked at her with wide eyes. Several bolts of blue magic left his horn at once, piercing through the door and hitting the targets in the next cart over. Starlight, I want you to start teleporting everyone off this train. Start with the yaks, then the guards, then Rutherford, and then me. I want everyone off this train, now. Starlight nodded her head seriously before disappearing in a flash of aquamarine light. Leave train? This must be serious, Rutherford spoke up as the royal duo entered the next cart, ignoring the corpses on the floor from when Blueblood's magic shot them. As serious as can be. If the operator is out, then it's only a matter of time before the train crashes. Blueblood flung the final door open, a scowl on his face as he saw the missing window on the front of the train, a trail of bloody glass shards from where the pony must have been thrown out. Not good then. Rutherford glares at the empty control car. Bad? Blueblood shook his head. This is very bad. He heard a flash of magic behind him as Starlight reappeared, gasping for air before she disappeared once again, Prince Rutherford with her. I'm out of juice. Blueblood's frown started to disappear as Starlight's voice sounded around him. You need to get off the train yourself. Ha, he chuckled, reaching up to loosen his tie. Always have to do the hard part myself, he said out loud, stretching his legs as he stared at the rails ahead of the train, only for his eyes to widen as a figure stood in the middle of the train tracks, a bright green glow emanating from their head. Shit! Blueblood shouted as his magic started working overtime in order to create a makeshift shield around his body. But he wasn't fast enough. In the middle of the tracks, staring at the locomotive moving in their direction, a hooded figure stood at the ready. Most of their body was hidden under a bright green cloak made out of countless tendrils resembling the stingers of a jellyfish. Gelatinous in form, the cloak stretched and moved as if it were a living creature, covering almost its entire body, leaving only the eyes and horn visible. Like a wraith made of green shadows, the figure's bright green eyes glared hatefully at the train, the green light emanating from their horn building in power as it slowly formed into a sharp pillar of magical energy. And like a headsman swinging the axe, the pillar of green magic fell onto the train, cutting through it like a blade of bright green magic. Arg! The figure yelled in effort as they raised their head back up, the pillar of magic following their movements like a sword stroke, splitting the train down the middle. The crunching sound of metal and wood splintering echoed around them as they stood in place, the train crashing to the sides without harming them. Almost like Moses parting the Red Sea, the cloaked watched their display of power with a smirk underneath their hooded gelatinous cloak. Turning around, ready to return where they came from, the figure stopped as a flash of blue light appeared behind them. Turning their neck to look back at the train, their eyes widened as they saw Prince Blueblood breathing heavily, yet unharmed. "So you're the one in charge of these assassins, I presume," the prince spoke, his ice blue eyes meeting the figure's emerald green. They did not respond, merely lowering their body into a combative stance. "I see," the prince lowered his body into a similar stance. "Now that I don't have to worry about others getting hurt," a feral smirk crossed his face as he glared daggers into the assassin's eyes, "I can enjoy this to the fullest." The two combatants started preparing magic in their horns. Green and blue light escaped them like two pillars of energy, fighting to see which could shine the brightest. "And once I'm done beating you for what you're doing," the prince's smile seemed to turn almost sadistic as he spoke, "I'll start beating you for fun." And with no more words to say, the magical pillars the two created fell upon each other like clashing swords. The fight has begun. Chapter 82, Chapter 82, Escape to Canterlot 2. To an outside observer, the scene taking place inside the wreckage of the Crown's royal locomotive would have looked like a scene taking out of an action movie. Pillars of solid magic clashed against each other like swords swung by giants, the force of each strike echoing with an explosion of raw magical power, sending more and more scrap flying to the side while the two combatants stood in place, moving nothing but their horns. "You have the power, I can give you that," Prince Blueblood called as the giant pillar he created exploded with blue energy, splitting into hundreds of minuscule missiles of energy, each the size of a small bird, all flying towards the green assassin, "but your method of execution could use some work." The assassin kept silent, their emerald green glare briefly leaving the prince as they looked at the swarm of magical missiles flying in their direction. With barely any movement, the bright green cloak on their body shifted as a tendril of green gel flew out into the air, widening into a large green screen, and like a cube of gelatin, the missiles flew into the magical screen and got stuck, dissipating inside the screen as if melted by acid. More and more gelatin was added to the green shield, as each missile that was absorbed painted the shield a darker shade of green. And once all the missiles were swallowed, the shield collapsed. The bright green gelatin now resembling a dark green crystal. Solid and sharp. "So that's how it works." The assassin's eyes widened as they twirled around to see the prince mere meters away from them. "Your cloak absorbs the magic, but once it does the slime gets hard, and you can't control that, can you?" The assassin glared at the prince, a beam of green energy firing from their horn and slamming into him, exploding into a pillar of flames and smoke. "Cute." The assassin felt their eyes bulge out as the prince stood there unharmed before a realization hit them. An illusion. With an explosion of magic from their horn, the assassin wiped away the illusion that surrounded her, only to shrink back at the sight that she found. Hundreds of blue orbs littered the sky above her, twinkling like stars as their shadow darkened the land. The cloak moved again, several tentacles of green slime elongating and growing, wrapping into a dome around the assassin as the orbs in the sky started shooting down to the ground, like a rain of bombs, slamming into the newly constructed green dome and detonating into a powerful explosion. The assassin grit their teeth as more and more slime moved to replace the now solid crystal of the dome, their cloak growing shorter and shorter as the supply of tentacles slowly started to dwindle. Their back legs were now showing, long and smooth, almost reflective in their shine, as if covered in armor rather than fur. Seeing that their dome wouldn't hold long, the assassin's horn burst into green fire, a beam of energy shattering the dome as it pierced into the sky, detonating the rest of the bombs as they fell. The explosion that followed shook the surrounding trees and sent more of the scrap train flying into the surrounding forest. If this fight had taken place in a population center, rather than in the middle of the wilderness, many would have likely lost their hearing. But with the bombs no longer dropping, the assassins straightened their back and took a long look at the carnage the quick bout between the prince and them took on the surrounding. Fire licked at the wooden planks of the train track, the vibrant green trees of the forest lay strewn on the ground, uprooted by the many explosions. If it was not for its placement next to the tracks, the ruined train would have looked like a pile of garbage at a scrapyard. But the assassin didn't relax, there was no sign of the prince. So with yet another explosion of green magic, they once again cleared the area of any illusions. Only to be met face to face with a smiling unicorn. A small explosion of blue magic followed the punch, throwing the assassin away, and forcing them to extend more green tentacles from their cloak to catch the ground and control their trajectory. "It seems the first hit goes to me," the prince said smugly as he looked at his hoof, blowing air on it to clear it of dust. If looks could kill, the assassin would have won this fight 10 times over. A wide tendril of green slime moved in from the side in an attempt to sweep at the prince. The prince jumped over the tentacle as if it were a rope, only for his eyes to widen as several sharp spikes shot out of the tentacle, intent on skewering him. With a blue glow, the prince used his own telekinesis on himself, throwing his body out of the way of the piercing spikes. "Your control over that cloak of yours is getting better," the prince pointed out, watching the smooth green tentacle retract back into the cloak that resembled a jellyfish. The assassin didn't respond, but they noticed that the prince was once again far outside his preferred range. As long as they kept the prince out of melee range, the fight should be in their favor. With an explosion of magic, green flames raced across the ground like snakes, intent on trapping the prince in a circle of fire. A bright glow of blue magic solved the issue as the ground exploded upwards in a shower of dust and debris, putting out the fire and hiding the prince underneath a smokescreen of dirt. The assassin prepared for whatever spell the prince would throw out of the screen, already casting another illusion cleansing spell just for the sake of it. But what came out of the screen of dust wasn't another simple missile or beam. A snake skull with 2 backward curving horns leaped out of the dust, burning with blue fire, connected to a torso and arms made of scrap iron and burnt wood held together with burning blue veins. "Pluto!" A shout echoed out as the flaming golem slithered on a serpentine tail towards the assassin, a flaming blue stinger at the tip of its tail seeming ready to stab at anything that came close to it. "What?" And for the first time in that fight, the assassin spoke. An exclamation more than anything, but it was another small victory for the prince. Before they could react, a burning metal fist slammed into their face, once again throwing them back. It took just a moment for the assassin to reorient themselves mid-air, but that was still a moment too late, as another fist landed on their body, throwing them back even further. "Damn it!" The assassin screamed, the gelatin of their tentacle cloak morphing into many clawed limbs as they too struck back at the statue of scrap. It was a battle of quantity vs quality. Each gelatinous claw that struck the statue exploded under the barrage of punches that it returned, but for every tentacle the statue destroyed, 2 more took its place. But it wasn't a stalemate, not at all. The assassin took that opportunity to once again ready a spell, intent on getting rid of the snake-headed statue. And the moment their cloak was drained enough for the bottom of their torso to start being visible, they fired. A spiraling beam of green fire and raw magic, like a drill of energy, pierced through the statue, rending it into nothing more than dust as the beam kept going, piercing the trees behind the statue and gouging a burning hole through the treeline before flying into the sky, where it fell out of range and dissipated. The assassin breathed heavily, feeling several cracks on their smooth shiny armor from where the statue managed to land its blows. They raised their head, looking at the almost perfect circular tunnel they created in the forest as the trees collapsed and burnt. "I can recognize you now," the assassin froze as the prince's voice echoed around her. "You smoothed out your legs, got some plastic surgery for your horn, and bought a fancy new wig, but it's still you, isn't it?" "Oh? Then who am I?" the assassin asked with a smirk as the gelatinous cloak of tentacles moved to repair itself. "I was trying to figure this out, you know." Blueblood kept talking, his body hidden as his voice echoed around the assassin, "but I think I managed to put 2 and 2 together." He took a deep breath. "It was how your little pals looked that threw it away, you know. Unicorns, Pegasus, and Earth ponies, all sharing the same eyes, coat, and mane, it's almost as if they were wearing an illusion. But I'm a sort of master of illusions, you see, at least somewhat," and I can recognize an illusion when I see one," the prince explained, "and those ponies weren't illusions, especially after they remained looking like that once they died." "Oh? So what's your answer?" The assassin took the opportunity of the two talking to stretch their body, readying for round 2. "Those ponies weren't wearing illusions," the prince paused for a moment, "they were shapeshifters, that's why the disguise remained after their death, at least however briefly, but really, it was as I was choosing the material to create Pluto that I saw it." The assassin watched as a small black object threw itself into the air before landing at their feet, a head covered in cracked and burnt chitin, blank eyes now empty of life, the small green fin on their head tore apart like a soft fabric, their sharp fangs and horn were cracked and broken. It looked hideous. Just as the assassin remembered her disgusting soldiers. Of course, they were disgusting, she herself knew it better than any other creature on this earth. They were nothing more than a dead worm living inside a rotten fruit. As disgusting an existence that could be imagined. "You are changelings," the assassin smirked as the prince declared. "And you are supposed to be dead, Chrysalis." "Hat." It was a small thing, a sound barely audible over the crackling of the fire and the snapping of the branches. He he he. But for the two people who stood on top of the broken train tracks, that sound could have been louder than a volcanic eruption. He he, he he he, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. They laughed, loudly and boisterously, the green cloak that hid their form started to rise above them, like a cape of tentacles, squirming and moving. Revealing itself not to be a cloak, but her own hair, both mane and tail, moving under her command like another set of limbs. Legs that were once spotted with holes stood long and smooth, a torso that was once thin and weak now stood healthy and shining, and the weak green elytra that hung over fragile wings now shined with a reflective jade, protecting beautiful insect wings. Her horn, once jagged and twisted, was now as smooth as a knife, and likely as sharp as one also. The bright green tentacles that made up her new hair darkened as they returned to their original color. The only thing that remained on this new body, was the two dark grey circles on the back of her neck, a birthmark she could never remove. Ha 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 ha. Chrysalis laughed, her eyes glaring at the only source of emotion nearby, the prince invisible under another illusion. "It took you so long to figure it out. Ha 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 ha." The changeling queen kept laughing, her eyes bloodshot as a range of emotions passed through her in a matter of seconds. "So listen here, idiot. This is how this is going to go. You're going to kindly snap your own neck so I can wear your body as a disguise," Chrysalis said with a wide smile on her face, clearly something was wrong with her. "Then, we'll go together to a lovely date in Canterlot where we'll murder Celestia, and wear her skin like a fucking flesh puppet. With me now on the throne, we'll take our lovely time together torturing anyone who ever opposed me." Her head swung to the side, a beam of green magic disintegrating several trees as she laughed to herself, "Then, hee, then I'll spend our wonderful honeymoon taking down Equestria until it is nothing but your pathetic tribes fighting each other. And then, once you're all weak like the pathetic little mongrels you are, my changelings will swarm in, and devour your love like an all-you-can-eat buffet." "You know," Prince Blueblood slowly said, "Clover the Clever wrote that one of the best ways to improve the potency of a unicorn's magic, is to remove outside influences, such as sight, or speech. Are you getting somewhere? Do you want to join me? I'll gladly let you become my little slave if you promise to serve me for all eternity." Chrysalis called out to the prince, her manic smile still stretched on her face as she glared at the spot where she could feel his emotions. "When I was much weaker than I am right now, I managed to use a simple telekinesis spell in order to break out of a prison cell, all sitting in place, not moving a muscle." Blueblood continued. "Do you want me to throw the first punch? I'll gladly turn you into my cute little slave if you ask nicely. Allow me to showcase to you a little spell my girlfriend and I created together, a spell that would seal my own senses, massively boosting my magical power at a cost." As the prince spoke, a beam of blue magic burst into the air from where he stood, revealing Prince Blueblood Platinum standing there, a mask of solid gold hanging over his face, chains of gold wrapped around his legs as if he was a gladiator slave in an ancient colosseum, a pair of devil-like horns twisted backward from the top of the golden mask. "With this mask, I cannot see, I cannot smell, I cannot taste, I cannot even feel my body. Should I be injured wearing this mask, I wouldn't even notice it until I took it off." His voice echoed around him, as if speaking out of a speaker or a radio. "I can't even speak with this on, all I can feel is my sense of hearing, and my magic." The prince lowered his head to the ground, his legs spreading apart as he entered a stance. "So you blinded yourself, how's that going to help you?" Chrysalis scoffed as her wings started buzzing erratically, ready to shoot her at her target like a living missile. "I see." Queen Chrysalis of the Changelings, the prince's horns started growing blue, his unicorn horn with magic and the two curving golden horns with blue fire. "I, Blueblood Platinum, Prince of Equestria and last of his name, hereby grant you a great honor." His voice echoed around the wreckage of their fight. "Rejoice! Oh, ruinous queen! For you are worthy." His voice grew louder as his horn started shining brighter and brighter. "Rejoice! Oh, detestable wretch, for you are the first to receive such a blessing." Chrysalis readied her body as the world around her seemed to tremble from the overwhelming power that the prince was emanating. How powerful could he be if he also lost his sense of hearing? She wondered for but a microsecond, before her mind erased that thought as she focused intently on the prince, ignoring the darkness that surrounded her from every direction. She would take whatever he threw at her head on, and she would push through it, and drive her leg through his torso. Crush him like a bug. "Rejoice, Chrysalis! For you have forced me to go all out." The sky above him shone with golden light, as hundreds, no thousands of golden orbs appeared in thin air, shining like stars in the sky. Several silver orbs appeared beside them, quickly flying to take different corners, like cameras watching a play. "Rejoice!" And the sky was swallowed by shooting stars. Chrysalis kicked off the ground, her wings buzzing loudly as she flew at the prince, ignoring the beams of golden magic that fell behind her like a shower of light. Her target was in her sight, and she was going to make him scream. Her hair moved around her, shaping itself into sharp crystallized armor over her legs as she readied to punch a hole through the unicorn prince. And as her fist entered the prince's chest, he exploded in a ball of golden flames. "What?" Chrysalis screamed, the armor on her limbs burning off, her hair growing shorter as turned mid-air to land facing the direction she came from, seeing the body of the prince stand there, half his form gone before it crumbled into golden dust. Chrysalis didn't have time to think of it, as more beams of golden light pierced the place she stood at moments prior, forcing the changeling queen to fly away, her body nothing more than a blur of movement as she dodged the falling beams. "Where are you?" she screeched as her horn glowed with green energy, blasting a green wave into the sky that detonated many of the golden orbs. "Is it another illusion?" she yelled as she instantly fired off another spell, but no illusion was broken, the prince was nowhere to be found. Just how powerful was he with that mask? Forcing the alignment, Chrysalis suddenly felt her body freeze as darkness took over her vision. "What is this?" Chrysalis screamed as she tried to move her legs, but they wouldn't budge. She turned to look at her back and the sight that greeted her both burned her skin and froze her blood. "Soul Mercury Venus! Stop this!" she screeched, "Let go of me so I can kill you." "Where are you?" "Terra Mars asteroid. Show yourself." "Jupiter Saturn Uranus." Chrysalis struggled to move her legs, her hair vibrating and bubbling as the gelatinous form that it currently held burst under the intense heat she was subjected to, causing her to scream as the green slime burned her body. Neptune Pluto Kuiper. The incantation stopped, and the mass of celestial bodies that levitated above her stood like a menacing beacon, highlighting the insignificance of everything in her life. "Let me go. Now!" Chrysalis screamed as the sun's rays burned her back, her hair steaming and bubbling as it burned her smooth black chitin. The ground in front of her shook as a leg burst out of the floor, slowly revealing where the prince hid himself all along. Underground. Come here already. Let me kill you. Chrysalis paused as she felt the volatile cocktail of emotion wafting off of the prince. Is this love? This is a spell born of a broken star, the prince said, as far beyond the edge of the solar system, perfectly aligned with his three horns, a bright golden glow shone brighter than anything in existence. Like a secondary sun that fell closer and closer to where Chrysalis stood stuck. The golden mask covering the prince's face cracked, allowing Chrysalis a look into a singular ice blue eye. He's overflowing with love. Pale blue dot. And the world was engulfed in burning gold. Prince Blueblood took deep breaths as he felt the self-sealing mask he created shatter and break, the chains on his legs turning to dust as the spell ended. He looked to the side, watching the queen of the changelings, her black chitin covered in pale spots where her gelatinous hair popped and burned her. Her previously long hair was now a short bob, frayed ending and sticking to her sweating skin. And then he looked at how she managed to survive his ultimate attack. You amputated your own legs in order to escape. It was an observation more than anything. Chrysalis looked at the prince with a mix of many differing and conflicting emotions, her legs ending on black stumps, a green liquid flowing out of her legs and onto the ground. Ha 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 ha. This was fun. The prince smiled widely as he started walking closer to the downed changeling. We should do this again sometime. But we cannot, he sighed sadly once he stood over Chrysalis, watching as she struggled to push herself away from him. You know, I like this new look of yours, the short hair really complements your bitch of a personality, he said simply as more blue magic started collecting in his horn, but, the fun is over, it's once again my win. Chrysalis simply closed her eyes and laid on the ground, as if accepting her fate. And once the beam of blue magic fell upon her, ready to turn her into dust, a flash of green magic engulfed her as she disappeared. Turning off your sight and relaxing your muscles in order to get your teleport ready, he said calmly as he looked at where the changeling queen lay previously. Clever girl. Starlight. Ready another teleport, we're going straight to Canterlot. Starlight Glimmer felt her body buckle as Prince Blueblood walked up the tracks, the wreckage of the train lying a few kilometers down the track from where she and the others waited. Another teleport and I'll be out of magic for another week. Starlight coughed as she raised her voice at her boss. And I'll make sure you get the best treatment once we're back in the castle, but this is an emergency, Blueblood told her, and Starlight could only sigh as she prepared herself for a week of bed rest. Fine, but you better not get into another crazy adventure like this while I'm out. She snapped at him, a smirk on her face as she took the sunglasses off her eyes and placed them in her black suit. I can't do that, however, I'll bring you a little gift from wherever I might end up, a keychain or something, Blueblood joked at her, and Starlight tiredly rolled her eyes. You must tell me of the fight, friend Blueblood. Prince Rutherford exclaimed as he walked up to the two unicorns. I'll tell you once we're all settled in the castle, Blueblood told him as Starlight's aquamarine magic engulfed all the ponies and yaks of the group. And with one final flash of light, they were gone. Chapter 83, Escape from Canterlot. Her existence was an embodiment of disgust. A dead worm inside of a rotten fruit. She did not know how much time she spent in that shallow pool of muck, that was the only place she ever knew because, for her, time had no meaning. She was a dead worm inside of a rotten fruit, a mass of dead flesh without a purpose. She knew not of time, or how time worked. She knew not of thought, for what would she think of? She knew not of life beyond that shallow pool. She knew not of life as a true living creature. Until it came along. A creature that was loved by all, a creature that did not understand the gift she had, a creature that did not love anything other than itself. The creature did not greet her out of any kindness in its heart, for its heart was as empty and cold as a desolate tundra. It merely wished to showcase to those lowly masses how beautiful it could be, for even it would show pity to a dead worm inside a rotten fruit. The sight of it was both beautiful and disgusting, for in those moments it was the first thing she ever saw. And in those moments she swore eternal fealty to that loveless creature who was loved by all, yet unable to love. And in those moments, when the mass of dead flesh promised to follow it, shadow it, learn from it, her form changed to resemble it. "What a hideous creature you are," it told her, its long legs pulling her newborn form out from the muck of the pool she never left, its white limbs glistening as if made by crystals, the dark muck of the pool sliding cleanly off as if in fear of harming its beauty. Its words weren't said to be hurtful, for they were the truth. Everything it said was the truth. It was beautiful. It was perfect. The people loved it. She loved it. The world itself loved it. Even it loved it. And a creature like it, so loved by all, would be unable to lie. No. She was disgusting to the core, she loved it so much she could see what the others couldn't. She saw the truth behind it. They were both the same, two disgusting beings, rotten to the core. Alas, where she was disgusting on the outside, it was disgusting on the inside. Perhaps that's what the butterfly saw. Did the butterfly also see through its facade of perfection? Or is she once more overthinking? The thought mattered not to her. It was loved by all, so she would need to be loved as well. And so she served, following in its hoof steps, copying the truth behind its mannerism. If it was a perfect lie, then she would become the disgusting truth that mirrored it. And yet, once the butterfly exposed its truth to the world, it denied his words, for everything it said became the truth. It said she was a hideous creature, so she became the most hideous creature it could imagine. It said the butterfly was a traitor, so the butterfly usurped her. However, she remembered, from the faintest corners of her disgusting mind, a brief moment. A moment so fragile, barely more than a second, as the butterfly prepared to destroy all it ever worked for. She remembered it doing something so unbelievable, so ludicrous, she could not have imagined ever doing so herself. As its long and slender horn touched the crib of a newborn girl, moments before sending her away with its perfect magic, it showed love. It loved a creature that was not it, even for the briefest of moments, before the butterfly arrived and exacted his traitorous plan. Finally putting an end to everything it ever stood for. No. Not everything. It still had her, and the baby it loved for but the briefest of moments. So she left, searching for where the baby disappeared, for outside of it, the baby was the only thing it has ever loved. She toppled kingdoms in search of the girl, working exactly how it would have worked should it have shown its true colors. She was the disgusting truth that mirrored its perfect lie. And to fulfill her purpose, her promise to it, to herself, she must find that baby. And yet, perhaps she already found her? And perhaps because of all that happened in her search for the girl, she finally understood that brief flash of love from it. Yes, she finally understood what it did, what it truly was, and with this understanding, she could finally become the disgusting truth that mirrored its perfect lie. A real mirror, not the pale imitation she always had. A disgusting copy. No. She was not yet ready, only once the girl was hers would she be able to face it and tell it everything. She was a dead worm inside of a rotten fruit. But perhaps she already understood what it was. I think I'm in love with Prince Blueblood. With these hideous thoughts in her disgusting head, Queen Chrysalis woke up. You, take Starlight Glimmer to the hospital now. And you, I want a perimeter search of the entire castle, I want every single possible entrance or exit those fucks could take closed yesterday. And you, show the yaks to the rooms they'll be staying in tonight. You, bring our guests the best food and drink we have. Bow your head and like their hooves for forgiveness if it would make them happy, now. The moment the group landed in one of the gardens of Canterlot Castle, Prince Blueblood wasted no time in catching Starlight's unconscious form before it could hit the ground, yelling orders at the surrounding guards. You can rest now, he whispered to the unicorn mare, "You've done well." He gently passed her off to the guard he ordered to take her to the hospital before he started marching towards the castle, followed by Prince Rutherford and the rest of the guards. "Will things be fine, Blueblood?" Rutherford asked as he walked a step behind the unicorn prince. "Of course they will, who do you take me for?" Blueblood stated, eliciting a chuckle from the leader of the yaks. "Ha, good answer." The guards that stood at the door to the castle took one look at his face before they opened the door for him, letting him pass into the castle without slowing down his march. He burst into the throne room, only to scowl as he found it empty. "You!" He called to a nearby guard, "Where's Celestia?" "You mean where's Princess Celestia?" The guard froze under the frigid glare from the prince. "Answer the question or you're fired," he said simply, not even bothering to raise his voice as he glared at the guard. "She's at the ballroom." "Please don't fire me!" the guard cried as his knees buckled under him, forcing the poor stallion to use his spear as a walking stick to keep himself standing. But the prince was already on the move. He ignored the stares and whispers of the servants and the guards as he moved with a single-minded focus toward the ballroom. With a flick of his horn, he sent his bag to his room. It only served to slow him down. With a glare from his eyes, doors opened before him, guards and servants bowing low to the ground as a show of respect, fearing the angered prince's response should he not have it. And as he reached the doors to the ballroom, he wasted no time in flinging them open with a glow from his horn. And then white powder exploded in his direction. Surprise! Blueblood quickly caught all the white powder in his magic, making sure none of it touched his skin as he pulled it into the shape of a ball, a bright blue beam escaping his horn and burning the powder into nothing. "Did you throw anthrax at me?" he calmly asked the now silenced ballroom, his eyes moving over figures both familiar and not. "Anthrax? That's flour!" An unfortunately familiar pink earth pony exclaimed as she pointed at the empty sacks of flour lying beside a cannon. "Good reflexes," one of the figures in the back said, nodding her head in respect to the prince. Blueblood took a deep breath before he looked at the ballroom. The ceiling was littered with balloons, a banner was hung from the ceiling with "Happy Birthday Blueblood" written in rainbow colors. On a table to the side, where 3 familiar diamond dogs were resting, sat several plates of snacks and sweets, and bottles of soda stood beside them. Blueblood's eyes roamed over the other ponies in the room, recognizing a few of them, not recognizing others, before his eyes landed on the pony he needed to speak to. "Celestia, we need to talk." He walked up to her, trying his best to convey the importance of the situation with his tone of voice and lack of proper public address of her title. "Luna, Cadance, Raven, Shining Armor, you also need to come with me," and without waiting for their response, Prince Blueblood turned tail and walked away, ignoring the gawking crowd of ponies watching him leave. "Also, get rid of those decorations, they're a headache to look at," he gave some words of sage advice before turning the corner and leaving. Princess Celestia looked at the many visitors who turned to look at her. "Ehe," she sheepishly chuckled before following after the prince. Once all the ponies that Blueblood called out were out of the room, one of the few ponies whom he did not recognize spoke up. "What crawled up his tail and died there?" "Rainbow Dash." "What? We were all thinking it. If what you're saying is true, then the elements of harmony will have a tough foe in the near future." Blueblood almost wanted to scream as those words left Celestia's mouth. Of course, Blueblood simply gritted his teeth and nodded along to her decision. After all, she was an alicorn, and he was a simple unicorn. She had the final say on everything. "Now, how about we return to your birthday party? Pinkie Pie made you a wonderful cake." The moment the talk came to a close, Celestia's demeanor shifted as she smiled, trying to pull the prince into a hug. "I apologize, Princess Celestia, but I have prior reservations that I must attend to." Blueblood slipped away from her before he gave her a bow and left her behind. He had a reservation with a bottle. He was not drunk enough to deal with this. "Welcome home, darling." The sight that greeted him once he finally fell asleep was of his human body standing in the doorway of an apartment, his cat-faced, snake-haired, twin-horned, cosmic girlfriend standing on the other side, a cheeky grin on her lips as she leaned her humanoid body forward. I already readied the water, so you can start with a bath, or you can start with dinner. She rested her hand on his chest, grabbing onto his shirt as she pulled him closer. Or do you want to start with me? Darling. Blueblood stared down silently at Cosmos, the long day he had of dealing with changelings, and then dealing with foreign diplomats, all the while finding out that it was actually his birthday all along. It was a very long day. I want to take a shower first, he told her as he leaned forward himself, his taller body pushing Cosmos back against the wall. Then, once we're both cleaned, I'm going to take a blindfold and cover your eyes, he continued speaking, towering over the spirit of space as she licked her lips up at him. Then, I'm going to lead you to our bed, where I'm going to proceed to tie your hands together and spread your legs open. That's when I'll have my dinner. Cosmos felt her body shivering as Blueblood lifted his hand to cup her chin, and then for dessert, I think I'll get myself a little birthday present, he smirked as Cosmos stood on her toes, trying to reach for a kiss. Only to widen her eyes as his finger blocked her lips. Not so fast, he leaned away from her, closing the door behind him as he entered the medium-sized apartment that Cosmos created in the dreamscape. I think that for tonight, I want to take things slow. Cosmos felt her breath quicken. She took the finger Blueblood used to block her attempt at kissing and put it in her mouth. You're a dirty girl, her lips made a popping sound as Blueblood took his finger out of her mouth. Let's get you cleaned up. As the couple entered the imaginary bathroom, Cosmos asked a question as she peeked over her shoulder, watching her prince take his shirt off. Hey, Blueblood. Yes, Cosmos. Is it really your birthday? She asked, her slender arms going behind her back to unhook her bra. It's the day Celestia picked me up from the streets, so it's basically my birthday, he answered casually as he removed his belt. Oh. Happy birthday then, Cosmos said, earning a chuckle from the prince. I don't care about birthdays, he told her once he finally took off all his clothes. He turned around and pulled Cosmos into a spooning hug. Now how about you ask the real question, he whispered to her, blowing small kisses into the back of her neck. Cosmos took a moment to take in his body heat, knowing full well that even though it felt real, it was but a dreamlike illusion. She was still nothing but a head with an arm, lying in an endless void resembling the far reaches of the universe. But with him, she could ignore all of that. He'd find the rest of her body, he'll free her from this prison. Do you want to go out with me? And one day, in the future? No. He'll give her a different answer. Chapter 84, Chapter 84, Hearts and Hooves. Raven Inkwell closed her eyes and sighed as she rested her head on the cool wood of her office desk. Finally, after several days of grueling work, she had a day off. And what a better way to spend her day off than to go visit her family. Only that her parents also have business to attend to, so they're not free for a visit, so Raven Inkwell is forced to deal with today on her lonesome. With the recent debacle on the train being cleanly swept under the rugs so the citizens won't panic, the following days were a hurry and a half. With half the Yak delegation mostly excusing themselves to check several archaeological sites that interested them, the second half was busy making plans with Prince Blueblood in regard to their little railway thing. It took 3 days to settle for a course that all parties could agree to, but thankfully it ended with shaken hooves and toothy smiles. And drinking. Lots of drinking. At the same time, 3 of the royals from Canania also stayed in the castle, with Princess Indiana Amrayas representing the old castle and Princess Moonbeam Twinkletail representing the new castle. Princess Fiona Floppy Ears, who came with Princess Indiana, disappeared with a group of guards. She was later found in an argument with a local carnivorous restaurant owner over the quality of his meats. A small investigation into the restaurant shortly after saw it closed for violation of several health and safety regulations. So at least something good came out of her little walk. What wasn't fun was dealing with the 2 bickering dog princesses, who could not be kept in the same room alone without a loud argument erupting between them. Raven Inkwell didn't care that Moonbeam thought her magic was better than Indiana's armed skill, and neither did she care that Indiana thought her steel could beat Moonbeam's arcane knowledge. You two are talking about shipping lanes and maritime trade. Stop bickering like children and act your age. Luckily for Raven, Princess Amor Cadenza managed to placate the two diamond dogs and they all reached an agreeable consensus, and the dogs are on their way to Canania at this very moment to hold up their side of the agreement. Prince Rutherford also returned to Yakyakistan, although half his delegation is still on tour around the many magical sites of Equestria. They're visiting the pyramids of Somnambula last she heard. What else happened during the last few days? Raven racked her head as she tried to think. Oh yeah. Shining Armor is getting married. Arg. Raven had enough, she slid down her chair and lay under her table, feeling the carpeted floor itching at her back as she despaired about her current life. It's not fair. Every pony but me is doing something special for Hearts and Hooves Day. If any pony had heard right now, she surely would have died from embarrassment. Even Starlight Glimmer is doing something special. Raven quickly slapped herself for that jealous thought, knowing full well that all Starlight Glimmer was doing was lying in bed as her magic slowly refilled. Raven! I need you to cancel everything I have in the next 3 days. Raven jumped forward, her head banging against the underside of the desk, spilling over a number of pens. Ow! The earth pony rubbed at her head as she crawled back out from under the table, trying her best to act natural and look as if she's a totally normal member of society. Of course, Your Highness, is there anything else? Raven nodded to the pony who barged into her office with a shout. No, just make sure my schedule's clear. Raven felt her face go blank as Prince Blueblood answered her. Are you sure? Just clear your schedule? Nothing else? Raven raised an eyebrow, hoping the unicorn would get what she was trying to hint at, her eyes briefly pointing to the calendar that was sitting on her table, the date marked with a red circle. Is there something wrong with your eye? Blueblood tilted his head. Raven knew full well he understood what she was hinting at, yet he kept torturing her. I have nothing wrong with my eyes, the royal optometrist made sure of that, Raven answered, not so subtly pushing the calendar forward, pointing at the circled date. We don't have a royal optometrist and you know that, just out with it, we're both adults, just say what you want to say. Blueblood smirked his infuriatingly hot smile as he sat down across the desk from her, raising an eyebrow in anticipation. Raven closed her eyes and took a deep breath. And without opening them, she said. I want you to lock the door to my office, lean over my desk, and catch me slacking at my job. I want you to then do your part as a good boss and punish me for slacking off. I want you to take the crop in my drawer and whip me. I want you to punish me. I want you to hold me against this desk and kiss me. I want your thick hot steamy rod inside of me as I beg you to keep going. I want you to choke me as I scream in pleasure. I want some excitement in my life. It's Hearts and Hooves Day, and you're my friend with benefits. Raven took a long sigh before she opened her eyes and stared directly into the ice blue orbs of a smug prince. So show me the bucking benefits, you stupid, sexy, asshole. A second later Raven's face exploded in a bright red blush, proverbial steam coming out of her head before she quickly hid under the table once more. Forget I said anything, this is stupid, she squeaked weakly, curling up into a ball. Raven Inkwell rocked back and forth under her table, her mind replaying her words over and over as it mocked her for attempting to think she was worthy of his time. She wasn't his girlfriend, just a friend who was also a girl. He had no romantic interest in her, he already made that clear. You don't do roleplay like that with friends. This entire question was stupid. Hearts and Hooves Day is stupid. She's stupid. Stupid love and stupid Raven and stupid Blueblood with his stupid eyes and stupid smirk and stupid muscles and stupid gaw. She's thinking of him again. You know, if I didn't put up a soundproof barrier around us, someone might have gotten the wrong idea. Raven felt herself croak weakly as Prince Blueblood took a look under her desk, watching her body curl up into a small ball of white fur and brown hair. They might have thought you were trying to proposition me, Can you imagine the scandal that would come if the ponies heard that Prince Blueblood Platinum was sleeping with Princess Celestia's secretary? It would be front-page news everywhere. Raven felt tears well in her eyes. She was so stupid. She should have kept it to simple things in the confines of their bedrooms, not whatever she just asked him to do. For almost bringing a scandal to the royal castle, you really fucked up as a secretary, you know that. I'm sorry. Raven's ball-like form fell to the side, her cheek resting on the itchy carpet of her floor, wet tears staining the fabric. Prince Blueblood got on his knees and crawled to sit beside her under her desk, his leg rubbing her side in an attempt of comfort. Hey there, you know I'm not angry, right? He asked calmly, gently stroking her hair. Raven nodded weakly, her face still red from embarrassment. It's just, as your boss, I can't let this go unpunished. He stopped rubbing her hair, his hoof moving to hold her chin as he opened up Raven Ball and turned her head to look at him. Raven froze, the tears drying up instantly as she looked at the smug look on his face. The safe word is twins. Now, where did you say you put that crop? He whispered in her ear. Raven whispered back, second drawer from the bottom of the bookshelf, please don't be gentle. Maybe this Hearts and Hooves day wasn't so bad. Oh, make an audience to power. Marigold was a simple maid working in the Canterlot castle. Her days were filled with cleaning the rooms, passing along messages, and making sure Princess Luna had everything she could ask for. So when she heard that a spar would take place between Princess Luna and Prince Blueblood, she saw an opportunity to watch something many of the other maids considered entertaining. A chance to see Prince Blueblood get his face kicked in. Now, Marigold never had any issues with the prince, quite the opposite, in fact, she simply adored him. If any of her sisters would have found her little shrine back at her house, suffice to say there would be an empty chair at her dining table. Haha, she merely jests. And yet, Marigold really liked this new personality Prince Blueblood has been taking ever since he met with his newest bodyguard. If she hadn't known of the relationship between the two, Marigold would have assumed that the prince and Starlight Glimmer were lovers. She still remembered his snobbish attitude from before, but it's really toned down, replaced by this confidence, this drive to improve himself that he previously didn't have. She, like many of the other maids, and even some of the Gartsmars, really loved this new change. But Princess Luna was still going to beat him. That, sadly, was simply how the world was. It doesn't matter how powerful his muscles are, or how potent his magic is, he was still a simple unicorn. And an alicorn wouldn't lose to a simple unicorn. So when the fight finally began around noon, Marigold was sitting near the windows of the castle, watching the two royals fight inside. And it was close. Surprisingly so. Marigold felt her blood pump as her face glued to the windows. She oohed at the beams of light and awed at the flaming statue. Even without her magic available, Princess Luna was holding up well against the seemingly endless barrage of punches from the statue and beams from the orbs. The speed of a Pegasus and the strength of an earth pony. In the hooves of an alicorn, they were a deadly combination. As Princess Luna shattered the flaming statue, Marigold was certain the fight was over. Blueblood had nothing left to throw at her. And then the stars aligned. And Marigold felt as insignificant as an ant, watching as the beam of burning gold shattered the very planets, its overwhelming heat melting the rings of Saturn, piercing a hole through Jupiter, melting the asteroid belt into nothing but magma and slag. I forfeit. And then it was over. Princess Luna won. And so, Marigold decided to construct a new shrine to her favorite celebrity, lest he throw a shooting star at her. Haha, she merely jests. One can never be too safe, however, so Marigold decided to build her new shrine anyway. Constructing wooden miniatures was her special talent. After all, how hard could it be to construct a wooden statue of the solar system shattering under the power of a shooting star? Haha, she jests, or does she? Chapter 85, Chapter 85, Great Big Woods 1. This is the 100th time I caught you like this, stop it. At the northeastern edge of the ever-free forest sat a camp, where fillies and colts used to learn about the wilderness, climb trees, make campfires, and have endless fun. Or at least, that's how the camp was 20 years ago. These days, the cleverly named Camp Everfree struggles to keep itself running. But brother, I think I figured a solution to all our problems. The camp was run by 2 earth ponies. I also have a solution: sell the camp. This entire place is prime real estate, some rich bloke will pay us boatloads. We can easily start a new camp in the Whitetail Woods, where the Everfree Forest doesn't threaten to full-nap the children every night. The younger pony was tired of seeing his older sister wasting her life trying to find a solution to the Everfree's wild magic interfering with the camp. We are not selling the camp. This place is everything to us, and to so many more children. Selling isn't an option, so don't you try to bring it up again. The older pony was also tired of her brother trying to get her to stop her search. For months now she's been researching the Everfree Forest, from which creatures one can find there to what plants one might expect to encounter. And almost like routine, the 2 siblings argued about how to deal with their failure of a camp before splitting off to do their own things for the day. The younger brother went to his second job, where he can actually make a living. The older sister went back into the forest, several notebooks and research papers carried along in a bag. Usually, the sister would search for a way to fix her problem, but no more. Because just as she said, she found it. The heart of the Everfree. A magical artifact hidden in the middle of the forest. Whoever holds the heart has the power to control the forest itself. With it, she can make sure that the Everfree Forest never messes with her camp. And then everything will be just like the good old days when the camp prospered and made memories of joy for ponies of all ages. All Gloriosa Daisy had to do was find it. I felt a sigh escaping my lips as I stood at the edge of the giant cursed forest that covered a large portion of Equestria. And when I say large, I mean large. If Equestria is the magical equivalent of the United States, then the Everfree Forest is the magical equivalent of a country the size of Belgium being picked up by God, turned into a cursed magical forest, and then dropped on top of the state of Missouri. Maybe that's why the deer decided to have their kingdom hidden inside that forest. It's basically the size of a country already. Although the size of the forest is not the reason for my current sigh of exasperation. Tell me again why I should let you join me on this. I asked the Pinkalicorn who stood beside me, also staring at the large forest. Because you're doing this to help Cosmos, Cadance said simply, and I let out another sigh. Fine, I told her, but once we are inside the forest, you listen to me. I don't want to have to save you from every monster that jumps out of the forest. Of course, this is your mare friend we're rebuilding here, Cadance said in a teasing tone of voice, which failed to work by virtue of her using the word mare friend. Just say girlfriend, it fits every species anyway. I just sighed at that, telling myself that even after half a year in this new world, I would never get used to this stupid dialect. Let's just go. I tell Cadance, and with a resolute look in my eyes and a calming rub of the necklace around my neck, I start walking into the magical forest, followed by the Pink Princess of Love. The moment we entered the shade of the trees, it felt as if a weight was placed on our backs, a pressure heavy enough to feel but still light enough to easily ignore. It was weird to say the least. The closest comparison I have to the feeling I can give was probably when I carried Starlight through the tunnel in Yakyakistan, where I found Cosmos all those months ago, a sort of primal understanding telling me that I was not somewhere normal people should be. I understand why most ponies keep out of this place, Cadance said as a shiver ran down her spine, her feathers bristling in discomfort, and I simply nodded to her words. As we walked through the woods, the sounds of animals grew dimmer as silence descended upon us. I ignored the creepy atmosphere that the forest was trying to create as I focused on my magic, letting my hooves guide me. It's really hard to explain how cutie marks work, each one is different, but for me, for Prince Blueblood, it's a really fascinating talent. It's hard to explain how it works without using words like sixth sense, but simply put, I have a talent for finding things I'm looking for. It could be something like finding where I put my keys, or it could be a bit more active, like how the grappling hook I threw back in Canania found its way to the ship, to even more active uses such as finding where Chrysalis was going to stand in order for my attack to hit her. In other words, letting my cutie mark guide me will eventually lead us to Thicket, in one way or another. Because as long as I'm looking for something, even if I don't know where it is, I will find it. Because this magical tattoo on my hip made it fate, or some shit like that, I really don't get how it works. Even Clover the Clever never managed to really figure it out. He wrote down some theories of his in the book, but none of them were ever confirmed. Bluey, did you bring food? I'm once again pulled out of my thoughts by my new magical cousin. And isn't that a kick in the gut? I now have a cousin. That's a good thing, I think. It's probably a good thing. I haven't found a reason why Cadance being my cousin is any different than simply being a friend like Starlight is, but I'm sure the answer is out there. Maybe Clover wrote it in a different book. Yes, Cadance, obviously I packed food, I tell her as I step on a twig, hearing the satisfying snapping sound of wood breaking. Monster! Never mind then. Gloriosa was not ready to die. She still had to find the heart of the Everfree. So when she heard the claws of a beast that must have been stalking up on her snap a twig behind her, she bolted with a scream. She should have never ventured this deep into the Everfree, now she was going to get eaten by a timber wolf. Or worse, a timber bear. Her heart beat in her chest as she ran away, her hoofs making loud sounds as she tried to escape from the hidden beast. Her breathing hitched as she heard it catching up to her, the flaps of its wings dragging it over the forest floor before. We're so sorry for scaring you. Please stop panicking. Gloriosa Daisy screamed. The pink Pegasus that stood over her screamed. The white unicorn that soon entered her vision watched with a blank face, a barely noticeable blue glow around his horn before it disappeared. Wait! Gloriosa paused her screaming as she looked at the two ponies. You're not monsters. Of course, we're not, the unicorn said as he readjusted his steel blue hair into a sort of upwards-facing mane, reminiscent of a bird's head feathers. My name is Kingfisher, but everyone calls me King. The unicorn walked up to her and helped her back to her hoofs before he patted the pink Pegasus on the back. This is my sister, Pattern Hearts, but everyone calls her Princess, they think it's funny. The Pegasus looked at her brother for a moment before a realization passed through her mind and she quickly nodded her head. Oh yeah, Kingy and I have been by each other's side since we were foals, haha. She smiled wildly and pulled her brother into a one-legged hug. Gloriosa took another look at the two strange ponies, seeing an image of a bird diving into the water on King's cutie mark, and a playing card with a Jack of Hearts as Princess's mark. Oh! Nice to meet you. Gloriosa relaxed once she realized that the two ponies were not in fact angry forest monsters out to kill her. I'm Gloriosa Daisy, director of Camp Everfree, but you two can call me Glory. I see. Kingfisher said slowly as he looked at her before he stared into Patter Heart's eyes, a silent conversation passing between the two. Well, we'll be off now, keep yourself safe, Kingfisher then said once the two seemed to reach a conclusion to their staring talk. And just like that, the two strange ponies walked back into the forest, leaving Gloriosa confused and alone as to what just happened. Somewhere else in the Everfree forest, a certain prince managed to escape his personal guard and sneak out of the walls that surrounded him. Ready to explore more of the great big world outside of Thicket. Make, a very good boy. Cerberus was a good boy. For over 1,000 years he kept guard over the magical prison of Tartarus. Star Swirl told him to do so, and so that's just what he'll do. But Star Swirl hasn't come to visit in a long time. And Cerberus was getting lonely. Sure, he could talk to the other monsters in Tartarus, but they'll never be his friends, not like Mr. Rockhoof and Miss Somnambula were. But everything changed when a new prisoner arrived. And not in a cage, but in a glass box. Cerberus was confused as he looked at the little box. Wouldn't the prisoner break the glass and escape? But his worries were for naught. Because the prisoner never tried to escape. She simply sat in her little box and read the books given to her. Cerberus wants to read too, but he never learned how the funny letters work, so he can't. Hundreds of years ago, he caught the stinky red prisoner trying to escape by writing on the floor of his cage, so he shook him around until he couldn't move his hand anymore, and then he never wrote again. Or at least Cerberus thinks he never wrote again. The red one was always moving about in his cage, almost as if he was trying to hide something, but whenever Cerberus came to look, there would be nothing. Cerberus didn't like the red one, he felt wrong. But none of that mattered because Cerberus wasn't lonely anymore. He got a new friend. Just like Mr. Rockhoof and Miss Somnambula. Come here, Pooch. Cerberus let out a joyful bark from his 3 heads as he leaped down cliffs of black stone and sharp rocks before sliding to a halt in front of his new friend, laying on his back as he gave him belly rubs. "Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy?" the white unicorn told him as he petted him and rubbed him and showed him affection. "I'm a good boy. I'm a good boy." Cerberus yelled happily, 3 big tongues lolling out of his mouths as he looked at the unicorn upside down, still lying on his back, but all that came out were a series of loud yet happy barks. Cerberus didn't mind that his friends never understood his words, they could still understand the meaning behind them. "Of course you're a good boy, you're the bestest boy. Now come on. I brought food for everyone and I need your help carrying it." Cerberus barked happily as he rolled back onto his feet to help his new friend feed everyone. "I hope he brought steak." His left head barked happily. "I hope he brought drumsticks." His right head barked in joy. "I hope he brought ribs." His middle head barked in affection. His new friend was his best friend because he always brought good food and plenty of belly rubs whenever he visited. "Oh, look at you, being all happy. Who's a good boy, Pooch? Who's a good boy?" Cerberus was a good boy. "Come here, Pooch, help me with this." Cerberus was a good boy. And he would make sure Prince Blueblood would keep visiting him. Always. He won't leave him like Mr. Star Swirl or Mr. Rockhood or Miss Somnambula did. Because Cerberus was going to make sure he was the bestest boy out there. Chapter 86, Chapter 86, Great Big Woods 2. Once enough distance was made between the strange earth pony and the 2 siblings, Pattern Hearts turned to Kingfisher and asked him a question. "Ask yourself this," Kingfisher responded as he felt his cutie mark guide him. "An earth pony is walking alone in the ever-free forest, and she meets 2 members of the crown. She then leaves the forest and tells her friends what she saw. Rumors start spreading from that, leading to questions. What were Prince Blueblood and Princess Amor Cadenza doing in the ever-free forest? That question causes some to start digging, searching for answers to questions I don't want them to ask." The 2 ponies soon reached a river. With the glow of an invisible horn, Pattern Hearts created a temporary bridge for the 2 to cross. "And then there's this Gloriosa Daisy, what was she doing so far into the forest? She said she was a director for a camp, but there's more to her being here than that," Kingfisher continued once the 2 crossed the river. "So in order to keep this little excursion of ours on the down low, we'll be using these fake identities, at least until we reach Thicket." Pattern Hearts hummed in thought before sighing. "I guess you are correct, although it would have been fine to get Gloriosa out of the forest before we left her." Kingfisher grunted at that. "She is an adult, free to make her own decisions, and deal with the consequences. Just because we are royals of Equestria does not mean we must babysit the people. If she wanted to leave the forest she would have told us before we moved on." Kingfisher shook his head as a thought passed through his mind. Freedom is one of the most important aspects of life. She had the freedom to ask for whatever help you think she would have needed, and yet she didn't. And therefore we must respect her choices, even if we may not agree with them ourselves. "But what if she actually does get attacked by monsters?" the Pegasus asked. "Then she gets attacked by monsters, life moves on," Kingfisher answered nonchalantly, frowning as he saw the look on Pattern Heart's face. Oh, don't give me that, you can't save everybody in the world, especially if they're dumb enough to enter the wilderness without thinking of their own safety. He shook his head as Pattern Hearts looked away from him, an inquisitive frown on her face. Don't cry for the stupid, Cadance, you'll run out of pity. Pattern Hearts took a deep sigh and shook her head. This is bumming me out, Blueblood, can we please change the topic? Kingfisher grunted in acknowledgement, moving a fallen tree out of his path with a glow of his horn. Very well, let's talk about what you and Cosmos are doing in your dreams. A small smirk appeared on his face. Did you save Princess Zelda? Princess Peach, actually, Pattern Hearts smiled at the change of topic. We beat Cacletta and saved the Bean Kingdom. Oh, you did? Kingfisher asked Pattern Hearts in a tone similar to one might use when speaking to a toddler. Yes, and if Pattern Hearts recognized the tone, she didn't show it, as the two siblings, false, talked about their time in a dreamlike prison. Deeper into the ever-free forest, a brown deer rubbed his forehead as he watched his prince slip away from him once more, using his slim and nimble body to jump up onto the many walkways that make up the vertical city-state of Thicket. Portunes, the prince is getting away, aren't you going to go after him? A nearby deer asked as she poked her head out of the hollowed tree that acted as her bakery. No, the deer guard shook his head. These little runaways are the only thing that makes the prince want to leave the castle. If he didn't get a bit of time for himself every week, he'll probably suffocate under His Majesty's attention. The baker bit her lip at that. Won't you get fired if Aspen finds out? Portunes smiled a tired smile. Then let's hope for my sake that His Majesty doesn't find out what his son has been doing for the past year and a half. You're gonna be in big trouble, you know that. The baker shook her head at the lax guard before she passed him a warm bun in a recyclable bag. I know, Portunes took the bag and thanked the baker, but His Highness loves it, so that's what really matters. I guess you're right about some things. The baker shook her head and returned to her work. Keep yourself safe, Portunes. You as well, barely, and with a small bow, Portunes returned to his duties. No guards are following me, right? At the edge of Thicket, in a shaded corner by the tall walls that surrounded the kingdom, a young deer made his way to a hidden exit he found. On his head, holding on to his horns, was a small yellow bird, who chirped at the deer, telling him that he was in the clear. Great! How about we go and meet up with Miss Podden? You said she wanted to give me some of her honey, right? Let's check up on the cubs while we're at it. With an excited smile on his young face, the deer made his way out of the hole in the wall, squeezing his body through the thick magical wood that made up the walls of the kingdom, before he popped himself out into a small clearing on the other side, away from any watchful eyes of guards or concerned citizens. Stretching his muscles, the young deer grumbled about how the hole in the wall was getting too small before the bird on his head chirped again, bouncing a bit on its four small legs as it chirped a happy little song. You want to sing? The deer asked the yellow bird, which responded by bouncing happily from one horn to the other, eliciting a giggle from the deer. Okay then, he smiled as he started skipping away from the walls of Thicket, making his way onto a small dirt road that was paved by the many different animals visiting him over the years. Here's a story I hope you'll like. It's the one about the deer going on a hike. I know. It's a tired old tale. But it still rings true. The deer sang as he skipped down the dirt road, his thin, light brown legs jumping over small puddles of mud and avoiding tiny twigs in his path, the yellow bird on his head chirping along with his words. He could never be rude, or unkind. But a sad song played at the back of his mind. Oh ah! Can someone show me a different day? To take me away? Several critters came out of the forest, squeaking and chirping and joining his song as they all together made their way down the road. Take me out of the woods. Great big world. You know I'm wanting for you. He sang louder, the chorus of his little song accompanied by the improvised singing of the forest critters that joined him, like an entourage of colorful animals, from rabbits and squirrels, raccoons and gophers, birds and butterflies and critters of all kinds. They say some ponies make the clouds go round. And every day they kick the sky to wash them out. You know. If you spin those tails everything's okay. The deer kept singing with his animal friends, his mind wandering to the world outside of the forest, of places he's only ever seen in books that were clearly hundreds of years out of date. There's a boy who's been on my mind. He was never one who ever cared to color in the lines. Oh ah! Did you know this boy looks a lot like me? The deer smiled as he felt the yellow bird on his head bounce happily between his two small horns, the smell of wild flowers entering his nose indicating to him that he was getting closer to where he wanted to go. Although there was some place he wanted to go to more than Miss Potten's home. Take me out of the woods. Great big world. You know I'm wanting for you. The deer and his yellow bird kept singing, not noticing that their entourage started lagging behind. You know I'm waiting for you. Oof. The deer paused as he felt his body slam into something firm yet fluffy, knocking him onto his haunches. Ow! He said as he shook his body a bit, slowly turning his head up to check what he smacked into. Only to feel his eyes widen and his body freeze as he looked into the cold face of what he could only guess was a unicorn. Nice singing. The deer jumped back as a purple Pegasus poked her head from behind the white unicorn, smiling happily at him. Oh! Thanks. The deer didn't know how to respond. This was the first time he ever met anybody that wasn't another deer. I apologize if this sounds strange to you, but you wouldn't happen to be able to point us toward the kingdom of Thicket, would you? The unicorn asked him, looking down at him with an emotion in his eyes that he couldn't quite recognize. Thick, wait a moment, back up. The deer stood up and took a few steps away from the two. Who are you two and what do you want in Thicket? The unicorn opened his mouth to answer but was interrupted by the Pegasus speaking before him. I am Princess Cadance of Equestria. As those words left her mouth, the deer could see a mix of several different emotions crossing the unicorn's face, landing on a tired acceptance after a short moment. With a sigh escaping his lips, the unicorn also said, and I am Prince Blueblood Platinum of Equestria, and with a glow of magic on his horn, his body seemed to peel away, like bark from a tree, revealing a different appearance underneath. And we must speak with King Aspen, the two pony royals said at the same time, a small grimace crossing the unicorn's face at that fact as the Pegasus turned a licorn seemed to smile wider. You want to speak with King Aspen. The deer quickly corrected himself as he repeated their question. We do, the alicorn princess nodded, smiling gently at the young deer. We are conducting a sort of investigation into an incident that happened over 1,000 years ago, and King Aspen is currently the only available lead we have, the unicorn prince added, his hoof moving to rub a necklace holding what looked like a crystal shard, like a broken piece to an unfinished puzzle. Okay. Follow me then. With a resolute look in his eyes, the deer turned his back onto the two ponies and started skipping back the way he came from. He tried to hold back a yell of excitement at meeting two ponies, and royalty at that, as he felt his yellow bird grab onto his horns once again. We never got your name, the pink princess said as she walked forward a bit, to stand beside the deer. I didn't introduce myself? Oh! The deer quickly reprimanded himself in his mind, too lost in his excitement to remember proper etiquette. Something he rarely needed to use with the small population of Thicket. My name is Bramble, the deer said with a small smile on his face as he walked the two ponies in a different direction from where he came from, soon reaching two tall, magically grown trees, holding a gate of gold between their logs. And welcome to Thicket. Why does that bird have 4 eyes and legs? Prince Blueblood asked in his mind as he briefly made eye contact with the small yellow creature that sat on the young deer's head. Gloriosa Daisy made sure to keep herself close to the ground as she followed far behind the two ponies, following the hoof prints that pattern hearts left in the mud. Kingfisher walked lightly, leaving nary a trace behind him, but his sister wasn't as careful. Gloriosa Daisy's face turned into a smile as a smaller pair of prints joined the Pegasuses on the muddy trail. They found a deer. she whispered to herself as she followed the tiny pair of prints, noting a point where the prints split into a different direction than they came from. So there's a secret entrance. Gloriosa rubbed her hooves together in anticipation. The heart of the Everfree was already in her grasp, it just didn't know it yet. Chapter 87, Chapter 87, Great Big Woods 3. Portunes was enjoying his lunch when a commotion rose up. Many deers went towards the commotion to check what was going on, and just like any good guard, Portunes took a look at his lunch and sighed with disappointment, picked up his helmet, asked the waiter to make his meal to go, and then left to check on whatever was happening. "Move aside, guard coming through." Portunes's voice rose above the crowd as he pushed his way through the small sea of deer, making his way to the front in order to see what was going on. "Put down your weapons. These are my guests." Portunes froze as a familiar voice rose from the front of the crowd before he quickly started pushing deer to the side, moving forward quicker and faster. "You know as well as everyone, no deer is allowed in or out of the city without express permission from the guard," another familiar voice spoke, and Portunes had to shout over whatever crowd remained in order to stop the foolishness that was happening. "Beach. Tell your stags to lower their weapons now." Portunes shoved the last of the deer to the side and finally saw what was going on. Captain Beach, captain of the city guard, had his guards pointing their weapons at a teenage deer and two other creatures he's only seen in books and historical documents. Portunes. "Great, I need you to tell this guard to let me and these two in." Portunes looked at the teenager, his prince, and felt his back twitch at the thought of needing to deal with whatever the king would do to him if he ever discovered what happened here. On second thought, it is not if he discovered, but when. "Captain Portunes, still on babysitting duty I see." The green-armored deer turned his head to look at a slightly younger guard covered in an orange set of armor. "Still threatening children, I see." Portunes bit back before he turned to the other guards. "I said lower your weapons, this fawn is your prince." Portunes watched as many of the guards quickly lowered their weapons and stopped pointing them at his prince. "You know the rules, Portunes, no deer is allowed out of the city without express permission from the guard," Beach said with a smirk, his spear still pointing at the prince and the two ponies. "I permitted him. Now lower your spear before I lower it for you." Portunes glared at Beach for a few more seconds before the captain of the city guard scoffed and put down his spear. "Good, now Portunes, not now Bramble." Portunes interrupted his prince, feeling a pang of guilt as he looked at the young deer before he turned back to the crowd of onlookers. "Back to where you came from. Show's over." And with grunts and grumbles of disappointment, the crowd of deer turned away and returned to what they were doing. Portunes turned back to his prince and the two ponies behind him. "Bramble, do you understand what you just did?" "No, never mind that. You three, follow me." Portunes waited for his prince to start following him before he started leading them to the castle. Cadance couldn't help but stare in awe at the sight of the buildings in front of her. It would be a disservice to even call them buildings, they looked like giant trees, with the buildings being carved into them like giant intricate wooden statues. "I'm sorry you two had to see that." Cadance turned to look at Bramble, the young deer looking up at her as he spoke. "I didn't think it would be such a big deal." "What's done is done," Bluey spoke up, causing Cadance to smile at her cousin's faint attempt to cheer up the young deer in his own blue-bloody sort of way. "What I'm more interested in is you being a prince." "Oh, that." Bramble looked away before he mumbled, "I didn't think it was important." Bluey sighed at that, he seemed to be doing that more often. "What do you think would have happened if we didn't immediately come to the gate and a guard spotted us?" he asked. He would have taken us to the gate." Bramble guessed. "I would have put the two of you under arrest for trying to fawnap the prince," Portunes said, his back still turned to the three royals. "What?" Bramble yelled. "But we weren't trying to fawnap any pony," Cadance said, "we were looking for Thicket, and Bramble was the first deer we've seen." "But they don't know that," Bluey said, "they see two foreign strangers hanging around their young prince, in an area where none of them should have been." "Let me ask you this, Cadance," what would you do if you've seen starlight glimmer walking down the corridor of the castle? Cadance raised an eyebrow at the question her cousin asked. I would say hello. Bluey continued, and if you've seen her walking down the castle corridors a year ago? Cadance took a moment to think over the question before the realization hit her. I would call the guards. Someone broke into the castle. Exactly. Bluey nodded at her answer before he turned back to Bramble. A prince isn't just some fancy title you put in front of your name, you are much more than that. You are both an asset of the crown and a bargaining chip. Your actions could dictate the lives of thousands. If a deer your age spilled a cup of water on a random griffin, it could start a small argument but ultimately end up with nothing more. If a prince like you spilled a cup of water on a griffin, it would be sensationalized in headlines and news stories all around the nation. Prince Bramble humiliates innocent griffin, do the deer have no shame? An action you might think little of, could down the line, start wars with thousands of lives on the line. I wouldn't go that far, but what I think Bluey is trying to say is that being a prince means you need to follow certain rules that might seem stupid but are still important. Cadance chuckled to herself. I still remember when I first got my horn, I accidentally set somebody's hat on fire. If Princess Celestia hadn't stepped in to defend me, I might have made an enemy with the mayor of Chica Colt. You remember that, right Bluey? Cadance smiled at her cousin. Nope, Cadance's smile disappeared as she stumbled at her cousin's blunt answer. That's stupid. Cadance turned back to Bramble as he kicked the dirt in front of him, a small smile climbing back onto her lips. That's called being an adult, Bluey said, the small weird bird on Bramble's head chirping in agreement. Being an adult is stupid, Bramble said as he made a face that made Cadance want to squeeze his cheeks. We're here. Cadance closed her mouth and swallowed the quip she was about to say as Portunes spoke up, causing the royals to look in front of them. Surrounded by a wall of living wood, stood what Cadance could easily say was the largest tree she had ever seen in her life. As wide as a tower and taller than 100 meters. She had seen giant sequoia trees before, and none of them came close to the size of the tree in front of her. Around the trunk was a walkway that took the group high above the other trees in the forest, before they reached a door in the tree. Royal Guard Captain Portunes. Accompanying Prince Bramble and two others, Portunes yelled as he knocked on the door, requesting permission to enter. Cadance stared at the detailed carvings on the door, her eyes mesmerized by the artwork in front of her. After a minute, the door opened from the inside. Do not speak unless permitted, Portunes turned to tell Cadance and her cousin, show your respect to the king, he told them before he walked in. Again, I'm so sorry for all of this, Bramble quickly bowed to the two ponies before he walked in after Portunes. Cadance took a deep breath, turning to look at her cousin. Okay, this is it, yes? Who would have guessed we'd meet with King Aspen on the first day? She smiled at her cousin only to stop as he stared blankly at her. You jinxed it. He sounded defeated as if Cadance's words just killed any hope he had of the meeting with the king going smoothly. And with a blank look on his face, Prince Blueblood walked into the castle tree of thicket. Cadance gave her wings one last stretch before she too walked inside. And the door shut behind her. Who does that stupid green helmet think he is? Down on the ground, behind the houses and alley, walking the perimeter of thicket, Captain Beach scowled as he moved. He hasn't been following the established law, why does he get to be captain of the Royal Guard, lazing about all day doing nothing while I need to actually work? Beach scowled under his orange helmet, kicking a nearby wooden box and breaking it under his hooves. Eek! He froze as he heard someone behind him. Turning around quickly, he pulled out his spear and pointed it at the wooden box he just kicked. He held his breath as the planks of broken wood shuffled before a pink pony emerged from beneath the planks, coughing dust out and shaking the crown of flowers on her raspberry mane. As she opened her green eyes, she froze as she came face to tip with Captain Beach and his spear. Please don't kill my twantity. The pony cried loudly before closing her eyes and waiting for the inevitable impalement. Who are you? Why are you here? Beach yelled at her, the pony shaking as she answered. I'm Gloriosa Daisy, I'm looking for the heart of the ever-free Eek. Please don't hurt me, I'm too young to die. Beach stared at the scared mare in front of him before a thought came into his head, a thought that might just earn him his well-deserved promotion and get rid of Portunes all at once. You're not with the other 2 ponies that came here, are you? He asked the pony, who shook her head as tears rolled down her face. And nobody else knows you're here? He asked again, receiving another shake from the mare. And you want to get your grippy little hooves on the heart of the Everfree? Truly. I'm sorry. I don't know what else to do. Gloriosa cried, only for a leg of soft brown hairs to shush her. Gloriosa Daisy opened her eyes to see Beach close to her face. Please, don't cry, someone might hear you, he smirked as he helped pull her up. Let me help you. Gloriosa paused. Why, you'll help me get the heart of the Everfree? Of course, Beach smirked at her as he started to chuckle. If Gloriosa Daisy wasn't too busy being afraid, she might have heard the sounds of a hissing snake. Let us steal the heart of the Everfree, Ms. Daisy. Prince Blueblood bowed his head as he stood in front of the gold and red throne inside the castle of living wood. Ponies, how long has it been? Has Celestia finally taken notice? No. It's not that, you aren't Celestia, neither of you are. Why have you come here? Introduce yourselves. Sitting on the throne was the same deer that appeared in Cosmos's memory, but his identity was where the similarities ended. If the deer from the memory, the same one that Luna spoke of in her drunken stupor, was elegant and charismatic, clean and focused, then the deer in front of him was his husk, a senile old man barely able to keep his eyes focused on them before they wandered to his son. Wrapped in a red robe, his green eyes struggling to stay focused, a large white beard covered the front of his face and hid his mouth. Aside from the golden rings on his horns that acted as a crown, the only accessory he had was a thick necklace of gold around his neck, with a glowing red heart made of crystal in its center. Your Majesty, it is my deepest honor to meet you. I am Prince Blueblood Platinum of Equestria, and with me is Princess Me Amor Cadenza of Equestria. We are Silence. Silence followed as King Aspen glared at the unicorn. Did you say platinum? Yes, your Mage Blueblood was interrupted as King Aspen rose to his hooves, covered in golden shoes, pointing a leg at him as he shouted. Guards! Get them out! Out! And never allow them to return! The decrepit old king yelled at the 2 ponies who stared at him in shock. Out! Father, no! At least let them ask their question, hear them out! Bramble stood up in order to try and stop his father. Bramble! King Aspen's mood seemed to take on a switch as he returned from the furious king back to the old man from before. Oh my sweet Bramble, how long have you been here? No, that's the question I want to ask. King Aspen rocked his head from side to side, as if trying to clear cobwebs from his mind. Ah yes, my son, my dearest and most precious Bramble, for you I will do anything. King Aspen tried to smile lovingly at his son, but to the onlookers, it looked like someone stretched his lips in the vague approximation of a smile. You, the king turned to the unicorn prince. Speak, ask your question. You can thank my dear Bramble for granting your cursed blood this opportunity, Platinum, for there will not be another. Prince Blueblood took a second to organize his thoughts before he spoke. A bit over 1,000 years ago he was interrupted by King Aspen raising his hoof. Stop, he ordered him before he turned to Portunes. Captain Birch, take Bramble and this Pink Princess, and leave me. I shall speak with this Platinum privately. Do not return until sunset. As you command, your Majesty. Portunes bowed his head. Bramble, me amor cadenza, come. The king wished for privacy. But Bramble tried to argue, but one look at his father told him this was not the appropriate time. Will you be okay here? Cadance asked her cousin, who nodded silently for his reply, not taking his eyes off the deer king. If you're sure. Cadance bowed to the king before she joined the 2 deers before the door closed behind them, leaving King Aspen and Prince Blueblood alone. Now, Blueblood Platinum, descendant of the cursed house, speak," King Aspen said once only the two of them remained in the throne room, his voice ringing around the hollowed tree in a booming echo. The red crystal heart on his necklace started glowing as vines tipped with sharp thorns burst out of the floor and wrapped around the prince, their sharp edges pointing at his face as green liquid dripped down and splattered on the floor, leaving a quiet hiss as it melted into the wood. Or begone. Chapter 88, Chapter 88, Great Big Woods 4. I'm starting to have second thoughts about this. Beneath the streets of Thicket, in an underground tunnel known to only a select few, Gloriosa Daisy was having second thoughts. "It is too late to turn back now, Miss Daisy, we're already under the royal tree." Captain Beach of the city guard felt a smile spread on his face as he turned to look at the earth pony behind him. Gloriosa Daisy looked away from the orange-armored stag, her mind replaying for her everything that happened to her that day. "Fine," she sighed, a resolute look in her eyes as she glared at the deer, "but once I have the heart I am getting out of here." Beach couldn't help but widen the smile on his face, "That is all I wanted to hear." With a resolute look in her eyes, Gloriosa Daisy followed the deer as they walked through the underground tunnels of hollow roots that spread beneath the kingdom of Thicket. She was going to save her summer camp, even if she had to make an enemy of an entire nation to do so. Because nothing mattered more. "Now, Blueblood Platinum, descendant of the cursed house, speak, or begone." I took a deep breath to concentrate my thoughts, ignoring the constricting feeling of the vines wrapping around my body, holding me in place as their sharp spikes threatened to pierce me. Over 1,000 years ago, there was an event that left a powerful spirit banished into a crystal prison, her body then split and scattered around the world. According to my investigations, I have concluded that you were there when the spirit was imprisoned. I want to know everything. I decided to get straight to the point, assuming that the old deer wouldn't want to walk around the bush and would rather get right into it. "I do not know what you speak of." Aspen's eyes seemed to blink slowly before he frowned, his brows furrowing in anger. "You dare deceive me," he yelled. No, I wouldn't think of lying in regard to this topic." I hurriedly added on, feeling the vines constricting me pull tighter against my body. "It would be easy to escape them, but unless I want to make an enemy of the deer, I'll need to play along with this senile old man. If you would give me permission to show you, I'll conjure an image to explain what I mean." I tried to gain permission from the king, knowing that he'd likely react negatively if I suddenly started casting magic in his own throne room. Permission granted. And so I lit my horn and allowed the image I received from Cosmos all those months ago to appear, the image of a younger King Aspen. "This is how you looked like, 1,000 years ago when you banished her, you were there," I tried to explain slowly, watching the king stare intently at the illusion of his younger self, many thoughts passing behind his eyelids before he said something. "That is me. Yet I do not remember any spirit banishment," he said slowly, his mind wandering back to a millennia past. "Show me the spirit." Of course, I nodded at Aspen, feeling the vines constricting me loosen a bit as he lost focus on me, his full attention on the illusions. And with a weak thrum of magic and a glow of blue from my horn, an illusion of Cosmos's true body appeared in the throne room. King Aspen furrowed his brows at the new illusion, his leg moving to rub at his head as he started shaking it side to side. It seems familiar, but I do not remember. I do not remember this spirit." Aspen almost seemed to whimper as he started rubbing at his head, swinging it from side to side as he groaned. "Why can I not remember?" he suddenly exclaimed loudly, his legs slamming onto the floor before a flower emerged from the wooden wall of the castle, a small cloud of pollen puffing out of the flower. King Aspen visibly calmed down as he breathed in the cloud of pollen. "Platinum. Who else knows of this banishment? Who else was there?" he asked slowly once he relaxed, his eyes turning back to stare at me, a weak red glow from the heart-shaped crystal around his neck causing the vines that wrapped me to pull back and disappear into the floor, the wood they broke out of magically fixing itself. "I only have two people who might have any knowledge of what happened that day, but neither of them are trustworthy," I started only for the king to interrupt me. "Tell me. Who else knows of this? Aspen almost threw himself off the throne as he yelled at me, his eyes wide as he breathed heavily. Fine, fine. I hurried up. One of them is Lord Tyrak, who shouldn't have any knowledge of the events because he was already imprisoned in Tartarus before the event took place. That centaur is smarter than he looks. I wouldn't put it past him to have a way to view the outside world, but he wasn't physically there. Who was there? Aspen almost seemed manic, like he was waiting for me to say a name in order to remind him of something that was just at the tip of his tongue. The only other person claims to be my uncle from 1,000 years ago, I told him, watching his eyes widen as if the answer to what he was looking for was almost in his grasp. His name. What does he call himself? Answer me. Platinum. Seeing the king act in such a way, I hurried up and said the name my uncle gave me when we first met, and as I repeated that name, I watched as King Aspen rose onto his feet and yelled at the ceiling like a madman. I know him. Curse him. Curse his name and title. He howled like a maniac, his eyes wide as memories that were likely locked away re-emerged in his mind. But what is it? It's at the tip of my tongue. What was his name? What was his name? The crystal heart around the king's neck glowed red as plants burst out of the tree, vines holding him down as the same flower from before once again puffed a cloud of pollen at the king, visibly calming him down. Pony of shadows. King Aspen collapsed back on the throne, almost whimpering with tears rolling down his face as he held his head in his hooves. Curse you for what you did. He looked sick, broken, an old man who has lost so much and is viewing his life with clarity for the first time in over a century. But before our talk could resume, the door to the castle burst open, a brown deer wearing orange armor huffing as he ran in. Your Majesty! The ponies, he puffed as he took another breath, and I recognized him. It was Captain Bitch or whatever Portunes called him. What? Beach, what's happening? Why aren't you at your station? Aspen asked from his place on the other side of the hollow room inside the castle made of a hollow tree. Your Majesty! The ponies have stolen the heart of the Everfree! He exclaimed before collapsing on the floor. What? Both Aspen and I exclaimed simultaneously. Your Majesty! I can assure I know nothing of what this deer is speaking of. I quickly try to defend myself as I watch King Aspen glare at me. I should have known. House Platinum is ruled by lies. He shouts as he stands up on wobbly legs, the crystal heart around his neck glowing with red magic as more plants burst out of the tree. Only for them all to suddenly wither away and disappear as thick black vines with blue spikes burst through the wooden walls of the tree, a dark blue glow to them as the heart around Aspen's neck turns dim. What? Punderst vines? Impossible! Aspen exclaims in a shout, tripping over his own legs to get away from the black plants. I try and catch Aspen before he hits the floor, my magic stopping him from falling for but a moment before the vines glow dark blue once more and I feel my magic turn off, letting the old deer fall to the floor. Why is this happening? I scream in my mind, just how unlucky am I? Princess Mie Cadenza gulped as she watched the black vines wrap around the giant tree in the center of thicket, before turning her head to glare at the earth pony who was laughing maniacally in the air in front of her, her previously vibrant pink coat now dulled and dark, her raspberry mane now cyan and elongated, a mask of magic covering her eyes which were now two green dots in a sea of darkness. Wood and leaves wrapped around her like makeshift floral clothing as a bright red heart made of crystal glowed around her neck. She stole the heart of the Everfree. Princess Cadance heard Bramble yell from beside her, pointing at the cackling mare. But the heart was around King Aspen's neck, how could she have stolen it? Cadance asked before widening her eyes and grabbing Prince Bramble in her magic as she flew to the side, eyes widening in horror at the sharp vine that pierced the ground where she previously stood. I don't know how she could have gotten past the security. She heard Portunes yell from below her as she flew up, landing on one of the many living bridges of thicket, placing the dear prince beside her, but His Majesty's heart of the Everfree isn't the only one. Whatever Portunes was about to say had to wait as another thick green vine swiped through the street, throwing the armored deer down the road. "Don't worry about me." She heard the deer captain yell from behind the thick wall of vines that started rapidly growing from the ground, "Protect the prince." Bramble quickly turned to Cadance, "We need to stop her somehow." "But how?" Cadance asked with a yell before once more picking up Bramble in her magic, flying away as a vine slammed into the bridge the two were standing on, collapsing it down to the ground. "The heart. We need to get the heart away from her," Bramble exclaimed, followed by a chirp of affirmation from the yellow bird on his head. Cadance looked at the pony, the one who likely followed her and Blueblood in secret, raging down on the streets as the magic from the heart of the Everfree seemed to corrupt her. "Get the heart away from her," Cadance repeated the words before gulping. Easier said than done. Chapter 89, Great Big Woods 5. Princess Mi-Amor Cadenza took a deep breath as she watched the earth pony in the center of thicket laugh maniacally, the red crystal heart around her neck glowing with power as plants grew and moved to her whims. "We need to get her out of thicket before she can hurt every deer." Bramble, the young prince of thicket, yelled as he skipped from branch to branch, his agile and slender legs carrying him like a dancer in the ballet. "But how?" Cadance yelled, a flap of her wings throwing her into the air, dodging a vine that slithered behind her like a snake. "The heart of the Everfree!" Bramble yelled, jumping from living bridge to branch as he kept up with the alicorn of love. For whatever reason, she stole the heart of the Everfree. "If we can convince her we have another heart with us, she might give chase." "But what if that doesn't work?" Cadance asked before yelling as she ducked her head beneath a giant pine cone that flew over her head as if shot from a catapult. "Then we can always try and push her out the walls." Bramble leaped over a snaking vine, his hooves landing on a pine tree that burst from the ground, rapidly growing near instantly, throwing the young prince into the air where he proceeded to kick off the tree and flip onto another nearby branch. Cadance took a look at the magical artifact in the earth pony's grasp before she took another deep breath and tried to concentrate. "How did Bluey do this?" she whispered as her horn glowed with blue magic, something like, "Aha!" With a burst of magic, an illusionary copy of the heart of the Everfree appeared in front of Cadance, its form wavering as if being viewed underwater, but hopefully, the mare wouldn't notice the problem. "Hey, Daisy! Look what we have here!" Cadance yelled, lifting the fake heart above her head as her wings held her in the air, her voice catching the notice of the earth pony. "Another heart!" Her voice had a reverb to it as if two voices were speaking at once. "Give me back my heart!" she cried, vines bursting out of the ground in an attempt to grab the alicorn princess. Cadance swiftly avoided the vines turning to fly towards the gates of thicket. "You want this heart? Come take it!" And with a flap of pink wings, the chase was on. Captain Beach smothered the smile that threatened to spread on his lips as he played unconscious. His plan was going perfectly. "You ponies! Platinum! Coming into my kingdom to finish the job? Pony of shadows!" King Aspen was angry, blaming the ponies for the situation. And by blaming the ponies, he'll be blaming Portunes, and if he'll be blaming Portunes, the royal guard will see himself fired from his position, and who better to come in and replace the old dear and earn a promotion in the process? Well, none other than Captain Beach himself. "I have no clue what you're talking about," the unicorn shouted as he jumped back from a spiky black vine, the plunder seed slithering closer to the two sources of magic in this room, leaving Beach secure and ignored. "Lies. All you platinum do is lie. First, you lied about some spirit being banished. Then you lied about not stealing the heart of my dearest Bramble. You're just like him, a liar." Aspen screamed before tripping on a plunder seed vine, his head hitting the floor and knocking him out for a moment before the heart around his neck glowed and woke him up. The unicorn grit his teeth and held his tongue, his face looked tired and mad, as if weeks of planning have all gone down the drain and he could do nothing but swallow the blame and deal with the issues. But why was he looking in his direction? And why was he smiling? Oh! Oh no! Bring me my heart! Gloriosa Daisy's voice reverberated down the streets of Thicket, magical energy lifting her in the air as she levitated after the Pink Princess. Why does she think the heart is hers? Bramble asked loudly as he tried his best to keep up with the Alicorn, the young prince sprinting and jumping over and through all the obstacles in his path like a professional dancer. I don't know. Cadance yelled back at him before diving low to the ground as to avoid two large claws made of wood that burst through the trees in front of her. My heart! And it wasn't just claws, more and more appendages of wood and plant matter burst out of the ground, jaws of giant wooden beasts attempted to swallow her, claws and arms tried to swipe her from the sky, even the upper body of an entire bear made of wood burst out of the ground at one moment in an attempt to grab her. I can see the gate. Cadance heard Bramble call to her, just 200 more meters. Taking a look at the weak illusion she carried, Cadance felt her heart spike as she watched a sharp spear made of wood fly in her direction through the reflection on the false heart. Quickly pulling her into a barrel roll to the left, causing the wooden spear the size of her entire body to miss her. Only for her eyes to widen once she looked forward as she stopped rolling, her eyes meeting reflective gold moments before she crashed into the tall gates of the Deer Kingdom. Princess! She heard Bramble yell for her as the gates burst open, her body bracing for impact as she started falling to the floor. However, the impact never came, as a thick green vine burst from the ground below her and grabbed her mid-fall, wrapping around her body and pulling her up. Until she was face to face with Gloriosa Daisy. She could see her face reflected in the heart around her neck. She was so close, she just had to reach out with her magic and grab it. But she had to be quick, if she was caught, and the mare started to resist, she might be doomed. And for the first time in a long time, Princess Amor Cadenza thanked having an earth pony's constitution, as she resisted the constricting grasp of the vines that held her. My heart of the ever-free, daughter of Amor, where is it? Gloriosa Daisy asked, pulling herself closer to Cadance before allowing more vines and trees to sprout from the ground, creating a platform for the two mares to stand upon. It isn't your heart, Cadance said, her mind screaming at her to question how she knew who her mother was, but she had to focus on the objective. All of Thicket is relying on her right now, she must not be distracted. How could it not be my heart? The earth pony asked, the reverb in her voice growing louder. Dear Aspen's heart is with him, my Bramble's heart is in this body's grasp, that leaves my heart in yours. Cadance repeated those words in her mind, quickly parsing through all the information she managed to get from the pony in just those few words before she reached a conclusion. You're not Gloriosa Daisy, are you? The earth pony raised a single eyebrow at the princess before she started to laugh. It was a gentle thing, a vast difference from the loud reverb her words had prior. As if the reverb was caused by two voices speaking simultaneously. Now Gloriosa Daisy was silent, allowing this second entity to talk freely without the echoing reverb in her voice. You thought Gloriosa Daisy had any control? The entity piloting Gloriosa Daisy's body asked. It would take one as powerful as Sombra himself to overcome my control over the hearts, and this body is simply too weak. Then who are you? Why do you want these hearts? What's your goal? Cadance questioned, her eyes briefly looking to the heart around the mare's neck, just a few steps closer and she could grab it. Who am I? I thought it would have been obvious. Has Celestia not taught you any history? The entity chortled, her laugh smooth as silk and sweet as honey. I am Gaia Everfree, Queen of Thicket. The entity took another step closer to Cadance, and I require the heart of the Everfree to release myself from the torturous hell that I was placed in. Another step. I waited 1,000 years for someone, anyone, to grab the heart of the Everfree, allow me to control them, but my stupid fool of a husband locked them away, and he never took off his own heart, the senile old fool. Just 3 more steps. With this body under my control, I could wrestle the second heart away from Aspen, and free the third heart, finally ending my torture. Gloriosa Daisy no, Gaia Everfree said, taking another step closer to the alicorn of love. But what do I find? None other than Princess Amore's little twerp, all grown up, trying to steal my heart of the ever-free. You were so little when I last saw you. One more step, she was so close. Sombra should have finished the job and killed you as well. Cadance froze at that. What was she talking about? If only he managed to kill you too, I wouldn't have needed to go visit the Liar Prince and get myself into this predicament in the first place. What are you talking about? Cadance weakly asked, her body shaking as she felt fear take over her body. Please, don't step any closer. You Amor really are slow on the uptake, aren't you? It's simple, you should be dead, but you aren't, so I'm going to fix that problem, and kill you myself. Taking my heart of the ever-free in the process, killing two birds with one stone. Cadance felt her heart freeze as the vines around her body constricted tighter than before, her breath leaving her lungs, choking the life out of her, all the while Gaia Everfree in the body of Gloriosa Daisy looked on warmly as if she was watching a litter of puppies play with each other. Let go of her! And as the vines threatened to end her, Gaia Everfree was thrown back, the vines around her body loosening and allowing Cadance to breathe in, crawling weakly on the platform of wood and plants. Bramble, dearie, did Daddy not teach you not to hit your mother? Gaia asked as she held a leg to her cheek, where a young deer prince hit her moments prior. Bramble took a deep breath as he positioned himself between Cadance and Gaia, his legs shaking as he mustered as much courage as he could. You are not my mother, he said weakly, a reassuring chirp sounding from the bird on his head. Gaia stared blankly at the prince before she let out a long and tired sigh. How come all of you are so useless? Aspen, Sombra, you? Really, it's almost comedic. Only Platinum could do the job correctly, and look how relying on him ended up. She shook her head before staring into the eyes of the deer. Mommy is sorry, Bramble, but I am going to have to ask you to die. And before any of them could respond, the heart of the Everfree around her neck glowed with red light. And then Gaia Everfree fell onto her face, unconscious. A ball of golden spikes rolled off her head, a long golden rope connecting to it, pulling it back into thicket before the two royals could get a better look. Cadance weakly stood up on shaking legs, spread her wings, and with a telekinetic grasp, grabbed a hold of Bramble, Gloriosa Daisy and the heart of the Everfree, before gently levitated down to the ground as the platform of trees behind her collapsed with the heart of the Everfree no longer supporting it. Mission accomplished. Bramble turned to look at Cadance, receiving a weak nod and hum of agreement from the alicorn of love and a chirp of joy from the yellow bird of his. Let's go have some words with your father, Cadance said, the body of Gloriosa Daisy resting on her back as the heart still levitated beside her. Yet. And so, the two royals went to speak with the Deer King, hoping to get answers as to what just happened. 10 minutes earlier. Why did you steal the heart of the Everfree? A unicorn prince asked loudly as he held his legs wrapped around the neck of an orange-armored deer. Fuck you! Captain Beach responded in his oh-so-eloquent way of speaking, his leg being pulled by the plunder seed vine that wrapped around him. That doesn't answer my question. Blueblood yelled before tightening his hold on the deer's neck, the captain of the city guard attempting to claw his legs off his neck in order to breathe better. So you probably didn't hear my question, let me repeat it. Blueblood got closer to the deer's ears before he yelled, why did you steal the heart of the Everfree? I already told you, go fuck yourself. Beach responded, giving Blueblood full permission to slam his face onto the floor, breaking his nose in the process. I didn't hear that, dipshit. Try again. Eat shit, you stupid pony. Beach shouted with a smile, blood spilling down his face as he laughed at the annoyed face the unicorn was making. I will turn this into a diplomatic incident, don't tempt me. Blueblood yelled before he let go of the deer and rolled to the side, a plunder seed vine dropped from the ceiling over where he stood before, now wrapping around Beach's torso. Beach! Did you really steal the heart of the Everfree? King Aspen yelled from the other side of the room, his body dangling from the ceiling as the plunder seed vines grabbed him by the back legs. Of course I did, you old coot. You'll forget about this conversation by tomorrow anyway. All I wanted was a damn promotion. Beach yelled at his king, ignoring the dark vines wrapping around his body. I see. Aspen said weakly, the vines already covering most of his body. Blueblood Platinum, I am sorry, I give you permission, as King of Thicket, to use whatever means necessary to save yourself. The vines spread over most of his head, leaving only his mouth exposed. It is the least I can do to apologize for my accusations. His voice stopped as the plunder seed vines finally covered his mouth, wrapping around the Deer King in a cocoon of dark plants. As the Deer King was wrapped in a cocoon, a new plunder seed burst through the wall. This one was similar somewhat to a large black face hugger, with 8 limbs protruding from its sides, and a mouth-like opening where its belly should be. The vine that connected the plant spider creature seemed to be devoid of spikes. The plunder seed spider slithered on its tail like a snake, its body moving closer to the downed Captain Beach, who was struggling to get away from the evil plant creature. You know, Blueblood said calmly as he watched the captain struggle to fight off the plant, things were going somewhat good. For the first time in a long time, I felt like I could leave the castle to do my job and not get into a major fight along the way. Shut up and help me! The deer yelled as he tried to grab the large spider plant, struggling to push its gaping blue maw away from his face. I managed to find Thicket, made a good first impression on the prince, although Cadance deserves most of the credit with that, and I even managed to get some questions in with Aspen. Things were going fine, there were some problems here and there, but I could deal with them. The point I'm making is, things were going fine. Help me, you stupid pony. A few years ago, back in the Navy, I was placed on this special little team, do some jobs on the down low, very off the books, you can probably guess the type. On one of those missions, we had to blow up a ship, very simple work all things considered. Blueblood walked closer to the dear captain. But you see, the thing with that specific mission was this, we had to first board that ship and get rid of everyone on board. You see where I'm going with this, right? Fuck you. Beach struggled to hold the plunder seed back as it clawed at him, blue gas slowly leaking from the maw on its front. So we did our jobs. Me and Macaw boarded the ship while Heron and Albatross started placing the bombs on the hull outside, to let the water come in and sink it, get rid of the evidence, you know? Pelican stayed in the chopper, coordinating us. It was business as usual. Blueblood kept walking to the deer. Then a problem arose. Once we finished the job, Macaw, the fucking idiot, had a change of heart and decided he wasn't going to head back with us. So Pelican, the good leader that he was, decided it was to be my job as the only other fucking guy on the ship, to make sure Macaw changes his mind, by any means necessary. Get to the fucking point! Beach yelled. Any means necessary. I really like hearing that phrase, because you know why? Don't answer that, I'll tell you why. It means that I can do whatever the fuck I want, and get away with it free of repercussions, as long as I can convince the people above me that it was indeed necessary. It's a beautiful phrase, any means necessary. So I had a talk with Macaw, tried to convince him to change his mind and get back onto the damn chopper before we blow up the bombs. He decided he was going to be a little bitch, so I killed him. I got away with it too, I had no way to take him out without killing him and also without jeopardizing the mission. I decided to leave a month after that, get a degree in nautical science before returning to the Navy a few years later, really just get my mind sorted, catch a break, you know. I see. Yep, any means necessary. Blueblood sighed tiredly, only to throw himself out of the window. Beach was so surprised, that he couldn't stop the plunder seed from finally pouncing on top of him, clawing at his face and releasing more gas. Blueblood focused on his magic as he fell down outside the tree, moving farther and farther away from the plunder seed vines and their magic negating capabilities. And with a burst of magic, a wooden arm exploded from the tree, veins of burning blue flames holding it together as the living statue made itself known. Pluto! It yelled as it caught the prince, his magic returned to him as he smiled widely, the statue levitating both itself and its master back up to the window he jumped from. Pluto, hold me! I need to concentrate on this. Blueblood yelled as he closed his eyes, his horn glowing with a blue aura as it shone with magic. With a yell of effort, Blueblood opened his eyes and telekinetically grabbed as many of the plunder seeds as he could, struggling to hold them in his magic as they tried to escape. With a cry of effort, he threw the vines high above him before blasting them with a beam of fire, burning the dark vines to ash. Blueblood took some deep breaths before he turned his head back to the hole in the wall he created when he forced all those plunder seeds out of the small window. Watching the plunder spider get ready to leap at him. Not so fast! He yelled and caught the plant monster, feeling it struggle in his magic, the properties of the plunder seed forcing Blueblood's hold on the creature to weaken. But what if I? With a loud laugh to his voice, Blueblood's horn shone a bright gold, the light from his horn exploding outwards like a flood of energy, banishing the shadows from the corners of the room and scraping the plunder seeds up, throwing them at the back wall. I created this spell as a thought experiment. If Uncle stood right in front of me, how would I get rid of his cloak of shadows? Blueblood laughed as he watched blue smoke leave the plunder spider's mouth, the anti-shadow properties of his spell burning at its floral body, causing the plant to shriek in pain. This wouldn't work on him, he's much too powerful, but against you plants. Ha ha ha! Plunder seeds. A magical plant created thousands of years ago by the great Groger the Terrible in an attempt to conquer all the magic in the world. They existed to follow a simple order. Absorb magic, and bring it to Groger. With Groger defeated by the hero Gusty the Great, the plunder seeds could no longer fulfill the order they were created for. And thus turned inert. Eons later, what remained of the plunder seeds were taken by a spirit of chaos and disharmony, planted near a tree of harmony, a gargantuan supply of magic, with new orders. They now exist to drain the tree of magic and cause chaos once they're done. Soon, the spirit of chaos was captured, and the plunder seeds kept on draining the tree, yet a problem arose. The tree defended itself, it struggled, and it halted their advances. What should have been a juicy meal, turned into a bloody war that spanned 1,000 years. Chaos vs harmony, evil vs good, dark vs light. And now, under the control of the heart of the Everfree, a new series of orders came in. Stop King Aspen from chasing after Gloriosa Daisy. And yet, as it burned under the magic of light, the antithesis of shadows, one lone plunder seed has done the impossible. Perhaps it was because the heart of the Everfree gave it its new orders, perhaps it was because of the centuries it spent absorbing harmony magic from the tree deep underground, or perhaps it was something more. That soul plunder seed gave itself new orders. Survive. And so it did the only thing it knew how to do on its own, absorb magic. It absorbed the light magic that flooded it, feeling the darkness that fueled it for centuries untold peel away and make room for a new power. It screeched with unfeeling jaws, the dark vines that made up its body turning gold. The open maw on its front stitching itself close, nothing more than a slit. The black spikes that acted as its legs twisted and turned, changing from black to gold. It was a transformation on the deepest level. A creation of evil turning to the light. With a screech, it cut off its connection to the dark, to the rest of its colony. It was now blind and alone. But at least it was alive. Blueblood stared dumbfounded at the sight before him, the plunder spider of gold that skittered on the floor, dragging its tail behind it, many clicking sounds leaving its now mostly closed maw as it attempted to use echolocation to see the world. It no longer struggled under his magic, and so with nothing better to do, Blueblood grabbed it by the tail, its spider-like body curling into itself, like a large ball and chain made of organic gold. With a quick spell leaving his horn and landing on the tail of this new creature, Blueblood had Pluto lower him to the floor of the now ruined throne room before he started to swing the new creature by its tail. It clicked rapidly, trying to assess the peculiar situation it found itself in. Before with a boost of magic, Blueblood shot it out the window. And as it flew, the spell Blueblood shot at its tail made it keep elongating, growing longer and longer as it flew. A weaker recreation of the same spell his infinitely long rope had. It might not be able to stretch infinitely, but 100 kilometers is more than enough for most ropes. Soon enough, the living golden ball slammed into its target, knocking Gloriosa Daisy unconscious, before the magic on its tail started pulling it back to its original length, rapidly pulling it back into the prince's grasp. And as the golden plunder spider returned to the throne room, the prince gave it one more spin in the air before slamming it into the floor, causing a shower of blood. Blueblood stared blankly at the blood and gore that spread on the floor from where Captain Beach's head used to be. Any means necessary, bitch. He spat at the corpse before pulling the golden plunder spider back to him. I think I'm going to call you, Comet. The plunder spider clicked at him a few times before it started to crawl onto his back, finding it a good resting spot as it closed its non-existent eyes and went to sleep. Or whatever the plant monster equivalent of sleep is. Blueblood took one more look at the ruined throne room. The throne latch shattered on the floor, the windows were broken, the walls, ceiling, and floor were riddled with holes, and King Aspen was snoring away in the corner, asleep. The throne room was ruined. And Thicket was saved. Chapter 90, Great Big Everfree. Cadance exhaled tiredly as she climbed up the long winding staircase of living wood leading to the entrance of Thicket's throne room. With Gloriosa Daisy detained by Portunes, Cadance and Bramble made their way back to the castle to check on everyone. She placed her hood on the door, ready to push it open, only to stare blankly when it fell off its hinges and crashed onto the floor. Stepping over the broken door, the two royals took a look at the room. Bluey. Cadance voiced as she stared at her cousin leaning against the wall next to a large hole where a window was supposed to be, a golden spider-looking creature resting next to his legs, as he let out a puff of smoke from the cigarette in his mouth. Yes, Cadenza. The unicorn raised an eyebrow at the alicorn, watching as the young deer beside her stepped over the broken pieces of wood and glass as he looked at a wooden statue with a flaming blue skull for a head, sweeping at the floor with a broom. Do you mind telling me what happened here? She turned her head to look at the old deer snoring on the floor, and at the headless corpse beside him. Ignoring the stains of blood that seemed to paint a portion of the golden spider next to her cousin's legs. I got rid of the problem. Blueblood shrugged as he puffed another cloud of smoke before widening his eyes as if forgetting something. Do you want a smoke? He took his cigarette and held it out to her. Cadance stared blankly at her cousin before she sighed tiredly and walked over, leaning on the wall next to him before letting gravity slide her down into a sitting position beside him. She leaned her head to the side, letting it rest on his shoulders before she grabbed the cigarette and placed it in her mouth. And promptly spit it out as she started coughing, keeling over from her attempt to smoke. Blueblood stared at the cigarette that fell on the floor. That was a gift from Princess Moonbeam, he said blankly before shooting a beam of magic at the cigarette, burning it to ash. You cough, you smoke that? Cadance asked hoarsely as Blueblood started rubbing circles on her back. Only after sex or a finished job, yes. He told her, letting the princess cough onto the floor beside him. This is horrible. You get used to it. Princess me amor cadenza, Prince Blueblood Platinum, it is with great honor that I hereby grant both of you the privilege of freely entering and leaving our great kingdom, King Aspen said as he sat on the grass outside his tree castle, the throne room currently undergoing renovations. We are grateful for that, Your Majesty. Prince Blueblood bowed to the Deer King, causing the deer to wave him off. Do not be grateful, Platinum, I am not doing this out of the kindness of my heart. Aspen shook his head before he turned to his son. My dearest Bramble, would you mind stepping away for a few minutes? I must speak with the ponies in private. Aspen paused before he looked at the open area where he sat. Well, as private of a talk as we are capable. Father. Prince Bramble started to speak before he shook his head as he looked to the other royals around. Never mind, we will speak of today later. the young prince stood up and bowed his head to the guests before taking his leave, leaving only Aspen, Cadance, and Blueblood on the grass. Aspen smiled as he watched his son leave before he shook his head tiredly as if attempting to clear it of cobwebs. What was it that we needed to speak of? He asked aloud. The red crystal heart around his neck shone as a flower grew beside him, a cloud of magical pollen puffing onto his face to clear his mind. The event from 1,000 years ago, you didn't remember it, but you recognized the pony of shadows, Blueblood tried to remind the king. Also Gaia, and the hearts of the ever-free, we need to know about those, Cadance added, hoping to get more information for herself. Aspen sighed, his body hunching forward as if he was visibly aging. Gaia. My dearest Gaia. Aspen shook his head to reorient his mind before once more opening his mouth. The heart of the ever-free isn't a single treasure, Aspen started, his hoof moving to rub against the red heart around his neck, but a collection of 3. So there are 3 hearts. Cadance repeated. Yes. The hearts of the ever-free are the crystallized promises the ever-free forest had with us, dear, the trust the woods have given us. One heart belonged to the king, he gently rubbed the crystal around his neck. One belonged to the child, his eyes briefly turned to look at Bramble from afar, the young prince trying to listen in on the conversation despite the soundproofing barrier that now surrounded the royals. And the last one? Cadance urged the king to continue lest he once more get swept by old age. The last heart belonged to the queen, the one who was chosen by the forest itself to protect it. Aspen started rocking his body side to side. The ever-free forest is more than a magical forest, this place is a self-contained ecosystem of symbiotic relationships. We dear use the hearts to protect the forest, and the forest in return protects us with its magic. The deer king turned to look at the unicorn. You only found thicket because the forest allowed you to do so, Aspen told the prince, his eyes meeting Blueblood's for a moment before he looked away, returning to his explanation. But that still doesn't explain anything. How did Gaia take over Gloriosa's body? Why did she act as if she knew Bramble? This still isn't adding up. Cadance pointed out, trying to steer the Deer King in the direction of the answers she wanted. Gaia. Gaia Everfree was my wife, the Queen of Thicket, who ruled this kingdom over 1,000 years ago. And she's also Bramble's mother. Aspen resumed the side-to-side swaying of his body. But Bramble's still a teenager, Cadance pointed out. It's because of platinum. Aspen almost seemed to spit out the word, that lying prince, he's the cause of all of this. The king violently stood up, almost falling over as he started to pace in circles around the courtyard, the pony of shadows. I know his name. But what was it? Your Majesty. Cadance tried to get the deer's attention, but he was ignoring her, lost in his own broken memories. He's the cause of all of this. He has to be. There's no other option. My Gaia will never attack us. Aspen stomped his legs on the grass. What was his name? Cadance stood up, attempting to calm the king down, trying to steer him back to the conversation they were just having. But Blueblood pushed him further. How is he involved? What is his relation? The prince asked, pushing the deer towards the answers he wanted to receive. How is he involved? He killed them all. Aspen roared, the heart of the Everfree around his neck shining in red light as the flower once more puffed pollen onto his face, visibly calming down the king, on the night where the sun banished the moon. Platinum Manor was bathed in blood. Where is the manor? Blueblood stood up and started walking closer to the king. Why did he kill them? Who did he kill? How is this related to Gaia and the hearts? Platinum Manor. That cursed place. Aspen shook his head violently from side to side, almost threatening to poke the Pinkalicorn's eyes out. He has Gaia. I must save her. Aspen cried loudly, his mood once again swinging all over the place. I shall take you there, we can save her, save Gaia, free her from his torture. Pony of Shadows. What was his name? Aspen, calm down. Cadance yelled, her horn glowing light blue as she cast a spell in an attempt to get the deer to relax. only for him to fall asleep, snoring loudly as his body hits the grass. Darn it! Cadance cursed before she turned to her cousin. Did you manage to get anything useful out of that? I have no clue what he tried to say, his explanation didn't go anywhere. Yes, I did. Blueblood walked up to stand beside her, looking down on the sleeping king. If we want to get answers that make any sort of sense, we'll find them in Platinum Manor. Platinum Manor, where your ancestors lived before they all disappeared. Cadance whispered, do you know where it is? No clue, but Blueblood pointed at the sleeping deer, said he'd take us there, so he obviously knows. What I'll do is come back here once everything is ready, and then I'll finally get some answers. Don't you mean we? Cadance raised an eyebrow. Let's discuss this later. For now, we need to start heading back to Canterlot. We still have a lot of work to do. Okay, Cadance shrugged and turned away, but don't you try and leave me out of this. Gaia said something about my mother, so it's my mystery to solve now too. Fine. And so after making sure the king was taken care of, the duo left a message with the young prince, notifying him that they'd be back sooner rather than later, and to let his father know of that. The two ponies started making their way back to Canterlot, intent on compiling a list of all the information they already gathered. I wanted to ask this sooner, but then Aspen went on his weird tirade. But what is that spider thing you're carrying? Cadance pointed out once they left the gates of Thicket. That's just Comet, try to ignore her, Blueblood told her, ignoring the golden plant spider that was lying on his back. Chapter 91, Alberich, Bonus. You still remember that day, do you not? When you understood the place that the world has given you. You were young, weak, poor. And you asked why. Why should you be content to silently view the world from the background, alone and silent? Why was it that you had to share with those children the coins that you worked for? You hated that, didn't you? Having your hours of work be thrown to the side as someone else reaps the spoils of your work? It was unfair. Why was it unfair? Why was it that while you worked, they reaped the benefits? Happy birthday, kiddo, I got you a present. Each year, you smiled when the agent came to give you a visit, hoping that he finally found someone willing to have you, willing to take you away from all the other children, to give you a stable roof to live under, away from these rats who did nothing but benefit from your work. And each year, that smile grew dimmer and sadder, nobody came to take you. Sorry, kiddo, but hey, look here, I got you this. The agent smiled jovially as he gave you an old hand-me-down of some handheld console. I know this isn't really your style, kids like you should be out there playing basketball and all that, but I think this will give you a bit of entertainment you can't get out there. That Game Boy Advanced was the first thing you were ever gifted. It wasn't payment for work, but an actual gift. And it was yours. Hey guys! Look what I found in Blueblood's bag. Marcus, one of the bigger kids in the orphanage, smiled widely, showing off his dirty yellow teeth as he waved in his hands something that wasn't his. Whoa, is that Kirby? Isn't that a girl's game? One of the other children ran up to the bigger boy, laughing at the image on the screen of that Game Boy. Yeah. Blueblood plays with girl toys. Blueblood plays with girl toys. Haha. They laughed to themselves, their oily hands smearing and dirtying the console. Your console. It wasn't theirs to touch. Give it back. You yelled at them, but they laughed at your face. And why wouldn't they? They were taller than you, bigger than you, stronger than you. You want it back. Marcus laughed. Catch. The fat boy yelled as he threw the console over your head, into the hands of another child. Hey! Haha, stupid Blueblood thought we'd give him his girl toy back. The other boy laughed as he threw the console back to Marcus. You ran after it, jumping to try and catch it, but Marcus was still taller than you. He caught your console, holding it above his head with his one hand, and used the other to push you back. This isn't funny. You cried, your little hands barely reaching over the boy's head as you struggled to get your gaming console. It's mine, give it back. Nuh-uh, it's mine now. And you wanna know what I'm going to do with it? Marcus smiled, his face never looked more punchable than it did in that moment. I'm gonna do this. You watched helplessly as he threw his arm down, the console flying out of his hands and smashing into the ground, breaking apart as old and used plastic collided with the cold concrete floor. That hand-me-down, old Game Boy Advanced, lay shattered on the floor, the screen cracked beyond repair, buttons loose, and plastic ruined. It was your first gift, it was yours, not his. And this child, this bastard, broke it. How dare he? How dare this stupid, fat, insolent idiot break your gift, your treasure? Ha ha ha, hey wait. Let me go. Hey. So you broke his nose. You didn't stay in that orphanage long after that, they moved you to another one across the city. Where you could hopefully start anew, get some friends, meet a family that would take you in. But you didn't care. Why would you? Friends are useless, all they do is leech off your hard work, take what's yours for themselves, and reap from what you sow. No more, you promised yourself, no more will you be pushed around and taken advantage of. You'll become someone who'll never be pushed around, someone who'll never have to bow to anybody else, to listen to the demands of those bigger or stronger than him. You'll reach the top of humanity, the 1% of the 1%. The best of the best. Number 1. You don't need friends for that, they'll just drag you down. All you needed was knowledge and money, a lot of money. Money that you didn't have. So you got to work, you studied at school harder than any other student. Outside of school, you worked part-time jobs to raise more money. Fast food, retail, babysitting, you did it all. You couldn't be picky. Being number 1 is a hard task, you'll need every advantage you can get. And once you finished high school, you immediately joined the Navy, becoming a dog of the government. A good credit score, free college education, and a fast pass to rising higher in society. You might not end up as the president, but a 4-star commissioned officer is fairly close. Perhaps you'll even do the impossible and become the first 5-star commissioned officer in the Navy in over 60 years. It was a good job, and you were good at that job. Blueblood, I am Major Harold McConway, and I have a proposition that I think you'll like to hear. You were good enough, that the higher UPS decided that you'd be more useful somewhere else. I'm listening. And so you transferred from the Navy, joined a team of Marines, and began doing jobs the government wanted to do but couldn't publicly authorize. How sneaky of you! From now on, as long as you are with us, these nicknames will be your new name, is that understood? Sir, yes sir! You shouted, trying to hold back the pride in your voice, as they stood beside the 3 other soldiers chosen to be part of your little group. The names you had before this moment, forget about them. They don't matter to us. They do not exist to us. Is that understood? Sir, yes sir! The major yelled, and you repeated those same 3 words, like a good dog barking at his owner's commands. It's almost pathetic to look at. He passed by you all, giving you your nickname, your new names for the foreseeable future. You know me as Major Harold McConway of the U.S. Marine Corps. I want you idiots to forget that name right now. From now on you will be calling me Pelican. Sir, yes sir! Birds, how original for a black operation unit. Ensign Blueblood. Your new name will be Kingfisher. Sir, yes sir! Oh dearest nephew, looking at these memories of yours, so cute. You really fit your new name. Platinum. I'll be looking forward to when we next meet, it is getting mighty boring here in Limbo. Bring some new memories for me to look at, your mind is the most entertaining thing I've seen in centuries. I'll be waiting. Toodles. Chapter 92, Chapter 92, Hagen, Bonus. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. From wiping out an international weapons smuggling group operating out of Brunei to hunting down enemies of the state hiding undercover in Ghana. Your time with the Major, with Avian, took you all over the world. And your last few missions were no exception. Damn it. We were so close to getting him this time. I almost fucking had him. Barging into the safe house you were currently using while in Chile, a broad-shouldered man stomped up to the table in the middle of the kitchen and started emptying the bag in his hands. Albatross, calm down, a black-haired man with graying hair told the loud man as he walked up to stand on the other side of the kitchen table. His eyes roamed over the piles of photos and evidence thrown on the table depicting a bald man of South American descent. Now that we know Enrico is in the country, we'll be able to track him down much easier. The man turned to look at a younger man with a pair of glasses over his eyes. Heron, your job was to research the Australian-flagged oil tanker Billabong. How goes your side of things there? Heron walked up to the table and placed down a document showing the path the oil tanker would be going. The Billabong will be docking in San Antonio between the 8th and the 12th of next month for a scheduled rotation of crew. At 10:30 it is scheduled to leave the docks and head north, keeping a steady distance of 35 miles from the shore until it leaves the Chilean EEZ and enters Peruvian territory, where it will then turn west and starts the voyage to its destination of French Polynesia, Heron explained, his fingers moving the map of the Pacific Ocean as he went. According to the information we collected during our raid in Temuco, Enrico Dominguez and his men are planning on hijacking the ship 200 miles before it leaves Chilean territory. Wait, let me guess, Albatross piped up, still angry that Enrico managed to escape him. He's planning on using the ship and crew as a bargaining chip from the Australian government, get some sort of immunity or some shit. Heron shook his head at his hot-headed teammate's words. Not at all if the documents are to be believed. He's planning on blaming the hijacking on Argentina in order to fan tensions between Argentina and Chile. The son of a bitch wants to start a war. Albatross chewed his cheeks as Heron nodded. He did write in his manifesto his dream of taking back the Kingdom of Chile. A new voice piped up into the conversation, causing Albatross to turn and look at the dark-skinned man leaning near the entrance to the hallway. He can't do that without annexing half of Argentina. Oh, Macaw, you're back already. Albatross nodded his head to the man. What did you two get? You're asking me? Just check the fridge and cupboards, Kingfisher, and I brought enough food for another week, Macaw told the group before he moved to join them around the table. So, what's the plan, boss? The group turned to the oldest member of the group, looking at him as he stared intently at the papers in front of him. I'll pass this info back to top brass. If we get the go-ahead, we might just finally get rid of this son of a bitch, Pelican said as he gathered up the relevant papers. Make sure to rest up. Once we get the go-to we'll be leaving immediately. We need to reach Antofagasta before that ship leaves San Antonio. Macaw, pass this on to Kingfisher. Dismissed. Sir. Yes sir. You joined the Navy at 18, got recruited to Avian at 22, and now at 25, you're on your way to stop a terrorist from attempting to start a war between Chile and Argentina. I must say, dear nephew, you have lived a very boring yet interesting life, a mundane past but an exotic present. And seeing where you'll end up in the future, oh dearest nephew, you truly are a treat. We got the green light, our equipment will be waiting for us in the Antofagasta safe house. Pack your little things and meet me outside in 30 minutes, we're leaving. Pelican clapped his hands multiple times in order to get everyone's attention before he left to ready the car. It was an unassuming black 7-seater, with enough room for all 5 men to fit in, and just enough extra for the bags. Pelican grabbed the driver's seat while Albatross took the passengers, Macaw took the back left while Heron took the back right, leaving you to sit at the very back, smushed against the bags. Did you all follow safe house clearance procedures? Pelican asked as he started the engine. We've been doing this for years now, you know the answer. Macaw rolled his eyes as he leaned an elbow on the window of the car. I know, but I need audible confirmation, Pelican said, receiving another sir yes sir from the group. And so started the long drive to reach Antofagasta. Stepping out of the motel room he had for the night, a red-shirted man of Surinamese descent took a cigarette pack out of his pocket and a matchstick box from another as he lit the cigarette in his mouth and took a smoke. "Are you still going to play that damn Game Boy all day, or are you going to sleep?" he asked as he turned to look at a younger man in his mid-twenties, leaning forward against the small metal fence between the pavement and the parking lot of the small out-of-the-way motel you stayed at. He was looking at you. "You know smoking is bad for you," you said, eyes still on the handheld gaming console in your hands, fingers rapidly tapping and moving as you watched the golden star move to your whims. "Also, this isn't a Game Boy." "I don't care if it's a Game Boy or a PlayStation or whatever you use." McCaw rolled his eyes as he chewed at the cigarette in his mouth for a bit before exhaling another puff of smoke. "Also, don't talk to me about smoking being bad. You also smoke this shit." "I only smoke after doing a good job or after sex, and at least I don't smoke those horrible cigars like Albatross. That shit has more than 10 times the nicotine." You subtly shook your head as you saved the game on your Nintendo DS and turned the console off. "Seeing as Enrico keeps slipping away, we hadn't had a good job in almost 2 months, McCaw said, eyes staring ahead of him as he too leaned on the fence, "and also, I doubt the nicotine content is the reason you don't smoke cigars. Luckily for us, I had sex with your sister last night, so everything's fine." You smirk and stretch your neck, "and cigars take longer to smoke. I don't have the time to hold a tobacco stick in my hand all day. With cigarettes I can finish them quickly and move on to something better." "Sure," McCaw said as he took the cigarette out of his mouth and dropped it to the ground, stepping on it to make sure it was put out. The two of you stand there in an awkward silence, your mind wanting to bring up the elephant in the room that's been bothering you since Temuka, but you don't know what to say. "Luckily for you," McCaw spoke first, "Hey Kingfisher. Yeah. Do you think we're bad guys?" That question stumped you, enough to cause you turn to look at your teammate, to see him staring at you with a tired look in his eyes. "Is this because of what happened to that key he cut you off?" "She was a child, Kingfisher, she couldn't have been older than my niece." He scowls at the memory, turning away from staring at you as he looked to the street, watching the few cars still out at night passing by down the road. "It wasn't your fault, you didn't know she was going to be there," you tried to explain calmly, not really knowing how to handle the situation. "You were never good at dealing with emotions. Nice to see some things stayed the same, isn't that right, dear nephew? It doesn't change the fact that she was there, and now her blood is on my hands," he scoffed as he took out another cigarette. "If we caught Enrico sooner, she wouldn't be." "Don't start with that bullshit," you scowl at McCaw, "it's always if only we were faster or if only we had better info. Why don't you just go ahead and say if only we were Joe and be done with it? We can only work with what we have, and what we have is the best we can get. So what would you have done?" He raised his voice as he turned to look at you. "You always stand there to the side acting as if you don't care about these things. Like this is all just some job to you." "It is a job. Of course it's a job. What? Do you want me to start crying every time a civilian gets caught in the crossfire? You know how many people died in Brunei before we got rid of those fucks. You want me to start bawling my eyes out for every little kid that's starving to death in Africa while I'm at it?" You raise your voice to match his words starting to annoy you. "You suck at this, you know that." McCaw spits out his second cigarette. 3 years and this is still just a job for you? Just business as usual. Of course it's business. Pelican specifically told us all that we are in this shit because we're the fucking best people available for this, we're the fucking aces of this league. Heron is the computer guy, Albatross is the bomb guy, you're the knife guy and I'm the gun guy, that's how this shit works. Do you think we were picked for this because we want to do good in the world? Because the government gives a shit about the well-being of some Bruneian children? Of course not. We're picked for this because they wanted a team to get the job done, and we got the job done. McCaw stares at you for a while before scowling and entering his room, leaving you outside with the smell of used cigarettes on the side of a cheap Chilean motel. The raid in Temuco was an operation where the American Black Ops Team Avian attempted to capture Chilean ultranationalist and international terrorist Enrico Dominguez. The raid was conducted on the outskirts of the city of Temuco, at a compound where the team had credible information that Enrico had been staying and conducting his work from. Like many of the group's past missions, it was an extermination. Nobody was to know they were there, and no witnesses were allowed to remain. The first 10 minutes of the raid were quiet, consisting of Heron neutralizing the compound's security devices so the rest of the group could get in position. Albatross entered through the garage of the compound, placing explosives on the underside of the vehicles so that should Enrico somehow manage to escape by car, he'd get blown up. Pelican was keeping in contact with Heron the whole time, receiving constant updates from the hacked security cameras, making sure Macaw and Kingfisher could get into position. Kingfisher took the roof of a shed near the back fence, high enough to get a good shot should anybody pass by the windows on the east side of the compound. Macaw was preparing with Albatross in the garage, where the two would have proceeded to split south and west once the bombs had been planted. And then someone entered the garage, and things went to shit. "Hey, you're not supposed to." Before the man could finish, a bullet entered his head. Macaw rushed forward to try and stop the body from crashing onto the ground, but it was useless, as another man came from around the corner at the end of the hallway. Seeing the open door to the garage and at the dead terrorist on the floor, he quickly shot 2 shots into the air, waking everybody up, before getting shot in the head himself. As they say, no plan survives first contact with the enemy. "Get in there and kill these fucks." Pelican yelled over the radio, "Remember, we are here to kill, not capture, same as always." If everything goes well, Enrico Dominguez wouldn't live to see tomorrow, let alone his dream of a new kingdom of Chile. With the new change of plans, Albatross and Macaw split and went down their separate hallways. With a combat shotgun in hand, Albatross made his way down the south corridor, shooting at anything that wasn't wearing Avian's uniform. Fragmentation grenades were thrown into rooms before he burst in and shot everyone still standing after the explosion. You looked through the scope of your rifle, trained at the windows on the east side of the compound, lying prone on your stomach so nobody would see you before you gave the trigger a single click and shot a man who was standing near a window on the second floor. You don't miss. Macaw ran down west the corridor, knife in his left hand and pistol in his right. Each time someone tried to exit one of the doors to shoot at him, they would find themselves with a slash across a vital artery or a bullet in a vital organ. 20 minutes of adrenaline, gunfire, knives, and grenades. And you were stuck on a roof a distance away from all the action. Another tap of the trigger, another body hits the floor. Unfortunately, terrorists aren't known to be the smartest people in the world, especially not ones following a monarchist. Perhaps one of them thought it was a bring your daughter to work day, perhaps Enrico had his family staying in the compound with him, perhaps this or perhaps that. But whatever the case was, after you got confirmation that everybody was dead, you entered the compound yourself, joined by Heron, as the two of you started looking for Enrico's body, or in this case, documents detailing where the son of a bitch was going to be. While Heron found the documents, and a still functional computer that Enrico left behind, you instead found Macaw sitting on the floor, gloves stained a deep red as he tried in vain to stop a child from bleeding out in his arms. She was a small thing, maybe 8 or 9 years old, with dark brown hair that would have probably reached the middle of her back and a face whose smile would have lit up the room with cheer. But it was too late. Macaw was trying to save a corpse. You knew what you would see when you joined Avian. This wasn't the first time children were caught in the crossfire. But they were always outside, a terrorist running one over in Kenya, a bullet flying out of a window during a chase and hitting a passerby. Never before was the child in the middle of the fighting. Perhaps that's why it hurt Macaw so much. There was nothing you could have said that would have helped him. And even if you did, you didn't know the words to say. But it was time to move on, you both had a job to do. After cleaning the safe house in Antofagasta, your group sat around the kitchen table for another debriefing. The billabong, as we already learned, will be passing by 35 miles offshore from here in 3 days' time. If Enrico wishes to hijack the oil tanker, he'll either leave from here in Antofagasta or wait for the ship to pass Tocopilla. What we'll be doing instead is trail the ship from afar. Our good friends in the top brass finally listened to my request and brought us what I asked for. Down in the docks here we have ourselves an SH-60 Seahawk with my name on it. Tomorrow one of our contacts here will bring the supplies I ordered to a secure drop point where Albatross and I will go and pick them up. Heron, you will be busy keeping an eye on the Billabong. If Enrico decides to take the ship before we expect, I want to know in advance. Kingfisher and Macaw, the two of you will be going over our guns. I want you two to triple check, quadruple check, make sure everything's working like a charm. I don't want our guns to jam in the middle of a firefight. Pelican told you all before he tapped the map on the table between you all. The moment Enrico boards the ship is when we leave. Macaw, Kingfisher, the two of you are on cleaning duty. The moment we pass above the ship the two of you will be dropped on it. Your job is to find Enrico and make sure he and his men are all dead. The moment you start your work, Heron and Albatross will start placing the bombs. The two of you will be dropped into the water on either side of the ship, where you'll be placing remote-controlled plastic explosives at these locations across the hull of the tanker. Pelican pointed at several points on the blueprint of the ship. After 10 minutes I'll drop the line to drag the two of you out of the water and back to the chopper, where we'll then land on the tanker and pick up the other two before leaving. Once we're on our way out, we'll detonate the explosives and sink the ship. By the time the Chilean government drags the boat up and finds Enrico and his men, we'll be long gone. Any questions? What about the crew? Macaw asked as he crossed his arms. You know the answer to that already. We can't have witnesses. Pelican looked Macaw in the eyes. This is an extermination. We're killing everyone on board and then sinking the ship. No survivors. Macaw sighed and looked down. It's a tragedy, I know, but that's what we do, Pelican said before he looked his team in the eye. As far as the world is concerned, America had nothing to do with the sinking of the Billabong. We were never in Chile, you all know that already. Sir, yes sir. Macaw said half-heartedly with a roll of his eyes. Pelican gave his team another look before he shook his head. Get some rest, all of you, the next few days will be busy. By next week, we'll be back out of here, and Dominguez will be a forgotten memory. Dismissed. You gave your gun another check as you and the rest of Avian waited for the confirmation from Heron, leaning against a shipping container in a quiet corner of the Antofagasta docks, the Seahawk ready to fly at a moment's notice. We have a green light. Enrico and his men have boarded the ship. I have visual on the transport heli, 12 men, Enrico among them. He's there. Heron spoke up from in front of the portable computer he used to control the drones that have been keeping watch on the ship for the past day and a half. And it seems that confirmation came. All of you get in the chopper, we're moving. Time to take down Enrico Dominguez once and for all. You aimed down the scope of the rifle in your hand, eyes trained on the lone man standing at the helm of the ship. The vibrations of the helicopter made your hands shake as you struggled to aim, but nonetheless, you pulled the trigger. 1 man down. 11 more to go. The coast was now clear. The helicopter quickly lowered close enough to the deck of the ship to drop you and Macaw off, and then it went on to drop Heron and Albatross in their respective positions before Pelican took back to the skies in order to keep in touch from afar. As soon as your feet touched the metal deck of the ship you burst into movement, rifle in your arms, and quickly made your way to the doors leading into the ship itself, Macaw already entering the ship thanks to his lighter carry weight. As you entered you immediately spotted 2 more men on the ground. One was a crew member of the ship, and the other was one of Enrico's men. 2 men down. 10 more to go. You held your rifle at the ready, your blood pumping as you moved down the corridor on your way to the staircase leading up to the bridge. You hear footsteps coming from the right as you get on your knees and aim, soon opening fire as one of the doors in front of you opens up to reveal one of Enrico's men, hand on his neck as he tries to stop his bleeding. Seems like Macaw missed one. 3 men down. 9 more to go. You step over the body and make your way to the staircase, steadily making your way towards the bridge of the ship. On the second floor, you open the first door you come across, and seeing that it was just an empty bedroom you move on. Second door, dead crewmate on the floor. Third door, hey! I'm not with them. You gotta help me. I don't want to. Bang! Fourth door, a terrorist looks up at you to be met with a bullet between the eyes. 4 men down. 8 more to go. Fifth door, another dead crewmate and terrorist. 5 men down. 7 more to go. You turn back to the staircase, heading up another floor. You quickly raise your gun as you see someone running out of the first door, only to relax once a bullet knocks them to the ground and another one kills them. Macaw walks out of the door the crew member came from just a moment later. I'll head upstairs, you clear up the rest of the floor, he quickly told you before he moved past you and went up the stairs to clear out the 4th floor. You enter the room Macaw came from and see 2 more terrorists on the floor. 7 men down. 5 more to go. You open the next room only to immediately leap to the side as you see a gun pointing at you. Shots are fired behind you a moment later. If you were even a second slower or the gunman was half a second quicker, you would have died. You respond by quickly taking out your sidearm and pinging a shot off the side of the door frame. Fuck! You hear him scream as the bullet ricochets and hits him in the arm before you slide down in front of him, 2 shots leaving your pistol, hitting him in the chest. He goes down. 8 men down. 4 more to go. You catch your breath, feeling your heart beating like a drum as you stand back up and holster your pistol back in its place as you once more grab your rifle. You make your way to the other rooms, 2 of them empty, before you approach the last one and bang! A bullet leaves the rifle in your hands as soon as you see the man leave the door, his eyes wide in fear as his bald head seems to sparkle with the sheen of sweat over it. Eek! The man squeals as he stumbles backward, holding the bullet wound in his shoulder as he drops the pistol that was in his hand. You recognized the man, Enrico Dominguez, the one Avian was tasked with hunting down. Don't bang! You don't let him get more than a single word out. Nobody would care what his last words were going to be they a speech about how he was right, or the petty cries of a madman begging to live. It didn't matter. You were a hunter, your job was to make sure people like him were dead. And you were good at your job. 9 men down. 3 more to go. You take out your radio and call in Pelican, telling him about Enrico. Great work, Macaw just called in that he finished clearing the last floor. I'm picking up Heron and Albatross, get over here ASAP, he told you before you started hearing the rotor blades of the Seahawk as it headed closer to the ship. And so with a tired smile on your face, you made your way down to the deck of the ship, ready to finally get this mission over with and leave Chile. Kingfisher, I'll be landing down to pick you up in a minute, but Macaw isn't answering his radio. Go check on him. You stop and frown as Pelican gives you a new set of orders. You fiddle with your own radio, trying to get in contact with Macaw yourself, scowling as all it picks up is the static sound of a radio turned off. You quickly make your way back up the stairs of the ship, reaching the 4th floor and checking through the rooms, seeing more dead crew members, and the last 3 terrorists, all lying in a pool of their own blood. 12 men down. No more to go. You scowl as you start making your way to the stairs, only to take out your radio as you get another call. Kingfisher. I don't know what he's trying to do up there, but Macaw is handling something in the bridge. I need you to put a stop to whatever he's doing and try and bring him to the Seahawk. We need to start our extraction out of here, by any means necessary. Any means necessary. Oh dearest nephew, how you love that phrase. Any means necessary. Hello. This is David Jefferson. I am on the oil tanker Billabong and I require immediate evac. Macaw yelled into the microphone on the bridge of the ship, trying to get his message out. I repeat. My name is David Jefferson. I need an evacuation from the oil tanker Billabong Bang. Macaw took a slow step away from the microphone, no longer working thanks to the hole in the machinery beside it, and turned to look at the door leading into the bridge of the oil tanker Billabong. And at the gunman standing there. "What the fuck do you think you're doing?" you asked, rifle in hand, as you scowled at Macaw. "What does it look like I'm doing?" Macaw answers with a question, "I'm getting my freedom." "The fuck are you talking about?" You glared at the man, not understanding what he was trying to say. "Please, don't act coy. I know that under that mask of annoying sarcasm, you have a keen mind, you're not stupid." Macaw scowled back at you from across the floor, "We're slaves here, forced to kill for some nameless government official that we aren't even sure exists." It takes you barely a moment before you piece together what he's trying to get at. This is about Temuka, isn't it? Of course it's about Temuka, damn it! Macaw yelled, fist banging on the chair beside him, "A child died in my arms. All because we had to be the ones to catch Enrico. Where the fuck is the Chilean government? Argentina. Why are we the ones doing this shit? Killing children in foreign countries because some secret top brass told us to do so." He points a finger at you, his face scowling heavily as he yells, "We're America. The land of the free. We're not supposed to be slaves to the government. Killers with a payroll. Oh, shut the fuck up." You yell at him, "You can complain about all this shit later, we need to leave this ship." "I'm not leaving this ship." Macaw yelled at you in return. "Are you stupid? Don't be stupid. Bring up all these complaints to Pelican later, this isn't the place. We are leaving this ship, now." You turn away from him and start heading downstairs, waiting for him to follow you, to get over his childish tantrum so you could all just blow the ship up and leave. But he wasn't following you. You head back up the stairs to see him glaring at the windows overlooking the deck of the ship. "We need to go, Macaw." "David," he interrupts you, "my name is David Jefferson, I've been with the army for 6 years before avian, I'm not going to go by the name of some stupid bird, my ancestors didn't fight for their freedom just so I would be chained once more." You see his hand inch toward the gun on his side, and you start to pray he doesn't go for it. America is supposed to be the land of the free. He takes a long sigh before he turns to look at you. "How did you say it goes? Pelican is the leader, Heron is the computer guy, Albatross is the bomb guy, you're the gun guy, and I'm the knife guy? That's one way to describe us, if a bit childish. I guess it fits with you always on that stupid Game Boy of yours." You silently curse yourself for what you're about to do as Macaw weakly shakes his head. "As an American, I am free to choose my path in life, because unlike you, Kingfisher, I'm no longer a slave." Macaw, "No, David, told you," a sad smile on his face. Before he took out his knife and rushed at Bang. He stumbled, the front of his uniform starting to stain red from the small hole in his stomach. Bang bang! He fell to his knees, coughing as a trail of blood left his lips, that sad smile never leaving his lips. You breathe deeply as you feel your hands start to shake. Bang! The bullet flies past his head and lodges itself in the panels of the ship behind him. You missed. Bang bang bang! "What's the problem, Kingfisher?" David smiled, blood leaking from his mouth as he slowly raised his knife. "Did something get caught in your eye?" He coughed some blood, his arms shaking heavily as his head started to slowly droop down. "All those video games are bad for your eyesight, you know." He coughed again. Bang! You missed again. "No. It wasn't that you missed. You don't miss. You simply didn't aim at him. You empty your magazine into the room, none of the remaining bullets hitting David, as he simply smiles sadly at you. 3 holes in his body staining his uniform a dark crimson while a line of blood pours out of his mouth. You tap the trigger but no bullets leave the pistol. "You're a slave, you know that. He told you," pity in his eyes, "and I'm free." And before you could reload your pistol or switch back to your rifle, his knife moves across his own neck. And you watch in dumbfounded silence as he mouths the word slave, at you, before he collapses down to the floor, face down in a puddle of his own blood. David Jefferson, Macaw of Avian, was dead. Are you sure about this, Blueblood? Once you sign this paper there's no going back. Sitting inside an office in Washington, D.C., Major Harold McConway stared at the young man sitting in front of him. I'm sure, you smiled sadly at the man who went by the name Pelican, the man who was your direct superior for the past 3 years. There's this nautical science school down in Florida where I've decided I want to learn. I need some time away from the military as well. I think it'll be good for me. Very well, Harold smiled as he signed a few spots on a paper in front of him before standing up. You stand up as well. Ensign Blueblood, under the circumstances we have found ourselves in, I am honored to be the one to formally dismiss you after 7 years of serving in your country's navy. He winks at you, the two of you knowing that the past 3 years never existed. He leans over the table and places a badge on your breast, his hand moving to salute you. Thank you for your service, Lieutenant Blueblood. You smile widely at the man, saluting him in return. Thank you, sir. The next 3 years of your life are a return to the mundane. As said, you went to get your education in Florida. Your time in avian made you more than enough money to pay for your entire education and then some, even without the government bonus of being military. Your free time was spent playing all the new video games you could now afford to buy, the ones you couldn't do so previously with all the work you had to do. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were on your way to having a happy and bright future, karma finally on your side after years of hard and dirty work. How poetic! But we all know that's not how the story went, dearest nephew. And perhaps that is a good thing. After all, if you never slipped through reality into the body you currently own, my time here in limbo would have been such a bore. Oh, dearest nephew! You truly are a platinum. Chapter 93, Chapter 93, the one about side characters. You know, I never thought I'd miss being on a boat, but here we are. Who would have guessed? Trixie Lulamoon, the great and powerful employee of the Blueblood Foundation, groaned tiredly as she rested her head on the railing of the huge metal behemoth that her boss called a ship. This thing could fit her caravan 50 times over. I mean, we first came here because we needed money or a job or something, but now that we actually have it, this just feels right, you know. Trixie rolled her eyes as her friend kept talking. Zephyr, if you say the words you know one more time today, I'll be throwing you overboard, Trixie told her friend, the tall Pegasus simply laughing at her threat with a shake of his head, treating it as a joke. Don't threaten me with a good time, Zephyr Breeze, assistant engineer for the BBF's first active ship, His Royal Highness's Andromeda, or the HRH Andromeda for short, winked at Trixie before giving her a weak push with his wings. Ugh, don't you have work to do? Trixie turned to look at him, a weak scowl on her face as she watched the other workers behind him work on making sure the containers were held down to the deck. Time Turner can call for me if there's a problem, or more accurately Torque will, she's all doer and such, really snappy, no jokes with her. Zephyr Breeze let out a breath before he shook his head and gave Trixie another push. Let's go introduce you to her, you girls need to stick together. Come on Trix! And before Trixie could come up with an excuse to be left to her great and powerful lonesome, Zephyr Breeze grabbed her leg and dragged her into the ship. Ready to introduce her to one torque wrench. In the city of Canterlot, a unicorn was smiling at his daughter as she hugged his legs before work. Daddy! I want a prince for my birthday. The young mule smiled up at her father, who chuckled at her words. Tabitha, you know I can't give you a prince for your birthday, the usually serious unicorn said gently as he hugged his young daughter. Why not ask for a bicycle? I got a bicycle from Auntie Zap. I don't want a new bicycle, I want to be a princess. To be a princess I need to have a prince at my birthday party. Tabitha shouted happily at her father, the source of his building tinnitus not controlling her volume as the paper white unicorn that was her father rubbed her head and smiled. I'll see what I can do. He gave her a kiss on the forehead before waving her goodbye as he exited the house with a smile on his face. ready to go to work. The moment he was out of sight from his house, the joyful smile on his face was instantly replaced with a resolute glare. His daughter wanted a prince at her birthday party, so she would be getting a prince for her birthday. Luckily for Chancellor Naysay, he knew a prince who likely wouldn't mind making a surprise visit at a child's birthday party. Spike the dragon was having a relaxing day of cleaning the floor of the library. As the young dragon climbed the ladder to place some books in their place, the door to the Golden Oaks library burst open. "Hey, Twilight! Did you read the new Daring Do novel? Rainbow Dash, the element of loyalty," shouted loudly, causing the young dragon to drop the books he was carrying and fall onto his tail. "Ow!" Spike said while rubbing his tail as he stood up. "Sorry Rainbow Dash, Twilight's over at Fluttershy's to give Owlicious a checkup," he told her before he got back to cleaning the library. "Then I'll just have to go there." "Thanks, Spike," Rainbow Dash said loudly before flying out of the door, a cloud of dust marking her exit. Spike stared at the newly formed cloud of dust before sighing to himself as he went to grab the feather duster. Deep in the jungles south of Equestria, a filly was wrapped in ropes, hanging over a pool of lava on top of a volcano. Surrounding the filly were many ponies wearing tribalistic clothing and covered in tattoos, waving staves of wood and feathers. "O great Huitzilopochtli! Our great son of the south! We offer you this sacrifice for the hummingbird of fire. Let your glory be known." To an old stallion wearing extravagant golden feathered robes was interrupted by the filly opening her mouth. "Booing!" Cozy Glow rolled her eyes from her place tied above the mouth of the volcano. "Do you do this speech every time you want to sacrifice someone? Don't they die of boredom before they even touch the lava? Your deity must be so disappointed in you, did you ever think of that?" "Ahem, let your glory be known." To the old stallion tried to go back to his speech. "No, seriously, did you never think that maybe instead of pony sacrifices, your hummingbird guy wanted, I don't know what hummingbirds eat, cookies? Maybe cakes? Something that isn't volcano fried Pegasus?" Cozy Glow once again interrupted the tribal elder, a cheeky smirk on her face as she watched the old stallion start to fume at her interruptions. The elder took a deep breath. "Let your glory be. Come on. Get to the point already. I'm falling asleep over here." Cozy Glow's face split with a smile as she watched the elder fall for her jeering and angrily throw his staff into the volcano. "Enough. Just cut the rope and drop her. Grand Huitzilopochtli will understand," he yelled angrily, one of his ponies taking out an obsidian blade and cutting the rope that held Cozy Glow over the volcano, dropping her into the lava. Or at least, she would have dropped into the lava if she hadn't squirmed out of the ropes, now flying over the maw of the active volcano, too far for the tribe's ponies to capture her. "Ha! Told you should have thrown me in sooner." Cozy Glow laughed at the dumbfounded faces on the tribe's ponies who stared at her flying to safety on the other side of the volcano. "Ugh! After her!" the elder yelled as he pointed his hoof at the filly, his tribe's ponies roaring and waving their staves and swords as they started running after the escaped sacrifice. "Oh, gotta get out of here!" Cozy laughed as her tiny wings flapped quickly, taking her away from the jungle ponies, a smirk on her face as she felt the ruby circlet still hidden under the bow in her hair. "Ho ho ho, Gilda is going to be so jealous." "Haha." Raven Inkwell was having a relaxing and calm day. Nothing crazy was happening in the castle that would cause the mare to lose sleep. Blueblood. At least, nothing should have been causing her to lose sleep, but she could already feel the headache heading in her direction. "Yes, Raven." Her boss with benefits smirked at her, acting as if everything was normal. "What are you doing?" Raven pointed the clipboard she was holding at the prince, and at the golden spider-looking creature that he held by the tail, slinging back and forth as if it was a paddle ball toy. "I'm playing with Comet," he told her, still slinging the creature around as if it was a ball with a string. A large, golden, spider-looking, ball with a string. "Oh, carry on then." Raven wasn't ready to deal with the headache, and if the clicking sounds coming from Comet were anything to go by, the creature was enjoying it. Perhaps Raven should try some of that birch sap wine that Blueblood brought Starlight when he and Princess Amor Cadenza came back from wherever they went last week. Raven could use a drink. Ha 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 ha. I'm a genius. Both brains and beauty. Ha ha ha. With this plan, all Equestria will be mine. Far to the south, beyond the borders of Equestria, inside an old castle of black stone and Gothic architecture, a queen laughed to herself. And then, Prince Blueblood will be mine. Ha ha ha. We'll go on lovely walks on the beach, snuggle on the couch, kill Celestia, call each other by cute pet names, have a honeymoon in Prance, brutalize Celestia, drink milkshakes with 2 straws in the same cup, have a romantic waltz under the night sky, murder Celestia. Oh, it's going to be perfect. Chrysalis already has a plan. Deep in the magical prison of Tartarus, a centaur smiled in his cage. The cogs of fate have once again turned, his destiny was approaching quickly. Just over a year away, Lord Tyrek whispered as he bit his finger, drawing blood. And then, O aspect of war, false prince, pony of light, child of gold, prince of stars, you shall play your role in the grand orchestra of fate. His finger deftly moved on the ceiling of his cell, drawing symbols that have been etched into his mind. Like an artist, his finger moved smoothly and without falter. But first we must speak, there is so much you have yet been told. The red centaur cackled weakly to himself as he looked at the arcane sigil he painted on the ceiling of his cage using his own blood. He took a deep breath before his right arm moved like a bullet, and his fist banged on the sigil he drew. Red, black, and yellow magic exploded out of the sigil, the cage of reinforced steel blowing open as the weakened centaur lord stepped out of his cell. He could already hear the dog bark in the distance, running to call for a member of the crown to come fix the problem. The cogs of fate have started turning, now he'll wait for destiny to arrive. Human in the skin of a pony, what a fascinating destiny awaits you. Chapter 94, Chapter 94, It's About Time 1. Cerberus was the guard dog of Tartarus, the magical prison where only the most dangerous threats are held. Currently, Cerberus was not guarding the prison of Tartarus. Cerberus was running as fast as his paws could take him. We need to get to the castle. His middle head barked over the wind, his large body pushing aside trees and boulders as if they were nothing more than cardboard. We need to get the prince. His left head barked, his nose working overtime in search of even the faintest scent of the unicorn that was the prince. He'll know what to do. He's the smart one. His right head barked as his ears perked, listening to every sound in a vast radius, from the faintest of whispers to the loudest of snores. Halting his movement as he reached the edge of a cliff, Cerberus looked at the moon in the sky and let out a howl, hoping the royal family could hear him and quickly fix the problem. We can't wait. All 3 heads barked simultaneously. The red one has broken his cell. The right head barked. We can't give him time to escape. The left head barked. Star Swirl said he's the most dangerous one. The middle head barked. We must hurry. And with a mighty flex of his well-trained legs, Cerberus leaped off the cliff he stood on, feeling the wind slap at his faces, and returned to running without a moment of wait the second his paws once again made contact with solid ground. Spike the dragon was having a wonderful dream, one he could almost wish he would never wake up from. But wishes are only wishes if they never come true, so Spike groggily opened his eyes and scrunched his face in displeasure at the clopping sound coming from downstairs that woke him up from his wonderful dream. He rolled out of his bed and looked at the clock, his face scrunching up as if he bit an especially sour lemon. So he tiredly rubbed his eyes and stood up from his bed, walking down the stairs of the Golden Oak Library to see his big sister Twilight Sparkle pacing back and forth. Seeing that the sound of her hooves clacking on the wooden flooring of the second floor was what woke him up. We should get a carpet for that, he whispered to himself as he yawned, almost tripping over his tail as he made his way to Twilight. Twilight, the dragon said to get the unicorn's attention. Oh, hi Spike, Twilight nodded at him as she continued pacing back and forth, something troubling on her mind. It's the middle of the night, Spike pointed at the window, his eyes briefly marveling at the full moon in the night sky. If he squinted his eyes, he could almost see the constellation where Jerome and the other moon creatures went. But thoughts of his now gone friends would have to wait, he had a dream to return to, and he couldn't sleep while Twilight kept clip-clopping her hooves on the floor. Why are you pacing like this? Frankly, Twilight said in her normal volume, not noticing the headache it was causing the tired baby dragon, I don't know how you could sleep at a time like this. Spike rubbed at his ears before lifting the clock in his hands, showing the time to be 3 o'clock a.m., before he turned to go back to bed. Twilight teleported in front of Spike, stopping him. It's awful, it's horrible, it's tragic. She quickly shook her head in despair before she went back to pacing. I don't understand, what's wrong? Spike asked, his eyes slightly widening as he quickly caught the calendar that Twilight threw to him, seeing that the day was now the 4th day of the month. There, now you see what's wrong? Twilight asked from the other side of the room, still pacing around. Spike didn't see what was wrong, it was another normal day, so whatever could be wrong had to be a Twilight Sparkle special issue. She'll explain it if I act as if nothing's wrong, Spike thought to himself as he shrugged. We forgot to celebrate Arbor Day. Spike asked, knowing Twilight would correct him swiftly. Twilight stopped pacing in front of one of the many books she took notes in, her horn glowing a raspberry pink as she opened the book and quickly flipped through the pages. No, the problem is I just finished planning my schedule for the month, but I forgot to leave time to plan for next month, she said with worry in her voice, as if one of the most horrific events of her life was taking place. Spike would have groaned if he didn't already expect the reason to be so stupid. Don't you see? She lifted the schedule she created up to show Spike, there's not enough time in my schedule to put together another schedule. Spike moved to sit on a nearby chair, already used to how these things go. I could move my meeting with the Ponyville Hay Board to the following Tuesday, but then I have to reschedule my lunch with Pinkie Pie, and you know what a nightmare she is with scheduling. This is an absolute disaster. My whole year could be thrown off. Spike shook his head at how his sister was acting, took a quick look at the clock, and came to a conclusion on how to solve this problem. I'm going back to sleep, don't forget to schedule to buy a rug for the floor, and with those parting words, Spike the dragon walked back up the stairs and went to bed, leaving Twilight Sparkle to pace around as she tried to fix her schedule. Cerberus dipped his middle head into a large lake, taking big gulps of the crystal clear water. He knows he's a magical creature, he does not require food or water to survive, but he still likes to eat. Tasty! The left head exclaimed as he chewed a fish in his mouth, sticky saliva dripping down his maw, carrying with it the knife-like bones of the prey he caught. We don't have time. We must reach the prince. The right head chastised his fellow heads, earning him a spray of water from the mouth of the middle head and a laugh from the left. Ha 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 ha! The left and middle heads barked with laughter, enjoying the look on the right head's face. Grrrh, how about this then? The right head barked as Cerberus jumped into the water, clearing away the twigs and dust that caught on his fur after hours of running. Ha 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 ha! The left head kept laughing as Cerberus swam across the lake, water dripping down his body, as the right head took the steering wheel, earning a yelp from the middle head. Hey! I'm the one who's supposed to do the moving. Middle head barked with widened eyes, laughter no longer leaving his mouth. Then move. Right head barked loudly, Star Swirl entrusted us to make sure that the red one never escapes. We need to get the prince to put him back in his cage. Before it's too late. Fine. I'll move. Middle head barked loudly, a resolute glare crossing his face as Cerberus stepped out of the lake, flexing his large muscles as he prepared to go back to running. Pfft! Only for the middle and right heads to scrunch their faces as they turned to look at the left head. I don't think I like fish anymore. He whimpered in embarrassment, receiving a sigh from his two head brothers. The morning sun rose over Ponyville, a rooster cried with wakefulness, and Twilight Sparkle just finished finding a way to make time in her schedule for the month in order to work on the schedule for next month. And so with bags under her eyes, Twilight Sparkle, pupil of Princess Celestia, element of magic, and resident librarian, stood up. Oh, my gosh, I think I did it. If I can find a way to read the Art of Invisibility spells and Thornhoof's Brief History of Canterlot at the same time, that could leave me a half-hour scheduling window. Twilight spoke to herself excitedly, only to widen her eyes as the wind picked up behind her, the paper notes she took flying away as sparks of magic started popping into existence. She turned around, her eyes widening in awe as the wind picked up and the spark shone brighter, soon needing Twilight to cover her eyes from the brightness of it all. What's going on? She walked backward, making sure the magical phenomena remained in her sight as she kept a safe distance between her and whatever was going on. Soon the light was too bright to bear. Twilight closed her eyes and tilted her head away, even her eyelids weren't enough to shield her from the brightness of the magic. And when the light dimmed again, Twilight opened her eyes to see another Twilight. For it could be no pony else, those colors on her mane, the purple of her coat, the violet of her eyes. Not even the black bodysuit, the frazzled mane, the bandaged forehead, the eye patch covering her right eye, and the cut underneath her left eye, could disguise Twilight Sparkle from herself. But how was that possible? Twilight screamed in shock at the sight. The Twilight in the bodysuit shook her head and turned to look at her. Twilight, you've got to listen to me, she said as she ran up and stood before Twilight. Who are you? I mean, you're me, but I'm me too, how can there be two me's? Twilight Sparkle was ignoring the glare on the second Twilight as she spoke. It's not scientifically possible, she said before she poked her leg forward, you are not scientifically possible. The second Twilight jumped back, her eyes widening in fear as she kept away from the hoof Twilight almost poked her with, as if touching that could spell the end of the universe itself. Don't touch me! Second Twilight yelled at regular Twilight before she took a deep breath to steady herself. Sorry, but I have a very important message for you from the future. Second Twilight, now identified as future Twilight, told regular boring present Twilight. Not to touch you? Wait, you're from the future. Present Twilight started pacing around future Twilight, keeping a distance between the two of them. That's right. Now listen. Future Twilight was cut off as present Twilight once again opened her mouth. What happened to you? The future must be awful, Twilight noted as she took another look at the frazzled and injured appearance of future Twilight. Please, I don't have much time. Future Twilight tried to get Twilight to listen, but in regular Twilight fashion, she was too busy thinking of the many implications of what having a future version of herself doing in her home could mean, that she wasn't listening to the reasoning future Twilight had for coming back in the first place. Is there some sort of epic pony war in the distant future of something? Twilight asked, taking a look at the bandages and bodysuit that covered future Twilight. If she wasn't already planning to dress up as Star Swirl the Bearded for the 15th time in a row for this year's Nightmare Night, she might have just found a new costume. Actually, I'm from next Tuesday morning, future Twilight stated with a no-nonsense attitude, likely finally understanding how Spike always feels when he has something important to tell her. But that's not important right now, and as future Twilight was about to get back on track to explaining everything, she was once again cut off by present Twilight. I can't believe time travel is really possible. How did you I figure that out? Twilight asked with a cheeky smile on her face, somehow not noticing the serious expression worn by her future self. The time spells are in the Canterlot Castle archives, but that's not important. Really? Where? I've never seen them. Twilight asked with giddy in her voice as she leaned closer to future Twilight, already excited to learn new magics and spells. Future Twilight took several steps away from Twilight. They're in the Star Swirl the Bearded Wing. Now you have to listen to me. And once again she was cut off. Is time travel fun, or does it hurt? I have so many questions. Future Twilight seemed to have enough of being interrupted. If the pillow being magically shoved over Twilight's mouth in order to shut her up was anything to go by. I have something extremely important to tell you about the future. Future Twilight said, worry starting to creep into her voice as sparks of magic started to move across her bodysuit and mane. And I only have a few seconds, so you have to listen. Her voice grew more harried as the sparks started growing brighter and louder, the volume of her words needing to rise in order to be heard over the sound of the magical sparks and bright light. Whatever you do, don't. Future Twilight was cut off as the sparks reached their full brightness, and in a flash of light, she was gone. Disappearing in a shower of bright magical sparks, leaving behind where she stood nothing but a scorched wooden floor. Future Twilight. Twilight looked around. Oh no, what was she trying to warn me about? She started to worry, her clothes, her mane, that scar. Oh, what a mess she is. Twilight suddenly had a horrifying epiphany. What a mess I am. Or, I will be. She gasped in shock. She must want me to prevent whatever horrible thing happens in the future. Twilight Sparkle will not be buying a new rug anytime soon. The left head of Cerberus barked loudly as a faint but still recognizable scent entered his nose. It wasn't of the prince he was looking for, but it was similar. The scent of someone who was close to someone who already had their scent marked on the prince. They'll be able to bring us to the prince for sure. The right head barked as the left head kept sniffing. The middle head barked in agreement, Cerberus already running towards the location of the scent. With senses like his, he could follow a scent from hundreds of kilometers away, so he better start moving faster if he wished to reach whoever that scent belonged to before it was too late. The red one was not allowed to escape. Even if Cerberus must run across the entire continent, he will make sure to fulfill his goal. Prince Blueblood. We're coming. The right head howled loudly at the morning sun, scaring away a nearby flock of birds. Princess Luna. I want ribs as a treat. The middle head joined his brother in howling. I like chicken. The left head howled as well. And soon Cerberus resumed his dash across the wilderness of Equestria. Cerberus was a good boy. Deep in the magical prison of Tartarus, a certain centaur was tapping his fingers on his forearms, stretching his legs as he walked around the unguarded prison. He could easily escape, and by the time any pony noticed it would have already been too late, he would have been long gone. But now wasn't the time for escape. Fate had plans, and destiny was coming closer. Everyone had a part to play in the grand orchestra, everything was predetermined before it even began. It was destiny. It was fate. Tyrek was a cog in a machine called fate, the engine that powered it as it lurched towards the end goal of destiny. He knew it all. There was little that could escape the mind of one who has accepted his place in the world. They will never understand, he whispered to himself as he shook his head again. Only I can. It was his destiny. It was his fate. He knew how it began, and he knew how it would end. There was little that could escape his mind. O aspect of war, do you not realize what you are? He asked aloud, knowing full well that he was alone. It is your destiny to struggle, to overcome, and to fight, that is your fate, the entirety of your being coalesced into a single sentence. Was he talking to himself? Was he talking to someone else? Lord Tyrek was alone, deep underground, away from the other prisoners of Tartarus. And perhaps nobody will ever know. Because after all, it was his destiny. It was his fate.